That's why he's got to give me the money to build the hospital.
He don't want any of us to have money, Mama. Least of all for a hospital.
Oh, but...
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend in It Happens Every Spring. Tonight, the Lux Radio Theater comes to you from Hollywood as usual, but your producer speaks to you from New York City. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. For weeks, excitement in baseball's big league pennant races has been at fever pitch. Yesterday, however, the New York Yankees and the Brooklyn Dodgers were crowned champions after two of the toughest fights in years. And Wednesday, the great national sporting classic, the World Series, gets underway. So tonight, the Lux Radio Theater, quite appropriately, presents a delightful story about baseball. It's the 20th Century Fox picture, It Happens Every Spring. Heading our cast is Ray Milland in his original role. And with him is the charming Colleen Townsend, who lends romance to the big leagues. Baseball is a great American institution, as is our own Lux Toilet Soap. And in Hollywood, the big league for beautiful women, Lux Soap has a championship batting average. 9 out of 10 screen stars use it. Now, for your enjoyment, here is Act One of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie.
It's a fine spring afternoon, and on the campus of a Midwestern college, the daughter of the college president is walking with her favorite professor. Oh, yes, by far her favorite professor.
But what is it, Vernon? Don't you feel well, darling? Well, you're acting so strangely.
I am?
And what was the idea, bringing your portable radio to class, tuning in the baseball game in the middle of your lecture?
Well, Debbie, I wanted to find out how St. Louis was doing.
Now, why?
Oh, I don't know. Just an impulse, I suppose. I'm not that interested in baseball.
I didn't know you were even remotely interested in baseball. Oh, Vernon, you've become so terribly vague lately.
Oh, not about you, Debbie. Why, you're almost everything I ever think about. Almost? What else can I say?
Something definite, Vernon. Something positive. About us.
Oh, but that's been out of the question. As a professor of chemistry, I make barely enough to live on. And your father, well, he's made it quite clear that for anyone in my financial situation to even discuss marriage...
Vernon...
And he's right. Any man who thinks of getting married on an income like mine is a menace to society. But just wait until your father finds out.
Finds out what, dear?
My experiment in the laboratory.
Oh, Vernon. Vernon, you mean you've done it? It's finished?
Just about. And I haven't told you the best part, Debbie. My nitrocyclohexane compound will have great commercial value. You'll finish your postgraduate work in 2 months. We get married, Debbie. We'll buy a house, maybe even a car.
Oh, Vernon. But who's going to pay you all this money?
The Norworth Laboratories. For years, they've been trying to develop a chemical that will keep insects away from wood. A biophobic, they call it. Well, they seem to think that my compound's the very thing they've been searching for.
Vernon Simpson, the man who discovered the biophobic. Oh, darling, I'm so proud of you.
Of course, we can't expect any positive results right away, but we... Hey, wait a minute. Look, over there in back of the lab building. They're playing baseball.
Well, the boys play baseball there every day.
They do? Oh, well, I guess I've been too busy to notice.
Well, you're not going to stop to notice them now. Come on, Vernon, we're going to that lab.
Debbie, look. It's even better than I thought.
Oh, it is?
Look, the white precipitate. Hallelujah, it's there. Oh, Debbie, you just don't realize what this means. Right here in this flask is the result of 5 years of work. That flask holds my fortune, Debbie. It holds you and money and everything I ever hoped to...
Vernon!
No, it couldn't happen. It couldn't.
A baseball. They knocked it through the window.
Oh.
Oh, Vernon, look, it smashed half your equipment. Give me a rag, darling.
Oh, let it alone.
Well, Vernon.
Don't you understand? It's smashed, destroyed. Everything.
No, I don't understand. You still have your formula. Now, how long would it take to make another solution?
How long? Why, just one of those compounds alone took 5 weeks to crystallize, and they're all in sequence. I can't make the second till I finish the first.
Oh, darling, I'm so sorry.
Why, I ran some of those reactions 30 and 40 times before I could get enough stuff to make the next step. Now I've got to start from scratch again, do it all over, step by step. It'll take months.
And that wonderful precipitate. Isn't there any way you could filter it out and save it?
That liquid? Why, it's just a hodgepodge of compounds. I couldn't even figure out what's in it, let alone filter it. Well, I suppose I'd better clean up this mess.
Can't I help?
I'd rather you run along, Debbie.
Vernon.
It's just another bad break. There's nothing you can say, nothing I can say.
Now, darling, you mustn't feel that way.
Oh, Debbie, please, not now. I'm just not up to it.
All right, Vernon. I'll see you later.
It isn't fair. It just isn't right. Just because some kids knock a baseball through a window. Why my window? Why couldn't it have been... That's funny. What sort of a baseball is this? Oh, now, wait a minute. Now I'm starting to see things. But it's doing it again. This baseball is allergic to wood. What's happened here? What's happened? Notes regarding amazing reaction of baseball. Baseball had become saturated in mixture of chemicals. As I started to clean laboratory, placed baseball on metal table. Baseball started to roll down the table. On table was wooden filing box. As baseball rolled toward box, it suddenly veered off, away from wooden box. A repeated process with all sorts of wooden objects. It appears that chemical has made baseball repellent to anything made of wood. Have salvaged enough liquid to fill 2-pint bottles, and I'm arranging very interesting experiment for tomorrow morning.
You sent for us, Professor Simpson?
Oh, yes. Come in, come in. Well, it seems you gentlemen are doing rather sadly in organic chemistry. You're aware of that.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
Professor.
Well, I understand you both play baseball. Varsity pitcher and catcher, right?
Well, I guess maybe baseball's been taking up too much of our time.
No doubt. Well, I'd hate to flunk you. You see, I used to play a little baseball myself.
Oh, you did, huh?
Oh, just a little. We had sort of a sandlot team back home, and then, of course, in the Army. Anyway, I thought I'd better give you boys a little tutoring. See if we can't improve your grades.
I say, that's sure swell of you,
And in
Professor.
return, I was wondering if you'd do something for me and keep it strictly confidential.
Oh, we'd be glad
sure,
to, Professor.
All right, then meet me on the baseball field tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock?
In the morning?
You heard me. Oh, and bring a lot of baseballs. Now, sit down. I'll try to teach you a little chemistry. Well, good morning, boys. I see you're right on time, exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, A.M.
Well, I don't want anyone to see us. Now, here's what I'd like to do. Isabel, take your bat and stand at home plate.
Okay, Professor.
Schmidt, put on your catcher's mask. I'll try tossing in a few, okay?
Oh, sure, okay.
So this is why he got us up at 5 o'clock, so we could play pitcher.
But he can't really be nuts, or they wouldn't let him teach.
Well, it's one way of passing chemistry.
Hey, shut up now. We got a humor.
Now, if you're ready, Isabel, and don't hesitate to hit the ball.
Oh, don't worry. I'll hit it.
All righty, Professor. Right down the groove.
Well, here goes. Ah, that's some hit, Isabel. Nice work.
Never mind, Professor. We'll get him on this next one. Feed him another curve.
Right. Look at that ball go. Oh, too bad I didn't have an outfielder in my class. Why, it's over the fence.
Yeah, isn't it?
Are you nuts? I told you to humor him. Start striking out.
Strike out nothing. Where does he get off thinking he can pitch? Come on, Professor. Let's have another one.
I'll try a fast one.
Don't let him bother you, Professor. You're just warming up.
Then you don't mind if I try a few more?
You throw him. I'll hit him.
Use your bean this time. Bunt one.
Okay.
Give him the old whizzer, Professor. Right over the old plate.
Ready, Isabel?
Don't worry. I'm ready.
Wow, did you see the hop on that ball? Hey, that's a regular dipsy-doodle you got there, Professor. How'd you do it?
Result of a great deal of scientific research.
Okay, give him another. Let's see the old pepper in there now. Right down the old groove now, Professor. Well, missed it again. Wow, that's making it hop in there, Prof, old boy, old boy.
He certainly swung at it, didn't he?
hit this one, will you? Now he thinks you're faking.
Who's faking?
I'll try a nice slow curve, Isbell.
And hit it, will you? Hit it. Well, how do you like that? Calls his pitch and strikes them out.
Now, let's see, Isbell. You hit 3 consecutive pitches, and you missed 3. Statistically, therefore, I've obtained all the information possible. Unless, of course, I pitched several hundred more balls. Thank you, gentlemen, and good day.
Statistics yet?
Hey, how do you like that guy?
Proving that the test was eminently successful. Of course, what Isbell and Schmidt did not know was that before making the last 3 pitches, I had placed in my pitcher's glove a little pad of cotton soaked with a chemical solution, and that in my glove was a small hole allowing contact of the chemical with the baseball. Well, I'd better call on Dr. Greenleaf right away.
Emergency, Vernon? What emergency? I don't understand.
Well, a wonderful opportunity has just presented itself, Dr. Greenleaf. It may not work out, but I'd like a leave of absence starting immediately.
Leave of absence? But for how long?
I don't know, sir. Indefinitely? I can't explain it, Dr. Greenleaf. That is, I can, but scientifically I can't explain it at all.
You mean it has something to do with your experiment?
Yes, sir, but unless I get a chance to demonstrate it...
Demonstrations, eh? Lectures of some kind?
Well, no, not exactly.
Well, what are you going to do? Take it to some commercial laboratory like the one you mentioned? What was it now?
Norwood Laboratory, sir.
Well, then, why is the time indefinite?
Well, Dr. Greenleaf, if I don't leave immediately, I'm going to miss my train.
All right, Vernon. Go on. Go ahead and catch your train. I'll have Dr. Fuller take over your class.
Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, I guess Debbie isn't awake yet, is she?
I hardly think so.
Well, will you tell her I said goodbye and that she'll hear from me soon? And thanks again, Dr. Greenleaf. Taxi.
Where to, mister?
The baseball park, and hurry, please.
What's your rush, mister? The game don't start till this afternoon.
Well, I didn't come all the way to St. Louis to watch a baseball game. Take me to the manager's office.
Jimmy Dolan, huh? Hey, you a friend of his, chum?
Well, I hope to be, and be careful of that suitcase. There's some bottles in it. But, Mr. Dolan, as manager of the St. Louis baseball team, this can mean a great deal to you.
Now, look, I'm trying to be nice, see? Number 1, I don't see anybody on days when we're playing games. Number 2, I got to get out there and watch batting practice. And number 3...
I'm not asking for favors, Mr. Dolan. I'm trying to do you a favor.
Then do it. Get out of my office.
But you need a pitcher very badly. Why, I can win the pennant for you, and that's no idle boast. It's a simple scientific fact. I can win 30 games for you.
Just 30 games? Is that all?
Well, no. 30 is just the minimum, I suppose.
Oh, no. You're not very screwy, are you? Don't you know there ain't more than a dozen pitchers ever won 30 games in a season?
Of course I do, and I can tell you their names if you like.
Never mind.
Well, all I want to do is show you what can you lose.
My breakfast is all.
Oh.
Hey, Mac, take this guy away.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dolan.
Don't hurt his arm, though. He thinks he's Walter Johnson.
You're being very stupid, Mr. Dolan. With a chance to win the pennant right in your...
Get him out of here.
Come on now, pal. Be a nice guy. You're annoying Mr. Dolan.
Well, if Mr. Dolan would do less shouting and more thinking, he'd probably...
what's all the rumpus, Jimmy?
Oh, I got another crank in here. Thinks he's a pitcher. Thinks he can win 30 games.
You don't say. Where's he from?
He won't tell me.
You, I take it, are Mr. Stone?
That's right.
I appeal to your intelligence, Mr. Stone, as the owner of a baseball club.
Well?
I'm perfectly rational and willing to prove any claims I make. All I want is a chance to demonstrate my pitching.
How do these characters get in here?
I walked in, Mr. Stone, and I'm about to walk out again. And when I do, the pennant walks right out the door with me.
Come on, Sonny Jim. Take your pen and trot along.
Take a good look at me, Mr. Stone. All the other owners can't be pigheads. You'll see me later in the season.
Just a minute. So I'm pig-headed, am I? You walk in here off the street and think you can win 30 games, and just because
I don't think so, Mr. Stone. I know it.
Know it? Well, I have never met such conceit in my life.
I told you he's a crackpot. You talk to him, boss. I'm going out to batting practice.
Batting practice, huh? I think we ought to teach this fellow a good lesson.
Teach him anything you like, but let me get out of here.
We're going with you, Jimmy. Let him pitch to the boys.
Let him what?
Young man, you're going to have your wish, and you're going to get the humiliation of your arrogant young life.
Oh, before we go, there's the questions of terms, of course.
Terms?
Yes, terms.
Mister, I gotta hand it to you.
Thank you. Now, I shall want $1,000 for every game I win. Otherwise, not a penny. And when I win a game, I am to be paid promptly. I need the money.
Now I've heard everything.
Take him out there, Jimmy. Put the top of the batting order up. Oh, I'm really going to enjoy this. Terms. $1,000. Holy Moses.
ain't my idea, Monk. It's his, Mr. Stone. Give him a uniform, he said.
That guy's a pitcher? But he ain't got a prayer, Jimmy. Look at him warming up.
Well, get him over here. Let him start pitching. And make sure he leaves that uniform when I throw him out on his ear.
Okay, you. Dolan says you can start pitching now.
Oh, thank you. That's fine.
Look, let me tell you, kiddo, this baseball racket ain't so artsy like maybe you read about. It's got its crummy side, too. Dirty trains all the time, cheap hotels, umpires.
It'll be a change, though. I'm rather looking forward to it.
Well, don't. You want to talk to him, Jimmy?
No!
I'll catch him, Jimmy.
Catch what? They're going to hit every pitch. All right, you guys, come on. Top of the batting order.
Come on, kid. Let's show him what you got.
Knock it out of the park, Johnson.
Hey, what happened? Must have been an optical illusion. Let me see you throw that one again.
Hey, Monk, what's this guy got anyway?
I don't know. He didn't have nothing when he was warming up. Now he's got to hop like Barnum's flea.
Hey, you, come on, just throw it and duck. Come on, throw something.
This is getting monotonous. Me and him is playing catch. Nice going, kid. Keep it up.
Why, this is incredible, Jimmy. He's pitched to 8 batters and struck out 6.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Stone. You sure taught him a lesson, all right.
But what's he got? I can't figure it out.
The ball rides up as big as a lemon pie. And just when you get ready to murder it, it jumps away. Hey, Monk, bring that guy over here.
He doesn't look like a pitcher. He doesn't even throw like a pitcher. All he does is strike them out.
Hey, you, come here. Say, what's your name anyway?
Oh, I hadn't thought of it.
Hadn't thought of your name?
Well, try hard, kid. Try hard.
Well, it's Kelly.
Oh, Kelly, huh?
Hmm?
Well, that's the first encouraging thing you've said. Okay, hang around.
Oh, you mean we are ready to talk about the term?
I ain't ready to talk at all. See, it depends upon what happens this afternoon.
What's this afternoon?
Chicago, that's what. We play Chicago this afternoon.
Now get him out of here.
And this morning, Mr. Dolan allowed me to participate in the batting practice. I again concealed a little pad of cotton inside my glove, saturated with the formula, and had no difficulty in striking out most of the batters. I find it a source of great amazement as I watch the ball evade the bat. The players seem to have a similar reaction. But my real test will come this afternoon, if Mr. Dolan allows me to pitch against Chicago. No one, of course, has the slightest suspicion that my skill as a pitcher is due almost entirely to the chemical formula. I must exercise every precaution that no one...
Listen to that crowd, ladies and gentlemen. After trailing St. Louis 4-7, the Chicago team has staged a 9th-inning rally and tied up the ball game. Manager Jimmy Dolan's going to put in a new pitcher. I can't tell you who he is. His name isn't even on the scorecard, but he better be good. The bases are loaded and there's nobody out.
You heard me, Kelly. Get in there and pitch.
Me?
Yes, you.
Come on, kid. Start steaming them in. I got a feeling we ain't gonna have much time.
Oh, about my contract, Mr. Dolan. If I win this game, it counts for me. I expect to get paid.
I don't pay you. Go talk to Stone.
Now?
No, there's a ball game going on.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Hey, you, umpire.
Who's he putting in, Monk? Who's a clown?
We don't need no more clowns with you around, sweetheart. Guy's name is Kelly.
Attention, please. Kelly, now pitching for St. Louis.
And believe me, if there ever was a scared-looking rookie, Kelly is it. I wonder what's in Dolan's mind, putting Kelly in on a spot like this. And if you want to hear what the St. Louis fans think... Well, Kelly's taking his warm-up pitches. And now Monk Lanigan, the catcher, goes out to the mound and talks to him.
Look, kid, just take it easy. Just try and get that ball over the plate, huh?
It's my big opportunity. I've got to get it over the plate.
Just remember, I'm all alone back there, and they don't let me use no stepladder.
Baker, second base, now batting for Chicago.
Hey, Monk, where'd Dolan find that hooligan? Joplin High School?
First, get a hit off him, Baker, then make with the jokes. Okay, Kelly, let's go, kid. Great! Nice going, kid. Do you like that, baby, Kelly? Do you like free?
After one of the most spectacular exhibitions of relief pitching we've ever seen, with the bases loaded and nobody out, this unknown rookie pitcher struck out the side, and St. Louis went on to win the ball game 8-7. For St. Louis, 8 runs on
are you?
We're in here. What is it, Debbie?
I've heard from him, from Vernon. And look what he sent me. An engagement ring.
Vernon?
Something wrong somewhere. Why, a diamond like that must have cost...
Now, Father, please.
When Vernon left here 4 days ago, I assumed he was going to the Norwood Laboratories. And you know as well as I do, he never got there.
That's why the police are searching for him, dear.
Well, what does he say in that letter?
He's so sweet. He's upset because he didn't get to say goodbye to me.
But where is he?
Well, he says, I know you will have faith in me and do what I ask without asking why I ask it. Oh, that's Vernon, all right. He even writes double talk. Oh, and then he says he hasn't disappeared as the newspaper claims.
Oh, but he has.
Please call the police and tell them to stop their search at once. I cannot overemphasize the urgency of this.
Why, that in itself is suspicious. He's tangled himself up in some...
Now, let me finish the letter, Father. My associates are rather rough and ready.
He practically admits
But
it.
their peculiar skill is a constant source of astonishment.
Skill at what, dear?
I don't know. The work is strenuous and exciting, but the financial rewards are quite fantastic.
Yes, they must be. That ring.
Vernon's mixed up with some kind of a racket.
Oh,
That's
now,
what it is.
Father, don't jump at conclusions.
Well, he certainly got his leave of absence under false pretenses. I can't forgive him for that.
Well, I'm sure we'll know all about it very soon.
No, I don't think so, Mother. He says I won't hear from him again for months.
But why not?
Well, he says it would be too risky.
Risky? Oh, dear, this is all very strange and frightening.
The box the ring came in. It's labeled Marks and Company.
In St. Louis.
Well, I'm going to St. Louis tomorrow. I'll take it to the store and find out exactly what
No, Mother, you won't.
Why not?
Well, because I don't care if it's glass or not. I'm going to wear Vernon's ring.
Howdy, good Kelly.
Hello, Mr. Dolan.
What's the matter with you guys? Don't you know the train leaves in 5 minutes?
What you want us to do, Jimmy? Get here early and polish the engine? Some meat in the back again?
No, not now, thank you.
Well, me and the boys were just talking about the guy they're putting up against us in Chicago tomorrow.
Walensky? You ain't scared of him, are you?
Well, he's still got plenty of stuff.
Last week the bums knocked him all over the lot. Just wait till tomorrow. We'll kill him.
I'd sure like to knock him off. Well, come on, guys. Come on. Get on the train.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Now, calm down. Now, where did you say you're phoning from?
Right here, dear, from the railroad station. And I tell you, I saw Vernon not 5 minutes ago.
Well, what did he say?
Well, how could I talk to him? He was with a lot of men. Oh, very tough-looking, dear, all of them.
A lot of men?
Debbie, I'm afraid they're gangsters.
Oh, now, Mother.
But you should have heard what they said. They're going to Chicago to knock a man off, and they're going to kill him.
Oh, you must be wrong, Mother. Oh, it may have looked like him, but I know it couldn't be Vernon.
Well, my train's leaving, dear. I'll see you at dinner.
Well, yes, Mother. Goodbye. Oh, Vernon. A gangster. Oh, it couldn't have been you, Vernon. It just couldn't.
In a few moments, we'll bring you Act Two of It Happens Every Spring. And now, here's Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter. What is it tonight, Libby? Romance? Comedy?
Both, Mr. Kennedy. There's a new picture, 20th Century Fox's Everybody Does It. A delightful comedy with a dash of romance. And if it doesn't put everyone who sees it in a wonderful frame of mind, I'll be surprised.
There's certainly a happy combination of talent in the picture. Celeste Holm as a career-minded wife who wants to be a concert singer.
And Paul Douglas as the husband who tries to discourage her but doesn't know how.
Until Linda Darnell shows him. Linda plays an operatic siren and does it in sparkling style.
You know, it seems to me in Everybody Does It that Linda Darnell looks even more gorgeous than usual. What really luscious beauty she has.
And one of her greatest charms, Libby, is that dazzling luxe complexion.
Yes, John. Linda has one of the loveliest complexions in Hollywood. Naturally, she gives her skin the best possible care. Like 9 out of 10 other screen stars, she finds Lux Soap facials really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove that daily Lux Soap care does wonders for the skin. In 3 out of 4 cases, complexions improved in a short time.
Lux Soap facials are quick and easy, too. You just smooth the creamy, fragrant lather well in, rinse, and pat with a soft towel to dry. That's all. But see what fresh, new loveliness it gives the skin.
There's a beauty hint from Hollywood for women everywhere. Be sure to try this fine product of Lever Brothers Company for your precious complexion. You'll be delighted with Lux Toilet Soap's gentle, protecting care. Act 2 of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie. Thanks to his chemical formula, Professor Vernon Simpson has become the ace pitcher of the St. Louis baseball team. In Pittsburgh, Brooklyn, Philadelphia, and Boston, under the name of Kelly, Vernon has proved himself the strikeout king of the league. Now, in New York, he finds that manager Jimmy Dolan has assigned him a roommate, Monk Lanigan, the catcher.
So that's how come I'm sharing the room with you, Kelly. They kind of want me to keep an eye on you. Dolan thinks you're somewhat of a screwball or something. Are you, Kelly?
Why, no, Monk. Quite the opposite. Everything I do is perfectly logical.
Hey, is that your girl's picture up there in the dresser?
Yes, it is.
Hot stuff. Sweet-looking kid, too. What's her name, kid?
Oh, you wouldn't know her.
Cagey, huh? Okay. Hey, what's this stuff?
Monk, no. Put that bottle down.
Oh, what's eating you, Kelly? All I did was...
It's just hair tonic.
Hair tonic?
Yes, a special prescription. It's very hard to get. The druggist was...
Yeah, seems to done you a lot of good.
Oh, yes, it's done me a world of good.
Where are you really from, Kelly? Why all the mystery?
Well, it's my girl's father, Monk. If he ever finds out, I'll lose my girl and my job and everything.
Finds out what?
What I'm doing. I didn't even think I could do it, but I am, and what I'm doing isn't what he thinks I'm doing at all.
Come again?
Well, you see, I'm getting the one thing he wants me to have that I haven't got, money, by doing the one thing he's most against. You see?
Leave it go, kid. Quit trying. Well, you better get some sleep. You're pitching tomorrow, you know.
No, I'm confident I'll win, Monk.
Don't be too sure. I'll try to figure out what you should feed those New Yorks.
Oh, but you know I've only got one real pitch, the one with the hop.
Yeah, I keep forgetting. Go on to sleep.
Rookie pitches no hit, no run game. Kelly hits Hall of Fame for St. Louis. New York floored by pitch that hop.
Well, kid, I was just talking to Dolan. He still thinks you're nuts.
Well, I suppose my conduct does seem strange at times.
You pitch a no-hit game this afternoon, and when them reporters and photographers come, you run away and hide. That ain't normal, Kelly.
But I told you, Monk, I don't want any publicity.
But you gotta talk to those guys. Them newspaper fellas can ruin you.
Exactly. One recognizable picture of me in the newspapers, and I am ruined. Well, I'll just see to it that I don't pitch any more no-hit games, that's all.
You'll just see to it... Kelly, you mustn't talk like that.
Then forget about the reporters.
Well, cheer up, kid. This time tomorrow, we'll be back in St. Louis. Well, that's your home, ain't it?
It's too close to home. Excuse me, Monk. I think I'll turn in.
Hey, Kelly, come on, open up.
And good morning to you, Mr. Dolan.
Where's Kelly?
He went downtown, but don't worry. He just said he had something very personal to do downtown.
Well, don't let him forget he's pitching this afternoon. 3 days in our home park, and we haven't won a game.
We will today.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I'm getting dressed. I'm brushing my hair.
Since when do you use hair tonic?
This bottle? Oh, this ain't mine. It's Kelly's. Just thought I'd bother you a little.
Holy Moses!
Take it easy. Kelly won't care.
You big ape, look at your hair there. Look in the mirror.
My hair. It's standing straight up.
It's vibrating.
But he uses it. Kelly says he uses it all the time.
Let me smell that bottle. Well, it ain't booze. That's all I was worried about.
Me hair. It's still standing up. Just sort of waiting.
Well, see that Kelly's in shape to pitch. Give his arm a good massage and make sure he takes a nap.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Kelly. I didn't recognize you, sir. Dark glasses and all?
Well, I came in to pay the balance on that diamond ring I bought. Here you are.
Thank you, sir. Did the lady like the ring?
I don't know. I hope so.
Oh. Well, would you care to look at some wedding rings?
No, thank you. Not until the end of the season. I mean, not until October.
I hope you won't forget us, Mr. Kelly. Good day, sir.
Vernon. Oh, Vernon, it's you.
Debbie.
Meeting you on the street after all these weeks. And what were you doing in there? In that jewelry store?
Well, if you must know,
No, don't tell me. I know already, Vernon. Oh, I read about what happened in Chicago.
You did?
But you're not going to try the same thing here. They've got guards and policemen.
Debbie!
And don't pretend you're so innocent. Besides, Mother heard you plan the whole thing in the station. You and your Confederates held up that jewelry store in Chicago, and now you're here looking this one over.
Debbie, but that's absurd.
Did you or did you not go to Chicago?
Well, yes,
Now, you asked me to trust you, to believe in you.
And you do. You're wearing the ring. Oh, Debbie.
Well, now, trust works both ways. If you won't trust me enough to tell me what this is all about, well, perhaps you'd better take the ring back right now.
All right, Debbie, I'll tell you. If you must know what I've been doing, well, I'm a baseball player.
That's not very funny, Vernon. If you don't want to tell me the truth, just say so.
Look, buy a morning newspaper. Look at the sports page. Big headline, Kelly to pitch against Boston. Well, I'm Kelly.
Oh, you are. And I'm Matahari. When you're ready to tell me the truth, Vernon, you know just where to find me.
Debbie, wait, please.
Well, I hope you like the seats, Dr. Greenleaf. Best in the ballpark, you know. That's what happens when you're with a man who owns the ball club.
Well, this is fine, Mr. Stone, just fine. Do you know this is the first baseball game I've seen in years?
Sit back and relax, Doctor. Enjoy yourself.
I'll relax after you've agreed to give that donation to the college research fund.
I'm afraid this is going to be an expensive afternoon for me.
I certainly hope so, Mr. Stone. Who's pitching today?
Why, the best pitcher we have, Kelly. That's Kelly warming up over there.
Oh? He's good, is he?
Good. He's incredible. A strange thing, Dr. Greenleaf. He doesn't act like a ball player at all. I'd like to have you meet him. Oh, Lanigan.
Yeah, Mr. Stone?
Tell Kelly to stop by, will you? There's someone here I'd like him to meet.
Say that again, will you, Kelly? I don't think I heard you right.
I said that I can't pitch today, Mr. Dolan.
Why, you prima donna, that's mutiny. I'll slap the biggest, fattest fine on you in history.
Well, I'd rather you wouldn't, but it won't make any difference if you do.
Brooker, get out there and warm up. He won't get away with this. I'll find him. I'll suspend him.
You got him wrong, Jimmy. Oh, Kelly's kind of wacky, all right, but he ain't no prima donna.
Then what's he walking out of the game for?
I don't know. Mr. Stone tells me some guy wants to meet him. Kelly starts walking toward the grandstand, and all of a sudden he ducks like he'd seen a ghost.
Just wait till this game's over. Just wait till I get
look, if you get tough with him, there's no telling what he'll do.
We got along without him before, didn't we?
Look, let me talk to him. Let me see what it's all about.
It wasn't just a whim, Monk. I had to get off the field. I saw someone in the stands.
You mean a copper or something?
No. Just someone who knew me before I joined the ball club.
But you gotta take that chance, kid. It's liable to happen anytime.
I know. And when it does, I'll have to do exactly what I'm doing now. I'll see you at the hotel. Monk, come in. You can turn on the light.
Why aren't you asleep, getting your rest?
I can't sleep.
No, I just come from Stone and Dolan. They have me on a carpet so long I got fallen arches. You take a walk and I get balled out.
I guess I'm fired, huh?
No, they're letting you off. You can thank your old Uncle Monk. Now, then, what happened, Kelly? Was it that guy in the stands?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's my girl I'm worried about. She's going to find out about me.
Why? How come?
Because I told her. Only she didn't believe me. But she's bound to know, and so is her father.
Her father?
If he ever learns the truth, I'm really finished. He'll never take me back, and I can't say I blame him after what I said.
What did you say?
Oh, I was desperate. I certainly gave him a false impression. He thought I was doing something entirely different. That's the only reason he gave me my leave of absence.
Leave of absence? Where did he have you, in a pen or something?
Doesn't matter. He's going to find out, so there's no point in going on.
Look, I'm not your girl. Maybe she won't find out. You got to wait and see.
Wait and see what?
Well, if she gets the idea you ain't rebbing her, what'll she do? She'll come out to your next game and see for herself. Well, it adds up, don't it?
Of course it does, and that's just why I'm not going to pitch anymore.
Oh, why didn't I say that? I'm making it worse and worse. Now, look, Kelly, you got to think of us, too, the rest of the team. We got a chance to win the pennant, maybe even a World Series. That means something to a lot of guys.
Yes, I suppose it does.
Well,
give me a little time, Monk. I'm too upset even to think. I'll try to do whatever's right.
Forgive me for being nosy, Debbie, but would you mind telling me what you're doing?
Oh, just reading the newspaper, Father.
The sports paint? You?
Well, I was interested in a wild statement someone made. Father, do you need the car today? I think I'll drive into St. Louis.
Oh, another shopping spree?
No, all I want to do is some looking around.
Well, Jimmy, whatever happened to Kelly the other day, he's certainly over it now. That's the 10th man he struck out.
Yeah, he's doing okay, Mr. Stone. Come on, Kelly, come on, get this guy.
Pitching lady, his name's Kelly.
Oh, but that's Vernon, it is. I see him. Come on, Vernon, strike him out.
No, lady, Kelly. I told you his name's Kelly.
So did he, but I didn't believe him. Oh, Vernon, that's wonderful.
Just a second, miss. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, in there. I want to see Mr. Kelly. I'm a friend of his.
That's the dressing room. You better wait for him here.
Oh, yes, of course.
Hey, it's you. You're Kelly's girl. Well, ain't she?
Well, who are you?
Jumping Jupiter, some luck I seen you first. Come on, sister, we're grabbing a cab.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to see him.
I'll tell you all about it in the cab, lady. Just get out of here.
So you're Mr. Lanigan. Well, I'm glad to know you.
You know, honey, I see you the first thing every morning and the last thing every night.
You do?
Yeah. Kelly's got your picture right on top of the dresser. You and his bottle of hair tonic.
Hair tonic?
Anyway, if Kelly knew you or anybody else was watching him, he'd walk right out of the ballpark. Why, he done it just the other day.
Oh, that must have been the day my father was there.
And if he blows, well, the team's dead and so is he. You don't want to hate a guy just when he's right on top. Or do you?
Oh, no, of course not.
Look, you want to come to the games? Okay. I'll send you passes. Only don't let Kelly see you.
I'll sit way up in the farthest corner, Mr. Lanigan.
And you're not sore at the guy?
No, I'm not sore. But it is quite a shock to fall in love with a college professor and then have him turn out to be a big league pitcher.
So that's what he is. A professor.
Well, now, is that so surprising?
Certainly. On account of that's exactly what I thought he was. But Vernon.
Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told you that.
You know something? This Kelly Vernon is quite a character. But he sure can pick things.
St. Louis takes pennant. Kelly won 30th game of season. St. Louis to face New York in World Series.
Some World Series. You ever see anybody as lucky as them New Yorks? It should have been all over with yesterday. Instead, they tied up 3 games each. Why, right now... Hey, Kelly, ain't you listening?
This bottle, Monk. It's empty. Have you been using my hair tonic?
Hair tonic? Oh, yeah. I'm growing a whole new crop. Ain't you even noticed the difference?
I had another bottle, but that's gone, too. Monk, this is serious. Without that bottle, I'm sunk.
It's just hair tonic, ain't it?
Never mind. What did you do with it?
Well, I give it to Jimmy Dolan. He's getting a little thin on top.
Jimmy? I've got to get it. Now, right away. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Dolan, but
it's you, Kelly. In here. I'm just washing up. Well, kid, how do you feel? I hope you ain't nervous like I am. I'm counting on you.
Well, at the moment, I am rather nervous. You see, my...
A few hours from now, we'll be world champs. Or New York will.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Dolan. Mr. Dolan, I know this is going to sound a little...
Look at my hair, will you? Even my hair's nervous. Keeps jumping up. Must be a lot of electricity in the air. Well, what's on your mind, Kelly?
Well, it's my hair tonic.
Huh?
Did Monk give you a bottle of my hair tonic?
Well, yeah, that's right. I just now tried a little. I was losing a few. Mike said it'd grow hair on a billiard ball. Kind of an insult.
Well, you see, it's a very rare solution, Mr. Dolan, and I cannot duplicate it.
Well, okay. I'll pay you for it. How much?
No, it isn't that. It's my last bottle, and I need it.
You need it? With that mop? Who do you think you're playing for, the House of David?
Well, it's just a little idiosyncrasy of mine, and sort of a superstition, and especially today.
Well, I've heard of everything from a rabbit's foot to an elk's tooth. But hair tonic, that's a new one.
Please, Mr. Dolan, have you got it?
Sure, I got it.
Oh.
Right here in the medicine cabinet.
Oh, no. No.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of It Happens Every Spring. Our guest tonight is blonde, blue-eyed, and 22. At that tender age, Miss Jean Ruth is a veteran of more than one stage hit and has appeared in several pictures. I take it you like Hollywood, Jean?
Very much, Mr. Kennedy. And it was such fun to be on the Paramount lot when they were shooting the Hal Wallace production of My Friend Irma. All of us were weak from laughing when they'd finished.
I can understand why. Our neighbor on the radio is equally entertaining on the screen. The picture, My Friend Irma, is based on that popular Lever Brothers Company radio program, which follows immediately after the Lux Radio Theater. Marie Wilson, of course, plays Irma.
Well, who else? Having created her on the air, Marie just had to do the movie. And John Lund, with his flair for comedy, is perfect as Al. And fans will love that brand new laugh team, Martin and Lewis.
And Diana Lynn is Jane, Irma's long-suffering girlfriend.
She's Jane to a T, Mr. Kennedy. I used to love to visit Diana on the set, and she's a darling. We talked about everything under the sun, including the best way to keep your skin nice for camera close-ups. Oh, of course, you know Diana's a Lux girl, Mr. Kennedy.
One of the loveliest. The real American beauty type. So fresh and natural looking.
Yes, and her complexion is really beautiful. Diana told me she wouldn't dream of neglecting her Lux soap facials. She says that creamy lather gives her skin just the care it needs.
Yes, Lux soap care is so gentle. No wonder screen stars depend on it for million-dollar complexions.
It's wonderful, the softer, smoother look it gives your skin. Oh, I know, because I use Lux toilet soap every day.
Thank you, Miss Jean Ruth, for reminding us that this beauty soap with the delicate perfume is the choice of lovely women everywhere. So, if you haven't tried it, get a supply of fragrant white Lux toilet soap tomorrow. The curtain rises on the third act of It Happens Every Spring, starring Ray Milland as Vernon Simpson and Colleen Townsend as Debbie. Will be decided this afternoon when Vernon Simpson, the year's most sensational pitcher, faces New York. Unfortunately, all Vernon's skill was contained in a little bottle marked hair tonic. But the bottle just smashed in Jimmy Dolan's wash basin, and Vernon's career as a pitcher has gurgled down the drain. Miles away from St. Louis, in the Greenleaf home, Debbie's in something of a spot.
Going around here like the cat who just swallowed the canary.
You're a grown girl, Debbie, and you're quite entitled to live your own life. It's just that Father and I,
These trips you've been making. Well, Debbie, where have you been going?
To St. Louis.
Why?
To see Vernon, Father.
Vernon? Well, what has he got to say for himself?
Well, I don't know. I haven't talked to him. That is, not for some time.
Oh, Debbie, you're being very difficult.
Well, all right, I'll tell you. Now, Father, you're going to get terribly angry, but, well, I guess you'll both have to find out sooner or later. Here, look at this.
Well?
Read it, Mother, the headline.
Dolan gambles on Kelly to Cup World Series.
Mixed up in gambling, huh? Who's Dolan? Who's Kelly?
Well, you should know who Kelly is, Father.
Oh, yes. The pitcher, Mr. Stone, wanted me to meet that time.
Well, Kelly's more than a pitcher, Father. He's Vernon.
What?
Vernon? Vernon Simpson?
Now, don't get excited, Father.
Oh, no, it's impossible. Well, Alfred, don't you have anything to say?
I think it's outrageous that he never pitched here for the varsity.
Oh, Father, then you don't mind.
Well, of course I mind. He lied to me, didn't he? Left his classes here, left his laboratory to play baseball.
What are you going to do, Alfred?
Do? I'm going into St. Louis and see that ball game.
Oh, they're all sold out, dear. But it just happens that a friend of mine, Mr. Monk Lanigan, has given me some tickets.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, top of the 8th inning in this deciding game of a neck-and-neck World Series. The score remains 6-6, but something has happened to Kelly. He's definitely not himself today. He's been in trouble constantly, but those St. Louis hitters have come back strong to save him. Well, he's towing the rubber now. Hopkins at the plate, Marconi on second. Here comes a pitch. It's a hit. It's a clean single right through shortstop. Marconi scores, and Hopkins is safe on first. And listen to that crowd.
Vernon's doing fine, isn't he, dear? Why, he threw the ball and made it hit the bat. Oh, no, Mother, no. No, he's not doing fine at all. Oh, I can't understand it. What's happening?
New York leads now 7-6. There are 2 outs, but Kelly's in real trouble again. And there goes Monk Lanigan up the mound across big doors.
How about it, kid? Where's the old hop?
I haven't got it anymore, Monk. It's gone. You see this little pad in my glove?
Huh? What about the little pad?
Dry as a bone, not a drop left. I'm just a sandlot pitcher again.
What are you talking about? Are you feeling all right?
I feel awful.
Look, steady down, kid. So they hit a few. There's 7 men behind you. They can handle it. They're a great ball club.
They better be.
Come on, play ball.
Again, it's a strike as Wilson lets a fastball get by him. I don't know what Monk Lanigan told Kelly, but Kelly's pitched 2 successive strikes now. And here comes the next one. And he struck him out. Wilson goes down swinging and the side's retired. But it's another run for New York, and they're out in front 7-6.
Here, Kelly. Here's your jacket. Now sit down and quit worrying. Why, just get some hits. This ball game ain't over yet.
I wish it were.
So your hop ain't waking. You and I know it, but them New York batters don't. They go up there thinking they're going to strike out like they've been doing all season. You got to use psychology.
It's going to take more than psychology, Monk.
Keep bluffing them, see? Just give me a... Hello, Warriors! It's a hit.
If I were intelligent, I'd ask Jimmy Dolan to take me out. But I'm not going to do it. I hope he lets me stay.
Now you don't.
What happened out there?
What happened? Tony just knocked a double. Richard's on third. If Tony gets home, we got that game in the bag. Come on, baby!
Monk, I may not win. Don't be too sure. But I'll go down trying even if we do lose.
Will you quit talking about losing? We got 2 men on. Hit it, Titus! Knock it out of the park! You can do it, kid!
It's up against the fence. Richard scores, and Bevan is coming in, too. St. Louis is ahead again, 8-7. With a long fly to center field that retires the side. But St. Louis had a big inning. Those 2 runs can settle this World Series. Jimmy Dolan's boys have just 3 more men to retire, and they won themselves the highest honors in baseball. And looking down to the St. Louis dugout, it appears that manager Dolan is going to let Kelly stay in the game.
Come on. Let's get out there. It's your game, Kelly. Win or lose.
Thanks, Mr. Dolan.
All you got to do is hold them, kid. Good luck.
Monk, wait a minute.
Huh?
Take off your cap.
What's eating you, kid?
Your head. I just want to rub it.
You want to rub my head?
Well, maybe there's still a little left on it.
Oh, Kelly, don't go wacky now. Not now, please.
It's all right, Monk. It's just for luck.
You mean to say that St. Louis is ahead again? Oh, yes, Mother, yes. 8-7. Oh!
Now if Vernon can only contain them. Retire the side, Vernon. Retire the side.
Ball rolling down the shortstop, and Hobson's got it. He whips the first. He's out. Davis is out. If Kelly can get 2 more men, the ball game is over. But that's an awful big if right now as Aaron walks up to the plate. He's had 2 hits already. Kelly's rubbing up the ball now, kneading into his glove as he usually does. He gets a signal from Lanigan, goes into the stretch, and here it comes. And there it goes. It's a hit. A line drive right down the foul line that Richard leaped for but couldn't get. Aaron's not stopping at first. He's trying for 2. There's the slide, and he's safe. He's in there with a double. Red Duffy's at bat now with Aaron on second. Aaron's a potential tying run. Out of the mound, Kelly's wiping his forehead. He throws the rubber now. Puts the runner on second. Makes the pitch. And there it goes, and it's a long one. Hanford is running for it. So is Dixon. It's far out in right field, and it may be. It may. No, Hanford got it. Oh, Hanford practically climbed that right field wall. He jumped into the air right against the wall, and he caught the ball. Oh, what a game, ladies and gentlemen. Kelly is again saved by the storybook support he's been getting, and he's grimly hanging on to that 1-run lead. 2 out now. A man on second base, and Blockbuster Marks comes to bat. Marks has had 3 hits off Kelly this afternoon. And this is your ball game right here, folks. Top of the 9th, 2 men out, a man on second base, and the potential winning run at the plate. And here's Kelly's pitch. It's a strike. Strike 1 as Marks takes a terrific swing at a slow curveball. Kelly looks at second base. Aaron is taking a lead there, trying to worry him. Kelly rubs the ball. He's looking at Lanigan. He stretches, and the pitch. It's a hit. A terrific liner over Kelly's. No, it's not a hit. Kelly caught the ball. A miraculous catch, and the ball game is over. Kelly's won his own game, and St. Louis wins the World Series.
Hey, Kelly, how come you ain't with the boys? Go on in the dressing room. I just broke out with the beer.
In a minute, Mr. Dolan.
So you're the the guy I call the crackpot. Oh, I want to shake hands with you, Kelly.
Thanks, Jimmy, thanks.
Oh, hey, what is this? Let me look at that hand. How's it feel?
Well, it's rather painful.
When you caught that ball, huh? Come on, we better get that x-rayed. Hey, Monk, find the doc, will you? We'll be in the examining room.
How's it feel, kid? Doc fix you up okay? Hurts, huh?
Oh, it's not too bad. Where'd Doc go?
I don't know.
Well, what did he say when you and Dolan talked to him? Monk, you're stalling. Now, what is it?
Oh, stalling. Listen, I want to tell you something. I've been playing baseball since Hector was a pup. But what's it got me? I mean, it don't matter how long you're up there. It's what you do.
Oh, you've done all right.
Well, I'm talking about you. You had a season, Kelly. A season like nobody ever had before.
Well, I guess I was lucky.
Why, you could pitch for 20 years, you'd never do no better. You've done it all, kid. You know, you got nothing to look forward to.
Now, what's this all about? What did the doctor say?
He says you're all washed up. Your hand, you can't pitch no more.
Oh. Well, I never dreamt my career would end this way.
You and me both. I ain't never gonna forget it. I'm gonna spend the rest of my life going around bragging how Kelly was my roommate.
Well, I guess I'll go on to the station, Monk. I can get a train in 30 minutes.
Give me your bag. I'm going with you. Now, look, you leave me here from you, see? You write me a letter.
Oh, sure. All right.
What do you figure you're gonna do, kid?
I don't know. I'd like to get my old job back at the college, but I don't think there's much chance of that.
No,
No, not after the way I left and what I've been doing since.
Oh, jumping Jupiter, you ain't murdered nobody or nothing. All you done was play ball.
And I only did it to get enough money to marry my girl, but even so, I haven't much hope.
But you ought to know that. I don't get it. It don't make no sense to me.
Well, a lot of things don't make sense, Monk. I was a chemistry teacher. I can tell you that now. And the sum of money I received for teaching science to the youth of this state for an entire year was a little less than I got this afternoon, tossing a 5-ounce sphere past a young man holding a wooden stick.
But that ain't right. If it weren't for professors teaching kids, everybody'd turn out to be dumb clucks like me.
Oh! You're doing all right. I hope you keep on.
Thanks, Kelly.
Well, I guess I better be moving.
How's the hand feel now?
Oh, it's fine. Monk, you know, I never had many friends, but you've been a real one. You've done a lot for me, and I just want to say that I just don't know how to say what I want to say.
Me neither, so don't leave us try.
Well, I'll get in touch with you, Monk, as soon as things are straightened out.
So long, kid. So long. She gave me her phone number. I know she did. Yeah, it's right here. Debbie Greenleaf, Westlake 8813. I hope she's back home by now. She's got to be home.
Debbie, I just don't understand. You being here and all these people.
Oh, Bert, you were so wonderful, darling. I'm proud of you. We're all proud of you.
You mean you know? And they know? Everybody knows?
Well, of course. All afternoon we've been rooting for you like mad. Oh, Vernon, that catch you made in the 9th inning. Oh, your hand. Your hand, it's all bandaged.
It's all right, Debbie.
Oh, but it's terrible. Monk said you'd never pitch again.
Monk?
Well, yes, he phoned the house. Oh, we're pals, Vernon. He even got his tickets for the game. Mother and father and...
Father?
Yes, son.
Oh, jumping Jupiter, then you know, too.
Yes, Vernon, I know all about it.
Oh.
And what happened to your hop today?
Oh, I wanted to talk to you, Dr. Greenleaf, to try to explain. I mean about my old job. Do you think there's any chance at all?
You know better than to ask me that.
Yes, that's what I thought. Well, I don't blame you.
You see, the owner of that ball club, Mr. Stone, well, he's given us the money for the research laboratory. And you're the only man he let us put in as director.
Oh, Vernon. Darling, aren't you going to say something?
I wonder if that stuff really would grow hair.
The stands are still cheering the performances of tonight's stars, and here are Ray Milland and Colleen Townsend for a curtain call. Ray, I suppose you'll be leaving tonight for the World Series.
Well, not exactly, Bill. I know it's hard to believe, but both the Yankees and the Dodgers seem to think they can win without me.
I suppose Casey Stengel figures he can muddle through with fellas like Joe DiMaggio.
Well, just in case he's listening, I want to say in all modesty, Casey, I am available.
Well, while Ray is throwing a curve to Casey Stengel, I want to ask Colleen Townsend about her recent tour of Veterans Hospital.
Well, it was really a thrilling experience, Mr. Keeley. The boys in the hospitals gave us a wonderful reception.
I'm sure they're always glad to see a Lux girl as lovely as you are, Colleen.
Well, thank you. Naturally, I take Lux soap with me on a trip. It's always been my complexion care.
I wonder if I should wire Casey.
Oh, Ray, let's face it, you struck out.
Oh, well. What's the play next week, Bill?
Next week, we guarantee a home run, Ray, because our play is RKO's smash hit, Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. And the stars will be Cary Grant and Irene Dunn. The motion picture comedy delighted audiences everywhere. And next Monday night, Irene Dunn and Cary Grant build their dream house right here.
A wonderful show, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and thank you. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Irene Dunn and Cary Grant in Mr. Blandings Builds His Dream House. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from New York City.
Raymond appeared through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Song of Surrender, starring Wanda Hendricks and MacDonald Carey. Colleen Townsend appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Prince of Foxes, starring Tyrone Power. Heard in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia as Monk, Wally Mayer as Dolan, Ed Begley as Stone, and Bill Johnstone as Greenleaf. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Mr. Blanding Builds His Dream House, starring Cary Grant and Irene Dunn.
Spry, it's a new Spry, better than ever Spry. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry. Spry in your baking pan, Spry in your frying pan. You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Now get better pies than ever with new Better Than Ever Spry. Any filling tastes super delicious in a tender, flaky pie crust made with new Spry. Why? Because pure new Spry is blander, creamier, a sure, supremely delicate nut-sweet pastry. Tomorrow, get a thrifty 3-pound can of new Better Than Ever Spry. Another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
You'll be a better cook when you use Spry.
Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of Mr. Blanding Builds His Dream House, starring Irene Dunn and Cary Grant. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present The Gift by Mary Lumsden. Julie Dennison, studying to be a doctor, is blinded in a laboratory accident. She naturally turns for help to her brother-in-law, Sir David Crossley, who is a brilliant eye specialist. Julie was once in love with David, and her sister, Lady Elizabeth Crossley, has feelings of guilt and doubt over her marriage to David. Elizabeth decides to make a sacrifice which involves them all in great anguish and heartbreak. The Gift has been adapted by Laura Kingsley, produced for Lux Radio Theater by Anne Freed, and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe.
Sometimes I wonder what today fashionable patients think of this consulting room.
And why should they think anything, Mr. Alistair?
It's so extraordinarily old-fashioned. More like a... what was the word they used to use? A withdrawing room.
His patients find it restful.
I suppose so. And I suppose such a brilliant eye specialist can afford to be different.
Different?
Different, Miss Hooper. Now, if my consulting room was not all space-age glitter, my patients would doubt my efficiency.
There is no disputing Sir David.
You're so right, Hoopy, darling. I wish I had even a quarter of his brain and expertise.
You're not doing so badly, Mr. Alistair.
Thank you, Hoopy. Coming from the great man's secretary, that's high praise indeed.
Oh, you don't really need it. He'd hardly have taken you on as his assistant unless you merited it. And what are you doing in his consulting room anyway? Shouldn't you be in your own?
No, I was hoping to borrow some of his contact lenses. How about it, Hoopy?
No. He took them all to America with him.
All of them? Oh, come off it, Hoopy.
I thought you had a patient waiting.
I have, but there's some very up-to-the-minute magazines in my consulting room.
Really? Why are you never punctual?
Oh, something in the air. The disease of my generation.
Now, Sir David...
never keeps the patient waiting. I know. Sir David high on his pinnacle.
You sound rather sour.
Oh, believe me, I didn't mean to. Just admiring. Even as a student, I admired him. So single-minded, so dedicated, reserved. A confirmed bachelor. That lot any of us knew.
Oh, he was a bachelor then.
That's what I said, Hoopy.
You implied something else.
Did I?
A sort of oblique hint at his marriage. You always manage to bring that up somehow.
Oh, if I do, it's accidental. By the way, have you heard from Julie?
I wondered when you get around to asking about your girlfriend.
She isn't my girlfriend.
I believe bird is the popular term.
Hoopy! Such vulgarities from you. Miss Julie Dennison is not my girlfriend, my bird, my... In fact, she's not.
But I understood.
I don't care what you thought you understood. It's all in the past. I merely wondered if she'd contacted you.
About what?
About what time Sir David and Lady Crosby are due back. After all, she is Elizabeth Crosby's sister.
The Jumbo is due to touch down at London Airport at 3:30.
Did she inquire?
Julie? She telephoned not 5 minutes before you strolled in here.
She's keen on Sir David herself, isn't she?
Not as far as I know.
Oh, don't try and be the discreet secretary. It sticks out a mile.
Does it?
You must know it does. Where did they first meet?
In Rome. Sir David was there for a series of conferences on ophthalmic surgery. He was staying at the British Embassy, and both Julie and Elizabeth, or Lady Crosby as she is now, were on the embassy staff.
And both fell for him.
Oh, that's years ago. And I don't know that I ever heard that Julie...
I suppose she's dashing off to meet them.
Julie? No.
Oh, I ever not.
Well, on the phone just now, she told me that she'd been ill.
Ill? What's wrong?
I always think that's an indiscreet question. And frankly, Mr. Alistair, I don't know.
Perhaps that's why she was so offhand last Saturday when I phoned her for the first time in weeks. Hoopy, could that be the reason?
More than likely.
Oh, Miss Hooper, you're a doll.
I'm a patient and long-suffering middle-aged spinster with work to do. Oh, must you behave like a schoolboy, Mr. Alistair?
I wish she'd give up this medical bee.
She's coming round here.
What, now?
Now. And to be here when Sir David and Lady Crosby arrive.
Actually able to tear herself away from her studies for an hour?
Don't you want her to be a doctor, Mr. Alistair?
Not particularly.
Well, what do you want?
A wife. I suppose you think that's pretty old-fashioned.
I am old-fashioned.
Yes, of course. Hoopy, I'm selfish enough to resent being spared the odd moment between the study of anatomy and physics. What are you laughing at?
If I tell you, I'm afraid you won't think me old-fashioned after all. Oh, Mr. Alistair, if she doesn't seem to have had much time for you recently, it isn't because she's had her nose in textbooks.
No?
Well, in addition to having been ill, she's been away.
Look here, are you sure?
Mr. Alistair, your patient has already been waiting 10 minutes. Will you please go?
Oh, what a slave driver you are, Hoopy.
You've called me a darling, a doll, and a slave driver, all within one short space. Now get along with you, Mr. Alistair.
If you insist, Miss Hooper, if you insist.
I can't think why the young next to muddle up their affairs. Oh, hello, Miss Dennison. I was so busy checking through these lenses of Sir David's that I didn't realize you'd arrived.
Hello, Miss Hooper. How are you?
Busy. Everything must be just so for Sir David's return. They should be here any minute.
No flight delays?
No, I checked.
Well, I was afraid they might have arrived before I did. I grabbed a taxi.
Extravagant?
Wicked, but I didn't feel equal to walking round or catching a bus.
You don't look too good, Julie. What has been the matter?
I was involved in an accident.
Oh, my dear. A car?
No, it was something else. I suppose my brother-in-law has come back to shoals of patience.
Oh, not so much shoals as oceans.
All the same,
Do you think you could fit me in as soon as possible, Opie? Please, your brother-in-law is an eye specialist, not a... Is it your eyes? Yes. How urgent is it? Desperately. But didn't you think to consult Mr. Alistair? Justin? Well, I didn't want Justin to know. It's David I want to consult. No one else. Opie, please, though, let's take a look at the book. Yes, now, his first appointment is for 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Supposing you got here at 8:30. Bless you. I'll be here. Oh, that's fixed, then. Now I'll go and check that everything is in order elsewhere. I expect they'll be dying for tea when they come.
No one told me you were here, Julie.
Oh, Justin. Hello.
You're waiting for David and Beth.
I expect Beth's giving the immigration people a hard time. You know what a souvenir hunter she is.
Quite. But you mean customs?
Oh, I suppose I do. I don't seem to be thinking very straight these days.
Oh, why not?
The last time they went to the States, they had to return by sea because she came back with an Adam fireplace.
Oh, how typically your sister.
Yes.
I may be taken to the air myself soon.
Oh, really? Holiday?
No. The fact is, I've been and gone and applied for a job in South Africa.
Well, they won't give it to you on the strength of your grammar.
They may not give it to me at all. Julie, why have you been avoiding me? What's happened?
Happened? Justin.
Oh, for Pete's sake, must you shudder away because I put my hand in your arm? Yes, Julie. What's happened to us?
Oh, I wish you wouldn't be so intense.
There's someone else, I suppose.
No.
Not even David.
Justin.
I'd have to be half blind not to know you're crazy about your brother-in-law.
He's Beth's husband.
What's that got to do with it?
Everything. I adore Beth.
You still haven't answered my question about David.
All right. I was crazy about him when I was a silly little secretary in the embassy at Rome years ago. Well, long before I decided to study medicine. He chose Elizabeth, and I forgot I had a crush on him. Now you know.
Do I?
Yes, Justin. Yes.
Are you going to go in for flat shoes and a white coat?
What?
When you're a doctor, madly efficient with your hair in a bun and hands that smell of carbolic. That's better, darling.
You know perfectly well that women doctors aren't like that anymore.
Must you qualify? You know I'm nuts about you.
Oh, I'm very fond of you, Justin.
Oh, for heaven's sake, you sound like something out of a Jane Austen novel.
Now, what about you with your thing about women doctors? If that's not absolutely mid-Victorian.
I don't want to wait for you to... All right, go ahead and qualify, and then marry me.
Oh, Justin, go to South Africa if you get the chance. Make a new life there. Find someone else.
The big renunciation.
Justin, please.
There is some other bloke, isn't there? Other than David.
No, I told you.
Have you never wanted to get married?
Once.
What happened to him? Was he killed?
No. Where's my handbag? Oh.
That was a bit clumsy. It was...
What have I broken?
Don't you know?
Tell me, please.
The little china cupid.
But it was always on the mantelpiece.
Today it was on the coffee table, at your elbow.
Is it badly broken?
Julie?
Is it badly broken? Beyond repair?
Julie, you can't see, can you?
No.
Is this your illness? Your holiday?
Yes. Don't say anything to them. Don't spoil their homecoming.
You've got to consult David today.
Tomorrow.
Today, promise. Oh, my dearest girl.
Julie, my darling. Oh, welcome home. Hello, Justin. Oh, how marvelous to see you both. And, Julie, what a relief. Relief? Well, because you weren't at the airport, and I had this awful feeling that you were ill or something. Did you have a good flight?
Oh, you know what airplanes do to me, darling.
Beth is always convinced she could manage so much better than the pilot. How are you, Julie?
Mr. Alistair, your next patient.
Oh, blow. Why must people be on time?
How many of my patients have you pinched while I've been away?
Only the wealthiest.
If you don't come now, you won't have a practice.
All right. See you all later.
All right, Justin, come back for a sherry.
I'd love to.
Oh, Justin seems in good form.
We're all in good form. How was America?
I never know quite how to answer that.
Well, David's trip was a terrific success, except that... Well, how do you think he's looking?
Oh, fit as a fiddle.
Tactful girl. He hates being told the tour took it out of him. He's dropped pounds, as you can see.
Well, it suits him.
No, it doesn't. He needs a holiday. Cornwall clotted cream rest.
Oh, nonsense,
No,
Beth.
it isn't nonsense. I brought you some tea. Hoopy, you're an angel.
Unless, of course, you'd rather have it in the lounge.
No. Here's lovely, and then David could look through his correspondence. You have a cup with us, Hoopy?
Thank you, no. I'm helping Mr. Alistair out. His cards are in a bit of a muddle.
What a gem that woman is.
Isn't she just? Julie, you go ahead and pour the tea, because I want to go and get something out of my case. A bit of nonsense I brought back for you that I know you'll simply adore.
Aren't you going to pour the tea, Julie? You can't, can you?
Is it so obvious?
To me, yes. I've been watching you ever since I came through that door.
I shouldn't have come today. I should have an excuse, but I wanted to see you so desperately, David. Oh, see.
Julie.
I can hardly see it all.
What happened?
A chemical experiment. An explosion. When I opened my eyes, nothing but darkness. Shadows. David, the pain nearly drove me out of my head.
Come over here to the light and let me look. It's all right. Just give me your hand.
I can't find anything I wanted. I must have packed it. Oh. Am I interrupting something?
Beth,
Hmm?
come in and shut the door. There's something to tell you.
Oh. What is it?
Julie has had an accident and been blinded.
You, Julie? Oh, no, darling. It was an experiment I was doing. There was an explosion and... But why on earth didn't you cable us immediately?
Julie, can you distinguish between light and darkness?
Yes.
How many fingers am I holding up now?
2, I think.
Good. And now?
I don't know. Don't stand so far away.
I'm less than a yard from you.
Why didn't Justin inform us? I didn't tell him. I was in hospital.
Who was your specialist?
Dunlop.
He's an excellent man. He seems to me to have discharged you a bit early.
I discharged myself. I was so afraid of not being your patient. I'll be able to abide by your verdict, David. I will truly. But... Oh, I wish I was dead, Julie. Don't. I'll never be a doctor now. Never. I'll be like this for the rest of my life, won't I? David, tell me.
I don't know.
Don't try and be kind.
I'm being clinical.
Is there hope?
I simply can't say until I've run some tests. Beth, ring up that flatmate of your sister and tell her Julie will be staying with us.
No, I'd rather not.
My dear girl, if you're to be my patient, you'll do as I say. Now, let's all have a cup of tea, shall we? Tests we need to do, and I've had Gavin's report.
Yes, Hoopy told me.
It's been a wretched week for you, I know. By the way, how did you like Gavin?
He's charming. But, David, why did you send me to him?
Because I value his opinion. We had a long talk about you.
David, don't beat about the bush. Tell me quickly.
You have one of the few blinded conditions that respond to surgery.
You mean I might see again?
Yes.
Well, what sort of surgery?
It's only the windows of your eyes that are damaged, the outer covering, not the optic nerve.
What sort of surgery, David?
A keratoplasty.
A corneal graft?
Yes. Healthy corneas from the eyes of the newly dead are grafted into the eyes of the blinded living.
And that can be done for me?
Yes. But only if we can...
believe I'll see again. You don't know what it's been like in this darkness. No one who's not... Will I have sufficient sight to enable me to go on studying?
Yes, if we
But
can...
when can you operate?
After the transplant, the patient is fitted with contact lenses.
When can you operate? Honestly, David, don't you realize what... Well, you're hedging, aren't you? What is it? If. Use that word twice. If. You perform a keratoplasty. If. You could go on studying.
If there are corneas available.
There's a bank for these things, like a blood bank.
Not like a blood bank. The corneas must be fresh. There's a great shortage, and there's a waiting list.
Why is there a shortage?
A year or so ago, there was a tragedy. I won't go into the clinical details. The public grew wary, squeamish, if you like, about willing their eyes.
And there's already a waiting list. How long will I have to wait? Months? Years?
My dear, I don't know.
Yes, you do know. Yes. It means I'll never...
I can come in, can't I? Oh, darlings, I've forgotten how lovely London shops are.
Judging by the parcels in your arms, you seem to have been reminded with pleasure.
I'm afraid I got carried away. I bought 4 of the most divine nighties.
What about those you bought in New York?
Oh, just wait till you see these. Oh, and isn't this lovely? A sprig of white heather for you, Julie. I bought it off a street vendor. I know it's going to bring you luck.
Oh, Beth, you're very sweet.
I'm very anxious. David, have you heard from Gavin?
He agrees with me that a corneal transplant is possible.
Oh, Julie, I'm so terribly happy for you.
I'm sorry to butt in, David, but that patient of mine you said you'd take a look at.
All right, I'm
But
coming.
you two just push off and leave Julie and me to have a chat. Oh, darling, a corneal transplant. I can't think of any news I'd rather hear.
Can't you? What's wrong? What else did you buy besides the nighties?
An adorable hat.
Describe it.
When you've told me what's eating you.
Oh, they could operate tomorrow, and I could see. I could really see. I could go on studying. I could go ahead and qualify. Only what? There aren't any corneas available.
What do you mean, not available?
Just that. There's a shortage. And there are other people ahead of me.
Do you mean that there isn't even one cornea available?
No. Oh, David hasn't said so bluntly. He's trying to let me down slowly, gently. I shall have to wait years.
Oh,
Beth, I'm sorry to sound so despondent, but you don't know what it's like.
One eye could get you through.
I must pull myself together. Oh, yes, one eye could see me through. What an apt expression, darling, but I can't have that. Not yet, anyway. Now, tell me about that hat, You could never resist a pretty hat.
Oh.
Though no one wears them these days.
No. And I shan't be wearing this one.
Well, why ever not?
Oh, too fussy. I'll give it to Hooper.
But you always look marvelous in fussy hats.
Not with specs on.
Specs? You're not going to have to wear glasses.
Oh, I'll have heaps of pairs. Exotic shapes and colors.
What got into you, darling? You've always had perfect sight.
Ah, yes, fortunately. Because now I'm going to give part of it to you. I'm going to give part of my sight to you.
No, you don't know what you're offering. You have no idea. Unless you've been blinded yourself. I can't stay here any longer.
Julie, sit down. You're not going anywhere.
I can't accept. It's madness, and you know it. You have no right to even put the thought into my head.
Is it so repulsive?
Yes, that's what it is, repulsive. The thought of you, half blind.
It's an amazing operation, you know. And David's the most brilliant man. There's really nothing to be afraid of.
I'm not afraid, but it's horrible. A living donor.
It's not unheard of. I won't listen. That's just what you will do, my dear. Now then, drink this sherry and start being practical.
Practical?
Look, you haven't a bean of your own, and neither have I. But I've always liked looking after you.
Well, let me be independent.
That's just what I'm trying to let you be.
At your expense. Your physical expense. No. Listen, Beth. Blind people are employable in all sorts of ways. Telephonists, touch typing.
At the expense of a first-rate doctor.
What do you mean?
You're almost 30. Even if you go on passing every year, you'll be 33 before you actually qualify. If you have to wait for that transplant, it'll all be too late.
I can resign myself to giving up a medical career. I've got to.
How?
Well, I could even marry Justin.
And sacrifice him, too?
No, but it's what he wants.
You could even marry Justin. Doesn't that speak for itself? You must let me do this.
You said just now that I'd sacrifice Justin for my own expediency. What about you, sacrificing David?
David would understand. Besides, I shan't turn into a gorgon just because I've lost one eye.
Isn't the point? The idea is repulsive to me, Beth, but tempting. Don't you realize that I couldn't carry such a burden of love?
Couldn't you?
David will never agree. And I thank heaven he won't.
What won't I agree to?
Sherry or Scotch?
The latter, I think. What about you, Justin?
Oh, the same, please.
Right, well, you two must be dying to relax. What a long day you work.
I must say I'm ready to... what won't I agree to, Julie?
I have made a proposal, David.
Yes?
Here you are. Here your drink. Justin, David.
Thank you.
I don't want Julie to have to wait for this transplant. I am perfectly prepared to share my sight with her.
Are you quite sure you know what you're saying?
Perfectly sure.
Don't listen to her, David. Don't listen.
Would you really do that, Lady Crossley?
Oh, it's not heroic or remarkable, Justin. It's just that David, forget that Beth ever made the offer. You know that I wouldn't let her.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss it just
There's
now.
nothing to discuss at any time.
You're wrong there, Julie.
I think I'll go to my room. Would you mind? I'm not feeling very sociable.
What about our dinner date?
Dinner date?
You're getting absent-minded, Julie. I booked a table at the Blue Dragon for 8 o'clock. That leaves you half an hour for changing and dolling out.
I'll see you upstairs, Julie.
No, I can manage.
That was good of you, Justin.
This is something you and David must talk about alone.
Your tact does you credit, Justin. You realize that Elizabeth's proposal is impossible.
I can't be an impartial judge on this. Not where Julie is concerned. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go and phone for a table at the Blue Dragon. Good night, Lady Crossley.
Oh, Justin.
Yes?
Just a minute.
Yes, Lady Crossley?
May I speak plainly?
Yes?
I think Justin will understand, David. You're in love with Julie, aren't you?
Crazily.
Well, don't mention marriage to her tonight.
Beth, really?
Why do you say that?
Well, she's in a state. She might... I know it sounds melodramatic, but she might say yes in order to save me. When she accepts you, I want it to be because she realizes she loves you.
I'm not sure
Now,
that
don't say anything. Just book that table and bless you, Justin.
Okay.
Are you trying to play the Almighty?
David.
You're interfering in 2 lives. No, 4. Because you and I...
I meant what I said to Julie.
It could be a costly impulse.
It was no impulse.
Julie will have to wait her turn. Others have had to. Why should she be any
But
different?
she said her heart unqualified.
I dare
And
say
above
that...
that, she's my sister.
And you're my wife. I've made a lot of inquiries. She'd only have to wait 4 years.
Only 4 years.
If you're so concerned about her, let her come and live with us for the next 4 years.
I don't think she'd like that.
Why not?
Well, it wouldn't work. And I myself couldn't take the strain.
Of her blindness?
What else?
You'd get used to it.
You must help me to help her.
You seem to have spent your life doing that. You've been a marvelous sister.
That's all you know.
What are you trying to tell me?
I shouldn't look so very different, should I?
Have you any idea what it would be like going through life with one eye?
I thought you would understand.
I understand that you're being very quixotic and very foolish. And very... Elizabeth.
Oh, David.
Why did you speak to Julie before you asked me, Beth? Don't you think my opinion worth having?
I was afraid that you might shake my determination.
And you didn't want it shaken.
Look, it's the chance I've been waiting for.
Chance? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then there's no reason why you ever should. Oh, David, you must let me do this. I know exactly what I'm doing. I want to do it. And it's my right to decide.
Is it? Beth, what's your motive?
Motive?
Is this an old feud between you and Julie? Are you trying to make recompense?
Oh, what an extraordinary thing to say.
Ever since our marriage, I've always thought your attitude to Julie abnormally protective.
Oh, you're fancying things, David.
You almost overload her with love, with presence. Now you want to give part of yourself. It's as if you've taken something from her, something that you must replace.
I didn't realize you were so observant.
Am I right?
If I tell you you'll despise me.
Beth.
I may even lose you.
Beth, what is it?
Those days in Rome, when you first met us, you were interested in Julie.
Go on.
Well, the embassy staff were being moved to Hungary. Both Julie and I were permanent staff. Well, the situation in Hungary was unpleasant.
Yes, I remember. There'd been some trouble, incidents.
I pretended illness to get out of going. They sent me back to London.
Oh, I don't blame you.
I pretended illness to get back to London, to be near you. To continue our acquaintance that had begun in Rome. I knew the value of proximity. I was determined that I would make you fall in love with me.
Oh, darling, you couldn't have done that if I hadn't been more than willing.
But if it had been Julie who was in London, you might have married Julie. She was crazy about you. She still is.
I'm afraid I still haven't grasped the point. Had Julie wanted to, she could have resigned her position on the embassy staff.
Not easily. There was a flap on. Staff had to go where they were sent. She speaks several languages. I was senior to her. I even managed to get the ear of the ambassador himself. Oh, David, I made sure that she was sent to Hungary.
It's all in the past, Beth.
But not to me. My conscience is... Oh, David, it's like a growth. It grows bigger and bigger. It eats at me. Now will you agree to what I want?
My darling, don't you know that you were the girl I would have chosen anyway?
You can say that now, but you don't know.
Of course I know it.
Let me do this for Julie.
No.
Not even if it would give me peace of mind. Oh, David, if you won't operate on me, I'll find someone who will.
Darling, be quiet, be quiet. Doesn't what I've just told you make any difference?
But I was your first and last choice. Oh, if I could only be certain.
You can be.
Our love is strong now. We're sure of each other now, but then... Why do you think Julie never married?
I can't help Julie's feelings for me. I never encouraged... Oh, my dear Beth, what am I to do with you?
Show your love for me by agreeing to do this.
Oh, you must let me think. You had no right to...
With you operating, I should have such confidence.
I couldn't operate.
Why not?
A surgeon never operates on his own wife. You know that. It's an unwritten law.
But only an unwritten one.
A medical man cannot afford to be emotionally involved.
But you're willing to operate on Julie.
You are my wife, whom I love. Julie is my sister-in-law, that's all. That's all, Beth. And I couldn't even operate on her if I thought you were the donor.
I'm going to be the donor.
It's impossible. I can't do it.
Oh, would you let me go to just any surgeon? Oh, David, help me bury the past.
You speak as though I were once engaged to Julie. Well, I assure you, I never even considered her as...
But you took her out in Rome.
I took you out, too.
You were impartial then.
Not after we met again in London. Beth, it was always you.
Always me. When Julie was safely absent in Hungary.
And before. I could have met your sister 1,000 times in London and never... Why do you torture yourself?
I am tortured. I do love her, you know.
And I love you. Oh, why can't we ever strike a balance? That I've agreed to Beth helping Julie?
I think you both have great courage.
Oh, great madness. Of course, you realize that I can't operate myself.
David, you must.
For my own wife? Oh, come, Justin. Ethics.
Forget ethics. The circumstances.
I'll hand them both over to Gavin. He's an excellent.
He's a butcher.
Do you think I would allow a butcher to take a knife to Beth?
That was an exaggeration. I was only drawing a comparison between them.
Well, don't. Gavin is a competent man.
I'm aware of that. But one has to be more than competent to do a corneal graft. One needs to be brilliant. He isn't, and you are. Don't underestimate yourself.
Justin, supposing I operated on Beth and something went wrong, I'd be completely unnerved.
What could go wrong?
Unnerved, yet within a few short hours, because the corneas won't keep, I would have to return to the theater and operate on Julie. That's the position.
Only if there's a slip-up, and there won't be. Aren't you overlooking the main objective? Julie's sight. One can guarantee your result, but Gavin's.
By refusing to operate on Beth, you suggest I'm jeopardizing Julie's chances.
I didn't say that.
I think you have said it. I was wrong to give in to Beth's pleas. Wrong.
Why did you?
Because this is tied up with Elizabeth's happiness. In fairness to Julie, I will say that she's fighting this.
I know.
And at the same time, longing for it.
Isn't that natural?
I suppose so. I can't tell you how much I loathe the idea of removing a perfectly healthy organ from my own wife.
And if it was the other way around? If it was Julie giving one of her eyes to help Beth?
would you feel differently?
That's not a fair question.
David, would you consider operating on Julie, but letting Gavin operate on your wife?
It's better for one man to do both jobs.
Yes.
I wish Beth hadn't such faith in me. You know that I would condemn that in anyone else.
We are not discussing anyone else.
I wish we were. I wish to heaven we were.
David?
Oh, come in, Julie.
I thought I heard your voice too, Justice.
I'm here. Come and sit down. Cigarette?
Please, if you light it for me. Thanks. David, I came to relieve you of any decisions you might be trying to make. I'm not accepting Beth's offer.
Did she tell you why she had made it?
Yes. Rome and Hungary are a long time ago. It's forgotten. I'll wait my turn for the graft as others wait.
Julie.
There are some sacrifices it's better not to accept.
Have you any idea how anguished your sister is about that Rome-Hungary affair?
She's got it out of all proportion.
I know that. I know it. But I can't reason with her. Her mind... Let her do this for you, Julie.
David.
It's not an easy thing for me to say.
But you can say it.
For her sake, not yours. And for all your protest, you do want it, don't you?
Don't ask me that.
Nothing matters to you except your sight, does it?
That isn't a fair question.
Does it, Julie?
No. Nothing else matters.
Have you heard how Lady Crossley is?
I'm afraid it's touch and go.
But an eye operation? It wasn't as though she was ill.
She is now. Desperately. She collapsed while Sir David was operating.
You mean he had started and he had to finish?
Can you imagine the horror of it? His own wife. And he never batted an eyelid. He couldn't afford to for her sake. I wish those sixth-year students who think there isn't a thing they don't know could have seen him. That man's a great surgeon.
Mr. Alistair, will she recover?
I don't know. He took all this on against his will. She wouldn't be dissuaded. The man must be nearly demented.
What about Julie? Has he told her?
About Beth? No. She's there in the hospital waiting for the transplant. She must be kept calm. If she learned that her sister is fighting for her life... Oh, that poor man.
Where is he now?
At the hospital, of course.
No, he's not. I telephoned a few minutes ago. They said he'd left. He should be back by now.
It's only a 3-minute walk.
I hope he's all right.
You'd better cancel any patients he was due to see this morning. I'll take any that you can't.
I've already seen to that.
I might have known that you'd use your head, Hoopy.
Oh, Sir David, I was worrying about you.
I'm all right, Miss Hooper.
The hospital telephoned.
Elizabeth?
No, Miss Denison wanted to see you.
I'll be back in a few minutes. If you could produce a cup of coffee.
It's ready. Shall I pour it?
No, I can manage.
Your wife, Sir David. We do love her, and if prayers...
Thank you, Hoopy. I'll just have the coffee and then I'll push off again.
I'll be about if you want me, sir.
All right.
I hoped you were going to try and have a bit of a rest.
Rest?
Because you're operating again today.
Yes, on Julie. You needn't remind me. I shall be all right.
I know that. I wasn't suggesting anything else.
It's probably a blessing that I am operating again today, I mean.
Why'd you say that?
Operating at the sort of tension I've just endured isn't a very pleasant memory. In other words, if you've had a bad fall, you seldom remount unless you do it at once.
You can't mean that.
It's on the cards.
No.
My nerve might snap.
It's not yours.
I'm not sure anymore. Was there anything else I could have done? I've checked every move we made again and again. I've been sitting in Marylebone Church trying to... Oh, don't look shocked. I often go to church.
Is there anything at all I can do?
Spend a little time with Julie this afternoon. It's her heart.
What?
Elizabeth's heart, it's in a precarious state. If we gave her all the known tests before I started, she'd be all right. Will she?
David?
Julie, what the heck are you doing here? You're supposed to be in the hospital.
I made one of the nurse aides bring me over. Is it true about Beth?
Who told you?
The same nurse aide.
I thought I'd covered every possible leak. You've no right to be up and about.
Now that I am, don't be angry. Why
Why didn't you come and tell me about Beth?
I didn't want you to know. If the graft is to be successful, you must be calm.
David,
I'm your surgeon and you are my patient.
Is she going to be all right? They wouldn't let me see her.
Yes, I think so.
What do you think? David,
Oh, don't badger me, my dear. I've been up for hours.
You must rest.
I'm going back to the nursing home now.
You can't go on indefinitely without sleep.
It won't be the first time.
No, but you...
Go on.
You're operating on me this afternoon.
I know that only too well.
David, couldn't you call it off until tomorrow?
The graft must be done on the same day.
I don't think I can face it.
There's no reason why anything should go wrong.
Something went wrong with Beth. David, please rest.
I've got to get back to the hospital now. I'd never forgive myself if...
She's not going to die.
No! Sorry, I didn't mean to shout at you.
Would you rather Gavin operated on me?
Why do you ask? Would you feel happier if he did?
I was thinking of you. You must be worried to death, desperately tired, and anxious to be with Beth.
I'm very willing to operate on you.
Might be better if you didn't.
Very well. Justin, get hold of Gavin for me. Ask him if he can operate on Julie at 4:30.
I'll do that.
I'm going across to the hospital now. I'll see you later, Julie.
Why did you do that to David?
Do what?
Tell him that you'd rather Gavin...
Poor darling Beth. Poor David. Justin, will you be there in the theater?
With you? Yes.
Hang on to me, then. I'm so afraid.
My darling, there's nothing to be frightened of.
How long will it take?
About 3/4 of an hour, perhaps less. Julie, I'll be there. I'll always be there.
Oh, I think I'd like that. The always bit, I mean.
Julie, oh, darling, look here, you must get back to the hospital.
Well, you haven't phoned Gavin yet.
What would you say? I have no intention of phoning Gavin.
You must. All David wants right now is to be with Beth. Don't you realize that?
David is a far better surgeon.
You think I don't know that? But he can't give it his best today, nor should he be asked to. And tomorrow will be too late. Can't you see that I'm only thinking of David?
Are you? If David doesn't operate on you this afternoon, I don't think he'll ever operate again.
What are you saying?
You see, once a surgeon loses his nerve, he loses everything.
But it's absurd. Melodramatic to assume...
I'm not assuming. He's as good as told me. However, if you want Gavin... Hello? Mr. Gavin's rooms? This is Justin Alistair. I wonder if I might...
Put the receiver down.
Very well.
Take me back to the hospital, please, Justin. And tell David I've changed my mind. I want him to operate.
Is your faith in him suddenly restored?
Isn't that beside the point?
What is the point, then?
That David is more important than I am.
Julie's back in the hospital.
I took her back an hour ago.
You know about Beth?
I don't know what to say to you.
I feel like a murderer. I should never have given in to her, never.
There's no blame attached. David, I'm awfully sorry.
Sister found this note among her things. You better read it.
You'll fulfill this wish.
Because I loved her, Justin. Because... Oh, help me.
Would you like me to see to this for you?
Yes.
Then I'd better go across to the hospital now.
Julie doesn't know about Beth. She thinks she's still...
I'll keep it from her.
I don't know that I can go through with this now.
I think you can. Because of Beth. Otherwise, won't it all have been for no purpose?
Are you fetching Miss Denison from the hospital now?
I am. It's hard to believe that it's 3 weeks since that ghastly day.
We'll never forget that day.
And yet what, Hoopy?
The impact of it will fade. In time, everything fades.
Like engagements.
You and Julie?
David's free now. She's always been crazy about him. So I fade out. Fly to South Africa.
You got the appointment.
I did.
Oh, congratulations.
Better come with me, Hoopy. I'd be lost without you.
My place is with Sir David.
Like her.
You're barking up the wrong tree, Mr. Alistair. All right, she became infatuated with him when she met him in Rome. But that was years ago. There's been a lot of water under the bridge since then.
But not enough.
Well, I think you're wrong.
You're a wishful thinker, Hoopy.
No, just older than you. And I know Sir David better. His consolation, his life is his work. Oh, come on, you'll be late at the hospital if you don't get going.
I'm off. David's going to ask me to be present when he makes the final examination of Julie's eyes. I don't want that. Invent a patient for me, Hoopy.
Coward.
That's just what I am.
Justin, do you have a minute to spare?
What? Oh, David. Yes, I think so.
Hoopy, will you get us some coffee?
I'll have it ready in a minute.
I had a talk to Gavin this morning. First time I've seen him alone since Beth died. He tells me he could have operated on Julie. He was free and in town.
Yes, I know, sir.
What made Julie change her mind? Do you know?
No, sir, I don't.
Strange. You're a wonderful friend, Justin. I can't think what I should have done without you. As a small boy, Justin, I knew what I was going to be because of another equally small boy. He had an appalling squint that nearly ruined his life. Nothing was ever done about it. And except for confiding in me, he never said a word. I can't tell you the compassion I felt for him or the uncontrollable rage I felt for his father. When I asked him once why he didn't take John to an eye specialist, and he told me to mind my own business. I promised John that one day I'd make his eyes straight. And I did, 12 years ago. Those days are remote now. But I don't feel any different. I knew then that it was my, awful word, vocation. I know it still. And if I hadn't operated on Julie, I would have lost everything.
It's strange to be in this room again.
But it's good to see you here.
Is it?
Beth would think so.
It's always Beth, isn't it? Even now.
It always has been.
Yes. I suppose you know that I once carried a torch for you.
Shall we forget that?
It only went out when Justin... I don't know what I would have done without him during those weeks in hospital.
Then you'd better go with him, South Africa.
He's got the appointment.
You just told me. You might think of continuing your medical studies there.
Continuing my eyes are going to be all right.
Once we've prescribed the right contact lenses.
Are you going to do that now?
In a minute. I wanted to talk to you.
It's about second corneal graft, isn't it?
Yes. I think it's time you knew where it came from.
Why didn't you tell me before?
You didn't ask.
I was afraid to ask.
And I was afraid to tell you. I was afraid that the knowledge might delay your recovery, and I couldn't risk that.
David.
Let me finish, please. We found... There was the scrap of paper found among Elizabeth's things. I'll read it to you. If anything happens to me, don't forget that I have willed my eyes that someone else may see.
There were others ahead of me.
And scribbled across one corner of the note in pencil are 3 words. Let Julie benefit. That's all.
I've cheated myself that I haven't known. But I have. I wonder that you can bear to look at me.
Perhaps we both owe each other something.
You owe me?
You were terrified at my operating on you in the state I was in. You pretended that you wanted me. Because of that, I beat my fear. I can go on and on.
And I can go on. Because you set aside your feelings for Beth.
No, Julie. I never set those aside. She made you a gift. And someone had to present it. I was the man, that's all. I was the man.
A gift. I'll try to be worthy of it, David.
Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring Arlene Dahl in Sangaree and Cesar Romero. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Sangaree is not only the name of tonight's exciting drama, but of a magnificent plantation owned by the family of a lovely, high-spirited girl who despises the handsome man her father has chosen as overseer. As our stars of this Pine Thomas production for Paramount, Arlene Dahl, starring in her original role in Sangaree, and Cesar Romero. Now Act One of Sangaree, starring Arlene Dahl as Nancy and Cesar Romero as Carlos. The time, a night in October 1781. The October of Cornwallis' surrender at Yorktown. And the place, an army encampment in Vermont. The rain beats heavily against the faces of the sentries. In the center of the stockade, the wind claws at the shutters of General Darby's cabin. And then, out of the darkness and storm...
Oh, who goes? Your name and mission, or I fire.
Dr. Carlos Morales to see General Darby.
If he's still alive.
Where is he?
Cabin right ahead, sir.
Thank you.
I hoped it was you, Carlos.
Your father. How is he, Roy?
Very weak. I operated on him 2 days ago.
And it gave him relief?
Only temporary. Come, he's impatient to see you.
Carlos.
My boy.
I came as quickly as I could, sir. Oh, Roy, a basin of water, please, so I can wash up.
Yes.
Oh, if you're planning to examine me, Carlos, you waste your time. That is not why I sent for you.
Then why, sir?
Roy, show him the contract.
The agreement?
Yeah. It requires only your signature.
Must I read it now?
Yes.
Very well.
Oh, it's a bitter thing to die away from man's home. So far from Georgia and the plantation. Roy.
Yes, Father.
When I'm gone, I want you to ride south at once. When you reach Savannah, go straight to the editor of the Gazette.
Gabriel Thatch?
Yes. Tell him the terms of my will and of the agreement which Carlos has signed.
No, General. I have not signed. I cannot.
Carlos.
No man living owes to another what I owe to you, sir. You gave me an education. You made a doctor of me. But I cannot accept an agreement which gives me control of your estate and fortune. That job belongs to Roy.
Carlos, if you will look at that agreement, you will see I've already signed it myself. I am no good at business. That's why Father and I want you to run things.
Do you speak also for your wife?
Martha? Why should she object? You and Martha grew up together. You have so much in common.
Yes. Both of us born of bond servants. Children of indentured parents, hardly better than slaves.
Carlos.
And now you ask me to administer the Darby estate, to run the largest and richest company in all Georgia. No, the fine ladies and gentlemen of Savannah would hardly stand for that.
They will. If you have a firm hand and a strong will. You have both.
You forget another strong will, sir. You know I've never met your daughter, but I've heard reports that Nancy is as stubborn a fighter as her soldier father.
She's a woman. You'll know how to deal with her.
Oh, Roy, some water, quickly.
Yes.
Sign the agreement, Carlos. Sign.
General,
A dying man's request everywhere. Any gratitude for it.
Gratitude? Very well. It is signed.
Thank you. And one thing. When you get to Sangaree.
Yes.
You
General.
Here you are, Father. Drink this and...
Carlos.
Yes. It's all over. Or should I say, it's just the beginning? Your father never explained why he wanted you to see me.
No, Gabe, only that I was to come to Savannah and give the terms of his will to the editor of the Gazette.
Yeah, and unusual terms they are. Perhaps that's why the general wanted me to have them first to print in the Gazette and prepare the people for Dr. Carlos Morales.
I rather think that's it. Public opinion is going to be very important.
Yes, but what about private opinion? Your sister Nancy's in particular.
I stopped off at Sangaree on the way down here. Nancy says she intends to fight Carlos, even if it means taking the will to court.
Well, at least the Gazette's not going to lack for news items. Roy, when will Dr. Morales reach Savannah?
Sometime this afternoon. He's coming down the river by flatboat.
A flatboat? The man who may control the biggest fortune in Georgia?
You'd better get used to it, Gabe. Carlos is a man of many surprises.
Pilot?
Yes, sir.
I think you've got a passenger in that rowboat.
No passenger for me, sir. By the looks of the wench, she hasn't a penny for passage.
Oh, yes, I have. 50 cents to take you to Savannah.
Harry, stop the sweep.
Sir, a hand up, if you please.
By all means, a pleasure.
All right, let's see the money.
Yeah? Next time, maybe you'll believe a lady.
A lady? A barefoot wench with 50 cents, and all of a sudden, she's a lady.
Well, my girl, what's your name?
Dolly Lake. But where I come from, a gentleman usually introduces himself first.
Then, Dr. Carlos Morales, late of the 1st Georgia Volunteers, at your service.
Dr. Morales. Well, I sort of hoped I'd get a look at you.
Oh? And why?
Because I work for Miss Nancy Darby at Sangaree. All anybody hears around there is how Dr. Morales is going to come and manage her affairs.
And what does Miss Nancy say to that? She'll fight me, eh? Very well, then I shall fight her.
Oh, but a gentleman doesn't fight a lady.
Even if she fights him? What other course is there? Unless perhaps to make love to her. Is that your advice?
How can I say so? I don't know how well you make love.
Well, perhaps if I demonstrate.
With a servant girl like me, Doctor?
Well, why not a girl like you? I used to be a Derby servant myself. My father sold himself for 7 years to come to this country from Spain. Come, let us be friends. There's a bottle of wine in the cabin.
I'm not thirsty.
Then, afraid?
Me? I'm not afraid of any man.
Then join me in a glass. Come. We Spanish have a saying, Dolly. In wine, there is truth.
I see. And you hope liquor will loosen my tongue about Nancy Darby, hmm?
Isn't turnabout fair play? She sent you here to find out everything she could about me.
Dr. Morales.
How do I know this? Well, a beautiful girl like you hardly travels alone in this part of the country. And when she turns out to be Miss Nancy Darby's maid, who takes passage on a boat whose only other passenger is Dr. Carlos Morales, then I smell spy. So now we drink.
Tell me, Doctor, what right have you to expect Nancy Darby to deal fairly with you after all you've done to her family?
Done? What have I done?
Oh, everybody knows the story. How General Darby took an interest in you as a boy, and how he sent you to the finest medical school, saw that you graduated with his own son, Roy. And then how you showed your gratitude. When the general was delirious and dying, you tricked him into putting the Derby estate in your hands.
So, that's what they're saying in Savannah.
Yes. And that's what Harvey Bristol will say when he takes the general's will to court.
Harvey Bristol?
Miss Darby's lawyer. And also her fiancé.
I see. A man who wants to love, honor, and cherish Nancy's fortune.
Why, you...
That suggests still another idea. That Miss Darby's own maid is in love with Harvey Bristol. Is it true?
Suppose you ask Miss Darby about that. You see her tonight.
I will.
Her brother Roy and his wife are giving a reception in your honor. A word with which I doubt you're acquainted.
Now, you listen to me, girl.
My arm. You're hurting me.
The next time you see your mistress, tell her I wouldn't touch the Darby estate. Except I made a promise to a dying man, and that promise will be kept.
Oh, let me go.
Will you tell her that?
Please.
Now, let me give you something else to report. Now, you won't forget that.
Oh, I won't forget it, Dr. Morales. No.
And tell your mistress also that if she's half as charming as her maid, she can count me as her most devoted servant. Yes? Who is it?
Roy. Are you dressed?
Oh, just finishing. Come in.
The guests are beginning to arrive. Everybody's asking for you.
Including your sister, Nancy.
There's always an exception, you know. She's furious with Martha and me for having you here as our house guest.
It won't be for long, Roy. I'll find my own quarters as soon as possible.
Oh, please. No, that wasn't what I meant.
Oh, Roy.
In here, Martha.
Roy, could you go down to the servants' quarters? Priam says one of the coachmen's very sick.
Oh, of course. If you'll take Carlos downstairs, my dear, and do the honors for me.
It's been a long time, Carlos.
Hasn't it? The swampland where you and I grew up together seems far, far away. Martha Gillespie of Clay Creek. So pretty, but so poor. And now the wife of Dr. Roy Darby, heir of the Darby fortune.
Only one of the heirs, Carlos. There's also Nancy. But perhaps events will soon take care of her.
Am I to be that event?
Come, let's go downstairs. There beneath you see the cream of Savannah society. Now let me point out your enemies.
Can I trust you to know my enemies?
Yes, because they are mine also. Those three gentlemen over there, the one on the right, that's Judge Armstrong, who will decide the case of General Darby's will if Nancy brings it to court. The man on the right, Harvey Bristol, Nancy's fiancé.
And, the elegant-looking one in the middle?
Harvey's father. And your rival in the medical field, Dr. Bristol. He and his son are also in the import and export business, which will improve greatly if Harvey marries into the Darby money.
Martha, ma chère.
And this is our Felix. Felix Pagno, Dr. Morales.
A pleasure, sir. Enchanté, doctor.
You will excuse us, Felix.
Of course. What about Pagnol?
Another of Nancy's admirers. He chose our side during the war so he could plunder British ships. Now he doesn't care whose ships he plunders. A beautiful woman here in Savannah keeps him informed of sailing dates.
You know who she is?
Yes. And it's time that you met her. Darling, may I present our guest of honor, Dr. Carlos Morales, Miss Nancy Darby.
How do you do, Miss, Darby?
How charming.
You know, for a moment I had the feeling we'd met before.
I think not, Doctor. Surely I would remember a man about whom I've heard so much.
And especially such intimate details, and from such a reliable source. Tell me, how is your dear Dolly Lake?
She's very well. And now, excuse me, I've promised this dance to my fiancé.
Carlos.
Ah, Roy. How's your coachman feeling now?
He's seriously ill. From the symptoms, I'm almost inclined to suspect bubonic fever.
What? The plague in Savannah?
What's this about, plague?
I hope I'm wrong. It's one of the servants. Oh, Dr. Bristol, may I present Dr. Morales?
How do you do, sir?
Yes. I'll give you my opinion without even looking at the case. There's no plague here in Savannah.
And your proof?
Any competent doctor, sir, knows that the plague is caused by a mist arising from the swamps at certain seasons of the year. This is the wrong season.
And the right one in Africa.
Africa?
Yes. I hear there have been several deaths on the slave ships which might well have been caused by plague.
And the bodies were buried at sea, so there's nothing to concern us here in Savannah.
I am not so sure. Carlos, perhaps tomorrow you might examine the patient? Carlos.
Oh, yes, of course. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I think I see a friend out in the patio. I hope you came out here to wait for me.
What?
Oh, forgive me. I thought it was Dolly Lake, and instead we have the very proper Miss Nancy Darby.
Dr. Morales, I'm waiting for my fiancé, so if you don't mind...
But I do. Tell me, does Harvey Bristol kiss as well as I?
Doctor, if you're trying to humiliate...
It is I who've been humiliated, Miss Darby. You came aboard the flatboat, you posed as your own maid for one purpose. To convince yourself that I am a vulgar, uncultured backwoodsman.
Which you have shown yourself to be.
Why? Because I preferred the servant wench to the lady? I still do.
It matters little which you prefer, because you'll be master of neither. Tomorrow, Harvey Bristol files my suit to set aside my father's will. Next time you see me, Dr. Morales, and the last time, we'll be in court.
Counsel for Miss Darby is entitled to speak first. Mr. Harvey Bristol.
Your Honor, we have shown that the will of the late General Darby must be set aside for two reasons. First, there is a grave threat to the peace and welfare of this state if General Darby's instructions are carried out. Think of it. He orders the establishment of a free medical clinic and schools for the children of servants and slaves. Why, he even goes so far as to order payment of wages to bondsmen so they can buy their freedom before their terms of indenture are finished. What does any sane man imagine this would do to our economy? This leads me to my second point, that at the time of the execution of this will, General Darby was not of sound mind. If he had been sane, he would have appointed his son Roy as trustee.
Harvey, you heard me tell the court I didn't want that responsibility.
There will be no comment, please.
Your Honor, who did General Darby appoint as trustee? A man born of indentured servants, raised in the backwoods, an uncultured lunatic to carry out a lunatic will, drafted by a lunatic.
I'll protest that statement, Mr. Bristol.
Protest and be hanged, sir.
Order! Gentlemen, have you finished your summation, Mr. Bristol?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the floor is yours, Dr. Morales.
Your Honor, I wish to address my remarks to the plaintiff in this case. I'm going to ask her for an honest answer to one question, and I'll let my case stand or fall by her answer.
And your question, Dr. Morales?
Miss Darby, during your father's lifetime, he amassed the largest fortune in Georgia and spent unselfishly in the cause of American freedom, both in peace and in the war just ended. Were these actions, Miss Darby, the work of a madman? Do you believe your father was insane?
Of course he was insane.
I put the question to the plaintiff. Miss Darby, was your father insane?
No. No. He was the wisest man I'd ever known. And I hate you, Harvey, for trying to make me say he wasn't.
Gentlemen. In view of Miss Darby's testimony, this court must rule that General Darby's will is valid. Dr. Morales is confirmed as trustee.
Miss Darby, Nancy.
Dr. Morales, I suppose you expect me to congratulate you.
No. I don't want your congratulations. I want more. So very much more.
Don't press your victory too hard, Doctor. Remember, I'm a general's daughter, and I know a good bit about strategy. You won the battle. But perhaps I shall win the war.
Act two of Sangaree in a moment. Our servicemen around the world have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. And they're finding out that these ideas of other people aren't so strange after all. For instance, in many areas, there's a belief that trees and their products bring good luck. This undoubtedly dates back to the earliest existence of man, but continues to the culture of other people. On many Pacific islands, branches are used to ward off evil spirits or to cure diseases. In some of the Western countries, certain trees are thought to be lucky for the person who touches them. Well, this might sound strange, but as our servicemen have observed, it's reflected in our own culture, too. We say that when we want good luck for the future, we knock on wood. Oh, that doesn't make us superstitious or primitive. We may not even believe in it. We just do it from habit. We also put a lot of stock in the Christmas tree. And the people of some other countries, this business of bringing trees into the house may look pretty strange. We have another very delightful belief in the effectiveness of a sprig of mistletoe, particularly if a pretty girl's standing underneath it. So you see, we share in our own way this age-old belief of other people. True enough, the customs and traditions of people vary around the world. But while the way of doing things may be different, the ideals remain the same. These customs and traditions are important to the people who follow them. And our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands. Now our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act two of Sangaree, starring Arlene Dahl as Nancy and Cesar Romero as Carlos. Even in the year 1781, news traveled fast. Before the day was out, all Savannah knew that Nancy Darby had lost her court battle with Dr. Carlos Morales. Now it is early evening. In the library of the Darby townhouse, Carlos and Nancy...
I think a toast is in order. To you, Carlos, and may your administration of the Darby estate bring about the speedy reunion of my sister and me.
I sincerely hope so, Roy. Well, I suppose Nancy will retire to the plantation and wait for my next move.
I hear that she's returning to Sangaree this evening. And, speaking of this evening, I have plans for us, Carlos.
Oh, yes?
At 9 o'clock, the town council meets to elect a new health officer. I'd like you to come along with me.
But I'm not a member of the town council.
Well, if you are now, as trustee of the Darby estate, you automatically become a member. And tonight, I hope you will also be our new health officer.
You think I'll be elected?
Well, you'd better be, because the only other candidate is Dr. Bristol.
Ah, I see, yes. Nancy's future father-in-law.
Don't remind me of that, please.
Dr. Darby, sir.
Yes, Priam.
It's about Hector, sir. You asked me to come and fetch you if he was worse.
Yes, I'll come at once, Priam.
It's too late, sir. He's dead.
Oh. All right, Priam, I'll take care of all the arrangements.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Roy.
Wait.
We can't keep it a secret much longer, Roy. To fight the plague, we've got to bring the facts out in the open.
And throw all Savannah into panic?
But we've got to find out how the plague is being brought in. We must know where and how Hector came in contact with the disease.
It may be impossible. Hector was a freed man. He'd been in my employ only a few days before he took sick.
But before that?
Well, he worked for Felix Pagnol, the ship owner.
Pagnol. Very interesting. Nancy's friend.
Oh, Carlos. Who is Nancy's friend? I'd like to find just one.
Felix Pagnol.
Oh, yes.
I'd like to talk to him.
Well, his offices are...
No, I mean right now, tonight.
I doubt Felix Pagnol lets anyone know of his whereabouts or activities after dark.
I have heard that he spends considerable time in one of the waterfront taverns. After all, he hires a great number of sailing men.
And the name of this place?
Tondy's Tavern. But, see here, Carlos, I'm expecting you at that town council meeting.
Now, I'll be there, Roy, after I've seen Monsieur Pagnol.
My table. Some mulled wine. Here, this chair.
Thank you.
Yes, it is a pleasure to buy a drink for a man who has scored 2 victories over Harvey Bristol in the same day. Pietro, 2 mulled wines over here.
You say 2 victories?
One in court this afternoon, the other is a natural consequence. Nancy Darby has broken off her engagement to Mr. Bristol.
Oh? Well, since you know it before anyone else, I gather you are very close to Miss Darby.
I am in love with her.
You're quite a surprising man, sir. Not what I've been led to expect.
By Martha Darby, perhaps. But of course. She has told you that my ships are privateers, that I myself am a pirate. Both are untrue.
If you were a pirate, you would hardly make a public confession of the fact.
True. True.
Well, regardless of what you may or may not be, Monsieur Pagnol, I'd like to ask some questions about a freedman who used to be in your employ. More recently, he's been a coachman for Dr. Darby.
You mean Hector?
Yes. I want to know everything about him. Who his friends were, where he spent his spare time, the name of his girl, if he had one.
You have a reason, Doctor.
Which I cannot explain at the moment.
All right, where is he?
Doctor, do not look around.
Who is it?
Harvey Bristol was very drunk. A huge and very evil brute who once worked on one of my ships.
I'm looking for a fine dog called Morales. A dog that needs a whipping.
All right, Bristol. If you're looking for a duel...
Duel's only between gentlemen. The Goliath here is going to break your skull.
I see. A broken skull to match your broken heart. The bridegroom without...
No!
All right, Bristol. Now it's your turn. Bristol!
He left rather hurriedly, Doctor. I think he had an engagement elsewhere.
Oh.
And you, my friend, need some cool night air. Come along.
Monsieur Pagnol, you were about to tell me what you know of Hector.
Was I? Then I'm afraid we must postpone it until later. You see, a lady waits for me. This carriage.
Good evening.
Oh, Nancy.
Am I on time, Philip?
Exactly, my dear. If you will excuse us, Doctor, I have promised to escort Miss Darby back to her home at Sangaree.
Nancy, I must talk to you.
I don't think we have anything to talk about.
Please, I want you to be a director of the Darby Company. I want you to help me manage the estate.
Which I intend to do, regardless of what any judge or court may say. I shall continue to be the mistress of Sangaree.
As you wish. But I shall expect a regular accounting.
For that, you must come to Sangaree.
I shall tomorrow. Until then, farewell.
Gentlemen, I'm afraid we can't delay proceedings any further. The chair has before the nomination of Dr. Bristol as health officer of the city of Savannah.
Judge Armstrong.
Dr. Darby?
I had wanted Dr. Morales to be here when I nominated him. However, in view of your impatience, I now submit his name in nomination.
I'll second it.
Very well, gentlemen. Dr. Bristol and Dr. Morales are both nominated. Now, are you ready to vote?
Yes, ready.
All in favor of Dr. Bristol will raise their right hand. I count 6 for Dr. Bristol.
Well, look, it's going to be a tie, and to break it, Judge Armstrong will have to vote.
And his vote will go to Bristol.
Now, all those for Dr. Morales, raise your hands, please. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I count 6 for Dr. Morales.
7, sir. I vote for myself, as I'm sure Bristol has already done.
Very well, Dr. Morales. It appears that you have won. You are hereby appointed health officer of Savannah.
Gentlemen, I'd like to make a statement. But first, you, Mr. Thatch, must forget that you are editor of the Gazette for the next few minutes. My words must not go beyond this room.
You have my promise, Doctor.
Good. Gentlemen, Dr. Darby and I have proof that the bubonic plague is here in Savannah. What? We must find a remedy for the situation without causing panic among the people. As a first step, I propose a program of rat extermination.
You say rats, Doctor?
Yes, carriers of the disease.
And just how, sir, do you propose to carry out this program of yours?
We'll begin by fumigating every warehouse in town. We'll inspect them all
You'll
and...
not inspect my warehouse.
Dr. Bristol...
I know what you're after, Burali. You want to get at my business secrets. You and the Derby Company want to take over the Bristol import and export trade. You want my customers and my ships.
Hooray. Open the window. Good heavens. A pirate ship,
What? Attacking a vessel right inside of town?
Yes. There's the real problem we should be worrying about. Let's forget about the plague and hunt down those pirates.
They may possibly go together, Dr. Bristol. We all know the pirate ships are riddled with disease. And we know also that they have spies right here in Savannah. Men who might be the very carriers of the plague.
Well, Burali, you're our health officer. What are you going to do?
I don't know. At least, not yet.
Miss Darby,
Yes?
Dr. Morales is here.
Oh. Ask him to come in, Priam.
I am in.
Welcome to Sangaree, Doctor. Carlos. You look surprised.
I am. I hardly expected such a cordial welcome.
But you are welcome.
And may I say, you are beautiful.
Thank you.
And your dress, it's exquisite.
I wore it particularly for you.
You're lovely, Nancy.
And now where shall we begin? You want to check over my account books first, or shall I show you around the plantation?
I should like to see the plantation.
I'll be ready in 10 minutes. And that acreage across the river has just produced the largest crop of rice in Sangaree's history.
And the cotton on this side?
Our second largest crop. 500 bales are going aboard the Derby Bell this afternoon.
I'd heard that Sangaree was in a state of decay.
Oh, it was. During the early part of the war. But Felix has helped me to bring it back.
Felix Spaniel?
Yes. Father lent him a good deal of money, and, well, this is his way of repaying it.
Then it was not just because he's in love with you.
Did he tell you he was? Oh, I never believe anything Felix says or anything people say about him.
Nancy, Spaniel is in love with you.
Please, there are other subjects besides Felix. I've still got a lot to show you.
Nancy.
The warehouse, loading of the Derby Bell, and after dinner, my account books.
Nancy, are you in love with Spaniel?
Come on, Carlos. I'll race you to the warehouse. That's an odd question for you to ask. Of course I trust Captain Bronson. That's why he's master of the Derby Bell. I'm not worried.
Well, I am. Simply because that ship is sailing with a fortune in her hold. The pirates are hungry for a cargo of prime cotton and tobacco.
Coffee, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, please, Priam.
Perhaps you didn't see those casks of gunpowder going aboard from our warehouse. The Derby Bell can take care of herself.
Against a fully armed pirate ship, manned by experienced cutthroats? No.
Well, have you any suggestions?
In a moment.
Oh. Priam.
Yes, miss.
That's all, thank you. You may go.
Yes, ma'am.
Well.
The Derby Bell sails tonight. The pirates will be waiting for her to clear the coast early tomorrow morning.
That is, if they have spies in Savannah watching for her.
I'm sure they have. But suppose that tonight the spies see 50 barrels waiting on the Savannah wharf. Each barrel marked Derby Company and consigned to the Derby Bell.
Then they'll think the Derby Bell plans to stop and load at Savannah instead of going directly to sea.
Yes. The pirates won't be looking for her until hours after she's reached open sea.
Oh. But how will you get the barrels there?
Your brother, Roy, and I will attend to that. Right now, I need a fast horse.
Oh, Carlos.
Oh, yes?
Please be careful.
Are Are you concerned for your brother?
For you both.
Thank you, Nancy.
That's the last one, Carlos?
Yeah, the last. Well, no, I think we deserve a drink.
Well, Tondi's Tavern's at the foot of the wall.
All right, why not?
By the way, Carlos, while you were up at Sangaree, we took our first steps against the plague. We fumigated all the warehouses along these docks, except Bristol's.
Why not his?
He says he'll fumigate his own warehouse in his own good time.
We'll see about that.
See those barrels there on the wharf? They're there just to fool us. They're empty.
Wait a minute.
How do you know they're empty? The word just came from Sangaree. They expect us to wait for the Derby Belle to load here at Savannah while she slips out to sea. But we'll fool them. We'll be ready for her when she reaches the sound. Why, roll out, you fool. Come on.
Carlos, the ship's as good as lost.
Perhaps not. With the tide in, a light boat could cut across the marshes and gain 15 miles between here and the bay.
Wait, now. Gabriel Satch has a light sloop.
Then get hold of him. I'll go up to the Derby warehouse and get some powder and fuses.
Will it do any good, Carlos? The pirates seem to know everything we plan. How do they do it?
I can give you that answer, but later. Right now, I've got to get to the warehouse at Sangaree. Good evening, Nancy.
Oh, it's you, Carlos. I saw the light and wondered who was here in the warehouse. What's wrong?
You must be very curious. This is something else you must tell Feliz Español. You must keep your pirate friends informed.
What are you saying?
That you're a spy and a traitor. You've done everything to hand the Derby Belle over to the pirates.
No. Why would I want them to take my own ship?
To get all the profits instead of 1/3. To ruin the Derby Company and me. Martha Derby warned me about you, but I wouldn't believe.
Martha? Oh, Carlos, you've got to trust me.
No, I've trusted you too much already.
Carlos, wait. Please.
In a moment, Act 3 of Sangaree. At the time when the city of Berlin was blockaded and American Air Force planes were making regular airlifts into the city, Lieutenant Gale Halverson got an extra special idea. He tied his handkerchief to some candy and chewing gum and dropped the candy chute from his plane. Well, this was the beginning of Operation Little Vittles, and soon from the aircraft of Lieutenant Halverson and his buddies, thousands of candy chutes dropped every day to the German children around Tempelhof Air Force Base. Americans at home heard of the project and sent handkerchiefs to make the tiny parachutes. To the desperate blockaded city, it was a symbol of kindness and of hope for the future. Such acts, by you and your friends today, are shaping our world of tomorrow. We pause now for station identification.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Sangaree, starring Arlene Dahl as Nancy and Cesar Romero as Carlos. The moon and stars are blotted out by heavy clouds as a small sloop glides silently and swiftly across the flooded marshes and enters the Sound where the pirate ship rides at anchor. At the helm of the sloop is Gabriel Thatch. Up forward, Carlos and Roy Darby carefully attach fuses to 2 casks of gunpowder.
Carlos.
Keep your voice down, Gabe.
I thought I saw a light off the starboard. I don't see anything.
That's about where the pirate might be, though. Hiding close into shore.
There. There's the light again. Yes, I see it. That's our game, all right. And close. Gabe, throw us those pistols. All right. Here, catch. Roy!
Ahoy! Show a light!
we can do now is try to ram head on and swim for it. Gabe, tie down the rudder.
Right.
Ahoy, sloop! Identify yourself or we fire.
Roy, ready with the fuses. Ready? Light them.
All hands, a boarding party!
Now, boys, overboard and head for shore.
Right.
Everybody all right?
Yes. How about you, Gabe? Not a scratch.
There's one pirate that'll never sail again.
Going down. The last of Felix Pagnol.
I'm not so sure. Mill may own and direct the sea raiders, but I doubt he'd risk his neck aboard one. No, I think we'll find him at Sangaree.
Miss Nancy,
Yes, Priam.
Mr. Harvey Bristol to see you.
At this hour of the night? Tell him I've gone to bed.
Yes, but you haven't. Nancy, I need your help, and you need mine.
You may go, Priam.
Yes, ma'am.
Just how, Harvey, do you propose to help me?
How? Well, first of all, I have a plan of how we can remove Morales from control of the Derby Company.
Oh? You tried that once before, I believe.
Nancy, tomorrow I want you to file charges that Dr. Morales has embezzled funds from the Derby Company.
Embezzled? But that's not true.
Well, what's it matter? The mere charge will turn his so-called friends against him. Yes, and get him thrown out as town health officer and stop this ridiculous fumigation of the warehouses.
You mean your father's warehouse, don't you?
Nancy, are you or are you not going to help me get rid of Morales?
I am not.
Very well. I'll take care of him in my own way. And this time he'll get more than a beating.
Harvey, no.
In case you have any ideas of warning him, I'm locking you in this room.
What?
Priam? Priam!
Yes, sir?
Station yourself outside this door and don't let the servants or anyone through to Miss Darby.
Yes, Mr. Bristol.
Priam!
Priam takes orders from me, my dear.
I'm sorry, miss.
We're both sorry. And now, good night.
Priam! Unlock this door!
I'm sorry, miss, I can't. I wouldn't try to get out that window, miss. It's a long, long way to the ground.
Martha, I'm changing clothes.
Really, Carlos? I've seen a man without his shirt and waistcoat before.
Would you hand them to me, please? Thank you.
Roy tells me that you and he and Gabriel Thatch are on a pirate hunt.
Yes. You were right, Martha, about Nancy and Pagnol.
Nancy and Pagnol?
They're working together, just as you said.
Carlos, you haven't said anything about this to my husband.
No, I don't know how to tell him. It's easier if Roy catches his sister and Pagnol with the evidence. That's why we're going to Sangaree.
No, Carlos, don't.
What?
Forget about the pirates. Pagnol is a dangerous man. He wouldn't hesitate to kill all of you.
Oh, no.
Please, Carlos, I don't want this on my head. I should never have told you anything.
Well, I'm very glad you did.
Carlos, don't go. Stay away from Sangaree. Carlos!
See that path just ahead of us? Turn off there. It's a shortcut. Go ahead. We'll follow you. Wait. Hold.
What's wrong?
Look ahead of us, down in the path. It's the body of a woman.
It's Nancy. Nancy.
Carlos, I got away. I jumped from the window.
You what?
I wanted to warn you.
Nancy.
Nancy. Looks like a head injury. Roy, are there any medical supplies at Sangaree?
Yes, I've always kept a complete medical kit there, even for surgery.
All right. Help me get her on my horse. And Gabe.
Yes.
Get to Sangaree as fast as you can. Tell the servants to start boiling some water. We may have to operate. All right. Now, another bandage. Thank you.
You're a fine surgeon, Carlos.
Thank you.
Well, my friends, I've talked to all the servants, except one who seems to be missing. As far as I can find out, Felix Paniol hasn't been here in days.
And he's probably still in Savannah.
And after blowing up his ship, he must know somebody's on his trail. He'll hardly be waiting for us in his office.
No, he'll surround himself with some of his friends. And you know where they hang out.
Tondi's Tavern.
Well, we don't dare walk into a trap like that.
We'll see. And Roy, we means Gabe and I. You're staying here with Nancy in case there are complications.
All right. But be careful, both of you.
Carlos, we've been waiting almost an hour.
Well, Paniol's got to come out of the tavern sometime. His carriage is still there waiting for him.
I'm ready to walk right inside after him. Anything to win. Come back here. Stay in the doorway. Listen, that didn't come from the tavern.
No, it came from over there.
The alley.
Ennui, messieurs.
Espanol. And alone. Yeah, quick, before he gets into the carriage.
Espanol! It is all right, gentlemen. I do not think he will fire at you again.
Huh? I don't understand it.
Come on.
Dr. Morales, Mr. Thatch, it appears that you, too, were to be the victims of an assassin, and then perhaps the murders were to be blamed on me.
With good reason, perhaps?
I have been falsely accused of many crimes, Doctor. As I told you once before, I am not a pirate.
But then none of this makes sense.
Perhaps it does. The face of the man who tried to kill you is quite familiar to me. He was once a mate on one of my ships. He left me to work for the Bristol Company.
Wait, I recognize him, too. He's one of the men Roy and I overheard at the wharf last night.
So?
Gabe, we'd better talk to the Bristols.
That may be difficult, gentlemen. Dr. Bristol and his son are at their warehouse, which they have surrounded with armed guards. It seems to have something to do with fumigation.
And perhaps more than that. Come on, Gabe. We're going to find out.
Nobody's entering my warehouse. I'll shoot the first man who tries.
Maybe I can help you, Judge Armstrong.
Oh, Dr. Morales, this is the man we need. Maybe you can reason with the Bristols. They've been holding my men at bay for hours.
Keep back there. There's going to be no trespassing on our property.
Oh, Gabe.
Yes.
You try talking to the Bristols. Keep their attention. I'm going to try to work around and back of them.
All right, try to get into the warehouse through that side door. Then you can get your gun at their backs.
That's my idea. Now, get their attention.
All right. Dr. Bristol! Harvey! Listen to me!
Argue all you want, Patch. My men have their orders.
Yes, we'll fumigate our...
Now, clear out, all of you. Clear out before
Drop your guns, gentlemen. Quickly, Doctor. You too, Harvey. Tell your guards to throw down their rifles.
All right, boys. Stop them.
Harvey, you told me you'd gotten rid of Morales.
Almost, Dr. Bristol. It was a good try.
Oh, well done, Morales. Bravo.
Take a look inside the warehouse, Judge.
Huh?
There are rats by the hundreds, and the bodies of 5 slaves, all dead of the plague.
Are you sure it's the plague?
I'm positive we found the source of the disease. And that's not all. There's a fortune in stolen cargoes inside there. Some of it's Derby property. This warehouse has got to be burned. Men, bring your torches.
Well, what about the stolen merchandise?
Burn it. I think she's gone back to sleep. Good. Gotta get all the rest she needs. We can talk later on.
You can talk now.
Nancy. How are you feeling?
Much better. I'm so glad you're all right.
That I'm all right?
Roy told me why you were going back to Savannah.
Yes. And Roy told me quite a bit, too. About Harvey locking you in the room and Priam being a Bristol spy.
And all the time you thought I was.
I was wrong. So terribly wrong to believed the lies of a jealous sister-in-law. Perhaps being jealous myself, it made it easier for me to believe.
You? Jealous?
Nancy, I think I've been in love ever since that first day we met.
On a flatboat?
Yes. I fell in love with Dolly Lake.
I remember you kissed Dolly Lake.
That's what made me fall in love with her.
But you've never kissed Nancy Darby.
No, that's right. Until now.
In a moment, our stars will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Ever heard of Billy Brown? Well, for over a year now, young Billy, a high school senior of Yorktown Heights, New York, has broadcast a 15-minute program over the Voice of America. Every Friday, in answer to some letter from a pen pal, he talks about such varied subjects as sports, stamps, religious freedom, and American jazz. The program is repeated in Urdu, a language spoken in India and Pakistan, and beamed to Asia. In 1 month, Billy answered 627 letters from 35 countries. When one pen pal asked about student government in American high schools, Billy tape-recorded a 5-minute student meeting in his school. For a while, it looked as if Billy's program might be discontinued, but it had become so successful that the local Rotary Club set up a special committee to raise funds for its continuation and for the purchase of postage and stationery, so Billy could continue to correspond personally with his overseas pen pals. Recently, Pakistan's ambassador to the U.S. and his family visited Billy at his home for a weekend. And later, the envoy invited the Brown family to Washington, where Billy received a reward for his, as the citation read, contribution to the growing spirit of brotherhood between the youth of America and the youth of Pakistan. Although Billy Brown plans to enter law school, he hopes to continue with his radio program, for, like so many other Americans, he's discovered that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are, Arlene Dahl and Cesar Romero. Next week, we're going to be in good company, too. It will be another of our 20 greats. It's one of the most thrilling stories to come out of World War II. 5 Fingers. The story of a spy who sold Allied war secrets to the Nazis. And as our stars of this intriguing drama from 20th Century Fox, we have the excellent actor, James Mason, and his charming wife, Pamela Colino.
It was a terrific picture, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and see you again soon.
Heard in our cast tonight were Lamont Johnson as Roy, William Conrad as Fact, Carlton Young as Pagnol, John Sutton as Harvey, Herb Butterfield as Bristol, Francis Robinson as Martha, and William Walker, Jack Crucian, Leo Britt, Bill Boucher, and Eddie Marr. Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Erling Cummings. Our orchestra is directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service. Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Rosalind Russell and Zachary Scott in Mildred Pierce. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keelan.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Thinking back over the unforgettable characters we've seen in the motion pictures of recent years, I'm certain that high on your list and mine will be Mildred Pierce. She was brought to life first in James M. Cain's realistic and inspired book, and then in Warner Brothers' magnificent film. A mother's love for her children has always been a great subject for drama. To Mildred Pierce, it's a love that means more than life itself. And tonight, her poignant story is brought to us by the artistry of Rosalind Russell, as she co-stars with Zachary Scott. An achievement like Mildred Pierce will always be outstanding in the film world, and is brought to you tonight by Lux Flakes, a product that tops in quality, too. You're the final judge in both cases, and your verdict on Lux Flakes keeps it at the top of the domestic hit parade. Our stars are on stage, and here's the curtain for tonight's play, starring Rosalind Russell as Mildred Pierce and Zachary Scott as Monty. It's only coincidence that a police car happens to be cruising by this lonely stretch of road along the Pacific Ocean, not far from Malibu Beach. There's a house on the beach, and a man is just leaving.
Hey, where you are, mister?
Good evening, officers.
That the way you usually leave a house, smash a window and jump?
I'm an eccentric.
Start making sense, mister.
Okay, but you're not going to believe me.
Hang on to him, Frank. I'll take a look in the house. Who's in there, mister?
Oh, nobody.
What's your name?
Wally Fay. I own that cafe, Wally's Place, a few miles up the beach.
Wally's Place, huh? Who owns this house?
A man named Barragon. Now, look, I'm on the level, see? I know it's going to sound awful screwy,
You keep saying that, but you don't tell me anything.
Well, I'm a friend of Mrs. Barragon's. Well, she drops by the cafe tonight.
Alone?
Yeah. She says, why not drive out here to the beach house? So naturally,
Naturally.
Well, we're in the house, and she says something about fixing a drink, but, well, she don't come back, see? So I start looking. Only the doors are locked. All the doors, and then she's gone.
Ran out, huh?
Yeah.
Locked the doors so you wouldn't chase after her.
Yeah. Well, maybe she wanted to get me in trouble.
A nice guy like you.
Hey, Al, looks like we run into something.
Need any help?
Plenty.
There's a man in there on the floor, full of bullets.
Oh, his name's Monty Barragan. Oh, I didn't kill him, and I don't know who did. As soon as I saw the body, I smashed the window. I jumped.
Frank, I'll phone headquarters.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Barragan.
Where's my daughter?
In the living room, madam.
Mother, where have you been? What's happened? They won't tell me anything. Who won't tell you anything?
Mrs. Barragan?
Yes?
We're from the police. The inspector would like to see you.
Why? What's the matter?
If you'll just come with us, please.
Mother, at this time of night? It's all right, Peter, dear. Whatever it is, I'll take care of it. Good night, darling. What's wrong? Why can't you tell me what happened?
We didn't want to say anything in front of your daughter. It's your husband, Mrs. Barragan. He's been murdered.
Please sit down, Mrs. Barragan. I'm Inspector Peterson. I apologize for bringing you down here for nothing.
What do you mean, for nothing?
Well, we know now who killed your husband. We're just booking him. So you're free to leave, Mrs. Barragan.
Who did it, can't you tell me?
You're entitled to know.
Yes, sir?
Bring him in. Just in the next room, Mrs. Barragan.
Bert!
Hello, Mildred.
No.
He's the man, Mrs. Barragan, Bert Pierce.
No, Bert. I won't let you do this.
Mildred, That's all, McNally.
Yes, sir.
But what about Wally Fay? How do you know he didn't do it?
Wally Fay?
I saw him here a few minutes ago down the hall while I was waiting to come in.
Oh, yes. Well, Fay had no motive, Mrs. Barragan. Bert Pierce had.
But he didn't do it. I know he didn't.
The murder was committed with this pistol. It belongs to Pierce. That's fact number one. Fact number two, he doesn't deny killing Mr. Barragan. Seems to think it was a very good idea.
Bert didn't kill him. He couldn't. He's too kind and gentle.
Okay, he's kind and gentle. But that makes me curious, Mrs. Berrigan. Why did you divorce him?
Because I was wrong. It's taken me 4 years to find that out. Now I know I was wrong.
4 years, huh? Well, let's see. Pierce was in the real estate business then, wasn't he?
Yes, he and Wally Fay were partners. I married Bert when I was 17. Started a life of cooking and washing and having children. 2 girls, Vida and Kay. Only Kay died. Pneumonia. She wasn't quite 8 years old.
I'm sorry, Miss Berrigan.
Bert used to blame me for spoiling Vida, but I couldn't help it. I'd lost one child, and Well, it was the year after Kay died that Bert and Wally Fay broke up. Wally had the business, and Bert was out in the cold. That you, Bert?
Yeah. Who else? What's this package?
A dress.
For Vida?
Yes, it's for Vida. The piano recital.
Where'd the money come from?
From doing what I'm doing now, baking cakes for the neighbors. I earned the money.
That's right, Mildred. Throw it up to me that I can't
I'm
support.
sorry, Bert, but I don't say half as much as I could with nothing but bills staring us in the face.
Maybe you wouldn't have so many bills if you didn't try to bring up that kid like her old man was a millionaire. No wonder she's so fresh and stuck up. Well, one of these days I'm going to haul off.
If you dare touch Vida, I'll...
All right. Trouble with you, you're trying to buy love from that kid, and it won't work. I've always made enough to get by, but no. Vida has to have a piano and lessons and fancy dresses so she can sit up on a platform smirking her way through a piece any 5-year-old could play.
Vida has talent. You just ask the neighbors.
She plays the piano like I shoot pool.
All right. What if I do want her to amount to something? She's all I've got, Bert. And I'll do anything for Vida, do you understand? Anything.
You can't do her crying for her.
I'll do that, too. She's never going to do any crying if I can help it.
Oh, it's not right, Mildred. I'm not smart, I know, but
Hello? Yes? Yes, he is. It's for you, Maggie Biederhoff.
Here, Maggie? Well, I can't talk to you now. But I told you not to call me at... Okay. Yeah, later.
So the noble Mr. Pierce can't talk now.
Maggie means nothing to me. You know that.
I wish I could believe it. Well, you'd better run down and apologize.
Now, look, Mildred, don't go too far. One of these days I'll call your bluff.
Well, I'm calling yours. Right now, once and for all. My child comes first in this house before either of us. Maybe that's right and maybe it's wrong, but that's the way it is. I'm going to do the best I can for Sloan.
Then go ahead and try it. See how you get along without me for a while.
Bert, you see that woman again and you're never coming back here. I mean that.
I do what I want to do.
Then pack up, Bert.
All right, I will. About Vida.
Oh, what about her?
When she comes home, maybe you could just tell her that
I'll think of something.
Oh, Mildred,
Go on, Bert. There's nothing more to say. Just go on.
That's the man you say is kind and gentle?
There's a lot more you should know, Inspector.
Go ahead.
I dreaded the moment I'd have to tell Vida her father had gone. I was still in the kitchen when I heard her come in.
Mother? In here, darling.
How did the lesson go?
Very well, I think. I saw Father down the block. He was crossing the street. He had his suitcases.
Did he?
Where's he going?
Vida. Look, darling. You may as well know it. Your father and I have decided to separate.
He's not coming back?
No. No, I don't think so. I can't tell you any more now.
If you mean Maggie Biederhoff, Mother, I must say my sympathy's all with you.
Vida, please. It was just little things. Things like your dress.
My dress? It came?
It's up in your room.
Oh, Mother, why didn't you tell me?
That night, for the first time in my life, I felt all alone. So much to remind me of Bert. How things used to be with us. What great hopes we had. But I didn't have much time to feel sorry for myself. The doorbell rang. It was Bert's ex-partner, Wally Fay.
Believe me, Mildred, I told him a thing or two. You know, Bert must be off his rocker walking out in a girl like you.
You didn't come here to tell me that.
You bet your life I didn't. But with Bert out of the way, I was hoping maybe there's a chance for me, honey. You know, I've always been soft in the head where you're concerned.
Oh, cut it out, Wally.
One of these days you're going to have a weak moment, honey, and I want to be around when it happens.
You're pretty sure of yourself, aren't you?
You got to be educated, Mildred. Why, you've just joined the biggest army in the world. A grass widow with a kid to support.
Well?
Well, you'll get lonesome. You're not the kind who can get along by yourself.
I can try.
Oh, come on. I bet you're lonesome already.
Good night, Wally.
Oh, now look. Well, you can't shoot a guy for trying. I'll be seeing you, honey.
Mother? Did Wally go?
Vida. Well, I thought you were asleep. Yes, he's gone, dear.
Is Father going to marry that buff woman?
I don't know, dear. But I do know that you should be asleep.
I've been thinking. You could marry Wally if you wanted to.
But I'm not in love with him.
But if you married him, we could have a maid and a new car, and maybe even a new house. I just hate this house, Mother.
I don't like it either, dear. But that's no reason for marrying a man I don't love.
Why not? I don't care what we have, just as long as we're together. It's just that there are so many things that we should have and haven't got.
Oh, I know, darling. I know, but wait and see. I'll get you everything you want, I promise.
By baking cakes and pies for our neighbors. Oh, Mother, I feel so sorry for you.
Well, stop feeling sorry and go to sleep.
I love you, Mother.
Good night, sweetheart.
So you wanted your daughter to have everything in the world. Well, why not?
But no money, no job, no business experience to help me get one. I walked my legs off looking for work. At last, I took the only job, a waitress in a restaurant, and I made a deal with the owner to furnish the pies and pastry. Didn't leave much time for sleep, but it kept the house going. It paid for Vida's piano lessons and bought her new clothes. More than that, I was even saving money. But then came the day when Vida found out.
I always thought that if you wanted to tell me where you worked, you would have told me long ago. But a waitress, my mother a waitress, oh, I'm so ashamed.
I took the only job I could get, Vida.
Aren't the pies bad enough? But waiting on tables, oh, why did you have to degrade us?
I don't think you mean that, Vida, but if you
I'm
honestly...
not really surprised. You've never spoken of your people, who you came from, so perhaps it's natural. Maybe that's why Father...
Oh, Vida, I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't. Oh, don't you see, darling? I'd never have taken the job if I hadn't wanted to keep us together under the same roof. And besides, if I can learn the restaurant business... Well, someday I can open a place of my own, maybe. Give me time, darling. Another year. Maybe less.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mother. Really, I am. And if anyone asks me, I can always lie to them.
No. You'll tell them that I'm a waitress.
Oh, but why? After all, if we're going to own our own restaurant...
No, it wasn't quite that easy, Inspector. The year went by, and my restaurant seemed as far off as ever. And then one day, I rushed into Wally Fay's real estate office.
Mildred, well, what do you know?
Hello, Wally.
Oh, sit down. Now, just give me time to make a phone
Don't
call.
Don't get any ideas. This is business.
Business? What's business?
I'm going to open up a restaurant, and you're going to help me. Oh, please, Wally.
Well, I guess I am, then. Now, what's the score?
Well, I found the location I want. It's an old house that hasn't been lived in for years. It's right near a busy intersection, which means it's good for drive-in trade. I clocked an average of 500 cars an hour. Do you realize what that means? And not another restaurant within 3 miles.
Hey, it listens good. What's the address?
34904 Glen Oaks Boulevard.
Let me see if I've got a listing on it here.
Oh, Wally, I've got to have that house. You know the angles and I don't, but I want that property.
Oh, just like that, huh? Hey, it's listed all right. $10,000. Well, that means they'll take 8. It's owned by the Berrigan estate. Berrigan, huh?
You know them?
Some old Pasadena
Oh, what's the matter?
Hey, it says here the Berrigan estate has already lost 2 pieces of property because of back taxes. You relax, honey, and watch little Wally go to work.
That's how I met Monte Berrigan, Inspector. Wally and I drove out to see him. He was at the beach house.
Where we found him tonight?
Yes. I let Wally do most of the talking.
And that's our offer, Mr. Berrigan. How do you like it?
Mrs. Pierce wants to buy the property, but she doesn't want to pay for it.
Oh, but I do. It's only that at the moment...
She needs time, Mr. Berrigan. Once the restaurant gets on its feet, you'll get $9,000.
I'm asking 10.
Yeah, and you'd settle for 8.
It's a very unusual offer. Do you think that you can make $9,000 clear in a year?
Well, I figured very conservatively, Mr. Berrigan. Yes, I think I can make it.
Now, look at it this way. If the place is successful, you get $1,000 more. And if it isn't, you get your property back and in much better condition than it is now.
No, I'm afraid I'm not interested.
Oh, please listen, Mr. Berrigan. I'm putting every cent I have into this place, and believe me, I haven't very much. I can't afford to lose any more than you. Look, I have all the information right here in black and white. I know exactly what it will cost. I know I can swing it. I know I can.
Very well, it's a deal.
Just like that?
Why not? Take care of the details, Mr. Fay. Well, Mrs. Pierce, how does it feel to be the owner of a white elephant?
Oh, it feels wonderful.
Nice guy, that Berrigan. He likes you, honey.
Does he? He's nice looking.
Yeah. No brains. Okay. You just leave the angles to Uncle Wally. Now, what about that husband of yours? What about Bert?
Bert?
Yeah, you're still married to him. Well, you open the restaurant and boom, all of Bert's creditors will be on your neck trying to take it away from you. No, go ahead. Ask any lawyer about community property.
Well, I'll think about it, Wally. I'll see Bert on Saturday. He's taking Vita for the day.
Now, you just remember, honey, no divorce, no restaurant.
I don't want to even talk about it, Mildred. Not now.
We've got to talk about it, Bert.
Where's Vida?
She's getting dressed. Don't you think I hate this as much as you do? But it's for her sake. I've got to think of her future.
Vida thinks you're wonderful, doesn't she?
Maybe that's why I keep trying to please her.
I'll have to know a lot more about this deal with Wally Fay. It's pretty obvious you mean a lot to Wally.
Oh, I can't help it if you believe everything he tells you. Bert, listen. I've put everything I've got into this new restaurant. I've got a big loan from the bank that's got to be paid off. Suddenly, everything is starting to take shape. Well, I've worked long and hard, and I'm going to get that divorce.
No, you're not.
There's very little you can do about it. I don't need your permission.
If you don't mind, tell Vida I'm waiting for her.
Not a very pleasant story, is it, Inspector?
You filed for divorce in spite of his threats?
Yes, and I quit my job. Spent every minute at the restaurant trying to help speed things along. Then one Sunday morning, I had a visitor.
Where do you find the energy, Mrs. Pierce?
Well, the silent partner. Come in, Mr. Berrigan.
I've decided I've been silent long enough. I came by to check up on my investment.
Well?
It was wonderful. I never recognized the old place.
Now, over there's the counter. We can handle 20 people, and the turnover's fast. That's in addition to the booth.
You know, I'm overwhelmed. Yeah, but today's Sunday. Why don't you get out of here?
Oh, I'd love to, but I'm awfully busy. Look, isn't the bar nice?
I've got a nice bar, too, at the beach house. I also have an ocean.
Why should people come here to eat and go someplace else for a drink? That's why I put the bar in.
Now, getting back to my ocean, let's have a swim and forget all about our investment, huh?
No, I couldn't possibly...
As you grow older, Mrs. Pierce, you'll find that the only things you regret are the things you didn't do.
You win, Mr. Berrigan.
I'll drive you home. Pick up your bathing suit. And if your daughter would like to come along...
Well, that's very nice of you inviting Vida. She'd love to come.
Oh, she would, huh?
But she's away for the day.
Oh, well, I'm beginning to think that Vida's a very understanding daughter.
Oh, this is wonderful. I can't even remember the last time I relaxed like this.
How about another swim?
Don't you dare suggest getting me out of this chair.
You're the lazy type, huh?
Tell me, do you live here all the year round?
No, I have the old family mansion in Pasadena. It's complete with an iron deer on the front lawn and the ghosts of my ancestors in a greenhouse with no flowers. Now I come here in the spring.
Oh, it must be wonderful.
Yes, it was lonely. How about a drink?
No, thanks. It's none of my business. But you drink too much.
I know. I do too much of everything. I'm spoiled.
Monte Berrigan. That's an unusual name.
Well, I'm an unusual fellow.
Berrigan. Spanish?
Mostly. Little Italian thrown in.
And just what do you do, Mr. Berrigan?
I loaf. Oh, in a decorative and highly charming manner. You know you're very beautiful when you smile. Mildred, look at me. I'm not very impressionable. I lost my awe of woman at an early age. Ever since you first came here, I've thought of nothing but what I'd say to you when we met again. Now I can't say anything. You take my breath away.
Do I? I like you, Monty. You make me feel... I don't know. Warm and...
Wanted. Beautiful.
Yes.
My heart's beating like a schoolboy's. I've fallen in love, Mildred. I've fallen in love with you.
And that was when, Mrs. Berrigan? 3 years ago?
Yes. And now Monty's dead. And you think Bert killed him? You're wrong, Inspector.
Our stars will return in Act 2 of Mildred Pierce in a moment. Libby, what's the news?
Well, Joel McCrae made news because he gave up a trip to Europe to work.
Must have been quite a role.
It is. Joel is the hero in Warner Brothers' Western thriller, Colorado Territory. And what a thriller. I was on the edge of my seat all during the preview.
Aren't Virginia Mayo and Dorothy Malone in that, too?
Yes, they are. And with very different roles. Virginia plays a high-spirited girl born on the frontier and educated in the dance halls of the 70s.
Sounds like interesting costumes.
Yes, indeed. Virginia's are all specially designed. In Colorado Territory, she's something of a wildcat, so the studio designed off-shoulder blouses for her and full, colorful skirts, short enough for scrambling over rocks and swinging on a horse.
I'll bet they were luxed a good many times before the shooting was over.
They were. Incidentally, the way Hollywood studios handle cottons is a good tip for women everywhere. Studios give nice cottons Lux Flakes care, just as they do washable silks and rayons. These tiny sheer diamonds are so fast, make such rich suds, they freshen cottons in a jiffy.
And keep colors lovely far longer.
And that's important, because cottons are just about the smartest fabrics going this summer. You'll wear them from morning till night. So don't risk wrong washing methods that may fade colors. They'll stay lovely up to 3 times as long with gentle Lux Flakes care. This fine product of Lever Brothers Company makes home washing wonderfully safe and easy. Lux Flakes are safe for anything safe in water alone.
We return you to our producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Act 2 of Mildred Pierce, starring Rosalind Russell as Mildred and Zachary Scott as Monty. A few hours ago, Monty Berrigan was murdered. The police are holding 2 men under suspicion, Wally Fay and Bert Pierce, with the case against Pierce building stronger and stronger. At the Homicide Bureau, Berrigan's wife is still in Inspector Peterson's office.
So you think Pierce is innocent? Well, we don't. Now, you were telling me about Monty Berrigan, how he fell in love with you 3 years ago.
It's hard to remember the next few weeks. So much was happening, wonderful and exciting. Monty. And the opening of my own restaurant.
You refer to it as your restaurant, Mrs. Berrigan.
Oh, it wasn't really all mine. Wally had worked very hard arranging the financing for me. I cut him in for a third. And since I hadn't paid for the property, Monty Berrigan owned another share, a sort of partnership. We were swamped with business that opening night. It was well past midnight before we closed the doors.
Well, what do you know? She's finally coming out of the kitchen.
Oh, my feet. Give me a chair, Wally, before I fall down. Oh, hello, Monty.
Well, you're a great success.
Oh, if we can say that a month from now, maybe I'll believe it.
I've been getting acquainted here with your daughter.
And guess what, Mother? Mr. Berrigan's promised to take me to the races.
Only if your mother comes along.
I'd love it. Oh, Wally, do me a favor.
You just name it, honey.
Take Vita home.
What?
Home? Oh, Mother, anyone would think I was a child.
Yeah, I figured on taking you home.
Oh, please, Wally, you should see the kitchen. They'll be washing dishes there for another hour.
I come out looking for an evening of fun and laughter, and what do I get? A date with a Girl Scout.
Wally, will you please not refer to me
Good
as
night, darling.
Good night, Mother. And I trust we shall meet again soon, Mr. Berrigan. Very soon.
I trust so, too, Vida.
Get going, small fry.
That's a very cute youngster, Mildred.
No youngster anymore.
Well, it's been quite a night. My white elephant may turn out to be solid gold.
Monty, would you excuse me for a minute? I'd better check tomorrow's menu.
Oh, later. Look, I've been waiting for you all evening. It's a lifetime. Don't you ever realize...
Bert.
I didn't mean to bust in on you. They let me in the back way.
Oh, well, this is Mr. Berrigan, my husband.
Well, I've heard a lot about you, Mr. Pierce.
If you don't mind, I'd like to speak to Mildred.
Yes?
I'll try to lose myself at the bar.
About the divorce, Mildred. You can have it. I told you once to see if you could get along without me. I didn't think you could. Well, now I know better.
I never thought it would end like this, Bert.
Who knows how anything's going to end? Well, all the luck in the world.
Thank you.
Leaving already, Mr. Pierce?
Well, I think I'd better.
Oh, but doesn't this call for a drink? Here's a glass. You know, in the Berrigan family, there's an old Spanish proverb. One man's poison is... I apologize, Mr. Pierce.
Monty hadn't really meant to be nasty. He seemed genuinely sorry for that little incident with Bert. Or maybe I just thought he was sorry. Because I was in love with Monty.
You still haven't given me one reason why Bert Pierce isn't the murderer. In fact, you've given me a very good reason why he is. Pierce couldn't account for his movements at the time of the murder, and you've just told me the motive, Mrs. Berrigan. Jealousy.
Excuse me, Inspector. This report just came in. I thought you'd want to read it.
Oh, thanks. Pardon me, Mrs. Berrigan. Is he sure of this information?
You know Charlie, sir. He doesn't like to make mistakes.
Now, tell him to keep on it.
Yes.
Who's I to call one, Mrs. Berrigan?
She's my business manager.
Well, she tells us that you phoned her from your office late last night and asked where Mr. Berrigan was. She says you seemed quite upset.
Well, it was just a business matter.
And tell me something else. Why did you take Wally Fay to the beach house? Did you know that Berrigan was lying there dead?
No, I didn't.
Then you were at the beach house. Why didn't you tell us before? And why did you run away from the house? Wasn't it because you knew that Berrigan was dead?
No, I didn't.
And why are you trying to pin the murder on Fay? I think you'd better tell me the truth now.
I did it. I killed Monty Berrigan.
You? But why? Your restaurant was a success. You were in love with him. You married him.
I didn't marry him. Not until much later. At the time, too many things were uncertain. But the restaurant was a success. In a few months, I opened another place, and then I started a chain. In 3 years, I'd built up 5 restaurants. They made money. Everything I touched turned into money. And I needed it. I needed it for Vida. She was a young lady now with expensive tastes and several boyfriends. One in particular, Ted Forrester. One night, Monty and I joined them for a round of the nightclub.
The handsomest couple on the floor, Mildred. Vida and Ted.
She likes him, Monty. A lot, I think.
Who wouldn't? He has $1 million.
Now, what's the matter?
Nothing. I've just run out of jokes, I guess.
No, tell me. What's wrong?
Well, I've had a little bad luck, Mildred. I won't be able to afford many more evenings like this.
You need money? Well, why didn't you tell me?
It's not quite that bad.
Monty.
Not yet.
Monty, I want you to take this cash.
Mildred, please.
You've been awfully good to us. Now take it.
All right. But I want it distinctly understood that it's only a loan.
Yes, at first it bothered Monty to take money from me. Then it became a habit with him. After a while, Wally Fay found out about it.
The accountant told me. Almost $2,000 in 6 weeks. What's the big idea?
We owe Monty a great deal.
We paid him off long ago. We don't owe him a cent. Now, look, baby, I'm in business with you, but keeping Berrigan in monogram shirts isn't my idea of
You've
business.
done all right. When you opened up that cafe at the beach, I didn't ask to be cut in, did I?
I can do what I want with my own money.
So can I.
Now, look, when you walked out on Bert, it was okay with me. I was glad to see you get some sense in your head. But now you've fallen for a guy who's a worse foul ball than Bert ever thought of being.
Who I fall for is none of your business.
Well, I say it is. This Berrigan's no good, Mildred. He'll bleed you dry.
Suppose I'm in love with him.
Okay. guess I finally know just where I stand.
That's right. Now you know.
Why, dare I come in?
I wish you would, Ida. Things are getting a little out of hand.
I hate all women.
My.
Thank goodness you're not one.
Laughing boy there seems burned at the edges.
A small green-eyed monster.
Wally jealous? Doesn't sound like Wally. No profit in it.
I just told him I was in love with Monty Barragan.
Are you?
I thought I was once, but not now.
Mildred, listen to me. I know I shouldn't say
If it's
this,
about
but...
Monty, I agree with you.
No, it's Vida.
What?
She's been borrowing money.
From whom?
Anybody who'd give her any. Waitresses mostly. And they're scared to say anything. You know how it is.
See that they're paid back.
I'm sorry I had to tell you, Mildred. Oh, I don't blame Vida entirely. A couple of times Monty was with her. Well, I brought those statements you wanted.
Now, about the Laguna Beach unit.
Hello,
I think...
everybody.
Oh, hello, Vida. Oh, and Monty. Well, come in.
I hope we aren't interrupting a big business conference.
No, just a teeny one.
I wish I could get that interested in work.
You were probably frightened by a callus at an early age. And if you don't mind, Vida, you're sitting on the Laguna Beach statement.
That's what I like about you, Ida. So delightfully provincial.
I like you, too. As for you, Junior, don't look now, but you're standing under a brick wall.
I don't get it.
You will when it falls on you.
Mother, look. Look what Monty gave me for my birthday. This necklace. Isn't it gorgeous?
Oh, yes, darling. It's beautiful. And there's something else for your birthday out the window there. I hope you like it, Vida.
Mother, oh, not a car. Oh, it's just beautiful.
Happy?
Lady, after all, I picked it out, you know.
Oh, Monty, the two nicest presents I ever got. Come on, let's go for a drive.
Nothing I'd like better.
Monty, I'd like to talk to you.
Fine. Run along, Vida, and dent your fenders.
Alone? Oh, well, I'll see you later at the club.
Be careful, darling.
Thanks a million, Mother.
What's the matter, Mildred?
I want you to stay away from Vida.
Why, have I suddenly sprouted two heads? Or has Ted Forrester boy been complaining
It
to
isn't
you?
funny. Vida's not 18 and spoiled rotten.
What's that got to do with me?
Look, Monty, I've done without a lot of things, including happiness sometimes, because I wanted Vida to have everything.
Oh, but kids at that age, they're all thoughtless.
I still don't like it. And I blame it on the way she's been living. I blame it on you.
I don't think you understand Vida very well, Mildred. She's not like you. You'll never make a waitress out of Vida.
You can't help looking down at me because I work for a living, can you? All right, I work. I cook food and sell it and make a profit, which I might point out you're not too proud to share with me.
Take it easy, Mildred.
You're right. There's no point in going on like this. You're interfering with my life and, worst of all, with my plans for Vida, and I won't stand for it.
I always knew that someday we'd come to this particular point in the scheme of things. You want Vida and your business and a nice, quiet life, and the price of all that is me. You can go back to making your pies now, Mildred. We're through.
Wait a minute, Monty. You've had expenses taking Vida out. I don't know how much we owe you, but if this isn't enough...
No, I've always wondered how it felt to take a tip. Thank you. Just mark the account paid in full.
I saw nothing of Monty for over a month. And suddenly Vida was spending all her time again with the Forrester boy.
The one with $1 million.
I was terribly busy. The restaurant business was falling off. Nothing drastic, but enough to keep me constantly on the job. One afternoon, I had a caller. Ted Forrester's mother.
I've been looking forward so much to meeting you, Mrs. Pierce. I'm sure we're going to work out our little problems splendidly.
Little problems?
Well, hasn't Vida told you?
Told me what?
Well, your daughter somehow got the idea that... Well, I can understand it, of course. But if you or this girl employ any more tricks trying to blackmail my son into
Trying to
marriage...
what?
I'll prevent this marriage. I shall prevent it in any way I can.
I don't think you need to worry, Mrs. Forrester. Having you in my family is a pretty dismal prospect. Good afternoon.
Well, what's so important, Mother?
Yeah, what's up, Mildred? Vida and I were
Wally,
just
do
going
you
down...
mind? This is private.
I think I know what's bothering you. Well, Wally knows all about it.
Wally knows that you're talking about getting married?
Getting married? I am married, Mother. Ted and I were married on my birthday. I'm sorry, but it's done.
Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, I wanted to so many times. But you're always so busy, and besides, I was afraid.
Afraid of me?
Oh, Mother, I've been so miserable. I made a mistake, and I didn't know how to tell you.
Oh, you don't love Ted. Is that it?
Yeah, that's right, Mildred. She made a mistake, and the only thing to do is an annulment. That's the clean, quick way to handle a situation.
Oh, well, I suppose it is. But can it be done quietly?
You just leave it to me, Mildred. Uncle Wally still knows all the angles.
You should have seen Mrs. Forrester's face when Wally told their lawyer. Oh, Mother, you'd have died.
When Wally told their lawyer what?
That the annulment was going to cost them $20,000.
You asked for money?
Well, of course I asked for money. They wanted the annulment, didn't they? And no publicity.
Vida, how could you do such a thing? How could you?
And I got the money, see? A nice big check. Oh, I'll have to give Wally part of it, but there's still enough for
money.
me to...
That's what you live for, isn't it? You'd do anything for money, wouldn't you? Even blackmail.
For heaven's sakes, Mother, grow up.
Yes, it's about time I did. All right, Vida. From now on, things are going to be different.
I'll say they're going to be different. Why do you think I went to all this trouble? Why do you think I want money so badly?
All right, why?
Are you sure you want to know?
Yes.
With this money, I can get away from you.
Vida!
From you and your fried chicken and your kitchens and everything that smells of grease. I can get away from this house and its cheap furniture and away from this town and...
I think I'm seeing you for the first time in my life. You're cheap and horrible.
You think just because you made a little money, you can get a new hairdo and some expensive clothes and turn yourself into a lady. Well, you can't. Because you'll never be anything but common. Common like your father who lived over a grocery store. Common like your mother who took in washing. With this money, I can get away from everything that makes me think of this place or you.
Give me that check, Vida. Give it to me.
Not on your life.
I said give it to me.
No. No, you're tearing it up.
Yes, I'm tearing it up. Now get your things and clear out of this house before they throw them into the street and you with them. Get out!
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
After a brief intermission, our stars will continue with Act 3 of Mildred Pierce. Tonight we have asked lovely Claudia Barrett to pay us a return visit. I understand, Claudia, that you spent so much time on the set of The Fountainhead that visitors thought you were on the publicity staff.
I almost felt that way, Mr. Keeley. It's a wonderful story.
Yes, the book made publishing history, and I predict a great box office success for the picture. Gary Cooper gives an outstanding performance as a man who will make any sacrifice for his beliefs, with Raymond Massey an excellent choice for his rival, a publisher.
I was fascinated by Patricia Neal.
His Warner Brothers are to be congratulated on discovering Pat. She's sensational.
Isn't her wardrobe in The Fountainhead divine? Even her lingerie is dreamy. The wardrobe department made her slips and nighties in unusual shades like honey beige and ice blue to emphasize her blondness.
Did she have them copied, as many stars do?
The studio gave them to her after the picture. Wasn't she lucky? And you know, Mr. Kennedy, the wardrobe mistress told her to be sure to wash them in Lux Flakes.
Oh, you'll find Hollywood studios set great store by Lux Flakes, Claudia. They're so safe. These tiny sheer diamonds keep pretty lingerie color fresh far longer.
Patricia's slips and nighties looked as nice as new when the studio gave them to her.
That's not surprising. Scientific tests show that underthings stay new-looking 3 times as long when they get Lux Flakes care. It's a known fact that wrong washing methods make colors fade much too soon. Lux Flakes are so fast, make such rich suds, they whisk away soil in a jiffy. Yet they're so safe, they leave colors lovely. Thank you for coming tonight, Claudia Barrett. Now, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mildred Pierce, starring Rosalind Russell as Mildred and Zachary Scott as Monty. It's almost dawn now, but the lights still burn brightly in Inspector Peterson's office as Mildred Pierce continues her story.
I had said some awful things to my daughter. I had driven her away. I went away for a while, too, but not far enough. Something kept pulling me back. Finally, I gave in and came home. But no sign of Vida. Not even a letter.
Mexico? Mexico, huh? So that's where you've been.
People still eating in restaurants, Ida?
Not enough of them. I'm glad you're back.
Seen anyone I know?
No. I wondered how long it would take you to get around to Vida. Why don't you forget about her?
I can't. Maybe she didn't turn out as well as I hoped. But she's still my daughter, and I want her back.
Well, personally, Vida's convinced me that alligators have the right idea. They devour their young. Hello?
Hello, is Mildred there? This is Bert Pierce again.
Just a moment. Your ex-husband. He's been calling every day for 2 weeks. Yeah.
Hello, Bert. I just got back this morning.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
How about dinner?
Dinner?
I'd like to see you, Mildred. Or would you rather I didn't?
I'd be glad to see you, Bert. You can pick me up at the house at 7:30.
Thanks.
I don't know why, Ida, but it's going to be nice seeing Bert again.
I thought you might like this place, Mildred. A little noisy, but since our friend Wally Fay owns it...
I still don't know why you insisted on coming here.
I thought it was a good idea at the time. Now I'm not so sure.
What's that mean?
Look over there, under the spotlight.
Vida.
I'm sorry I did it like this, Mildred. I just didn't know how to tell you. Where are you going?
I'm going to get Vida out of here. I guess that means I'd better find Wally first.
We're sure to find happiness, and I get all the things you've always pined for. Gee, I'd like to see you looking swell, baby. Diamond bracelets won't work, doesn't sell, baby. Till that lucky day.
Mildred, well, come on in.
Hello, Wally.
How was the trip?
Sometime I'll tell you all about it. Right now, I'm going to take Vida home.
Oh, does Vida know that?
No. I'm hoping you'll help me.
Oh, not me, honey. She's your daughter. Let me give you a little advice. If you want Vida to do anything for you, you better hit her over the head first.
Where'll I find her?
Oh, her dressing room is straight down the hall.
Well, quite a surprise, Mother. What can I do for you?
I want you to come home, Vida. This isn't your kind of life.
No. What is my kind of life?
Oh, Vida, it isn't easy for me to beg like this.
You must think I'm on a string. Go away, Vida. Come back, Vida. Oh, no.
We'll have the house redecorated. We'll get all new furniture. A new piano. You'll like it, I know.
You just don't understand, do you? You think new curtains are enough to make me happy? No. I want a little more than that. I want the kind of life that Monty Berrigan taught me, and you won't let me have it. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you, but if I went back, it would only start all over again. You know how I am, Mother.
But if I could give you the kind of life Monty taught you, would you be willing to come home then?
But you couldn't, could you? Drop in again sometime, Mother. I'll be here.
There was just one thing left for me to do. I had heard that the old Berrigan mansion in Pasadena was now up for sale.
Oh, now look, Mildred. You can't be serious about buying this old barn.
You're not a very good salesman, are you, Monty?
No, I suppose I'm not.
You're here alone.
Well, somebody has to be on the premises to show the place. Need I add that I'm broke?
What about the beach house?
It's the only thing I haven't lost. What do you want, Mildred? You don't want to buy this antiquated tomb. You'd be out of your mind.
Oh, I don't know. A little remodeling would do wonders.
You're not fooling me. I remember too well. I remember how it was with us once, and so do you. Something neither one of us can forget.
Then you can do me a great kindness.
If I can.
Ask me to marry you.
Why?
Well, your attitude is hardly enthusiastic.
You went to considerable trouble to get rid of me once, so naturally I'm a little startled.
Well, I have a good reason for wanting you to marry me.
Vida.
Why Vida?
Your reason for doing anything is usually Vida.
What's your answer, Monty?
I can't afford you, Mildred. I'm sorry, but all I have is pride and a name. I can't sell either of them. Things are considerably different now from what they were at the beginning.
I know. I haven't forgotten.
I told you once that you were the only woman in the world for me. I loved you then, and I love you now.
Then why can't we
Because
get
I
married?
won't go on taking tips from you. Of course, if I owned a share in your business.
How much of a share would your pride require, Monty?
Don't put it that way, Mildred. I'm not enjoying this. I'm only doing
How
it.
much of a share?
I think I can leave that up to you.
It's a deal, Monty. Sold. One Barragon. We were married a week later, and I set about restoring the old Barragon mansion to the showplace that it once was. Soon now I'd be ready for another talk with Vida. But before that happened...
Maybe I shouldn't have stopped by, Mildred, but I'll only be a minute.
But I'm so glad you came, Bert.
Mildred, I've got a lot of nerve asking this, but are you really in love with Monty Barragan?
No, not exactly. But we understand each other. And I thought that maybe now...
Maybe now Vida will come back.
I know I'm a fool, Bert. But I can't help it.
I brought you a wedding present, Mildred.
Wedding present?
Take a look out there on the terrace.
What's out there that I... Vida. Bert, did you ask Vida to come with you?
No, she called me up. She tried to pretend it was something else, but I finally got the truth out of her. She wants to come home, Mildred. Now go and get her.
And I'll change, Mother. Oh, really, I will. I promise. I'll never talk to you like that again.
I said a few rather nasty things myself. Oh, darling, if we can only trust each other and...
I simply don't believe it.
Monty!
Well, hey, tears of joy at seeing me again, I hope.
Well, of course.
Well, you look lovely, Prodigal. It's about time you came to see it.
See you, but I'm staying. I'm the new star boarder.
Wonderful. Just don't call me father.
For the next few weeks, I was happier than I'd been in years. I didn't see nearly as much of Vida as I wanted to, but it wasn't her fault. I was busy. The restaurants were running into trouble. But with Vida back, it didn't seem to matter. I planned a wonderful party for her, Inspector. It took place last night.
Yes, so I understand.
Only I wasn't there. A sudden meeting came up at the office. The accountants and a lawyer named Hopkins. At 11 o'clock, we were still at it.
I've told you a dozen times, Mrs. Barragan. In simple language, you owe my clients money. They must either be paid or you show cause why the restaurant should not be taken away from you. If you resist, your creditors force you into bankruptcy. It's as simple as that.
I haven't a cent of ready cash, so I guess that's that. Any ideas, Wally?
Well, you can still manage the restaurants.
That's very nice of you, Wally. Stealing the business right out from under me and letting me run it for you, huh?
Now, listen, I've got to put up the dough to keep us out of court. Well, you've been bleeding this business dry so you can live the way you have since Vida came home. You said so yourself.
I know.
The creditors want your hide. I can't stop them. Another month like this, and we'd all be out in the cold. Well, as it is...
As it is, only I am.
You'd still be all right if Monty hadn't forced the issue.
What's Monty got to do with this?
He wants to sell his share of the business. I got to go along with it, or I'm out, too. Well, you didn't know?
No.
You married him. I didn't. Let's go, Hopkins.
As soon as they left, I called the house. Ida answered the telephone.
But Monty isn't here, Mildred. He drove off about 20 minutes ago, just after the party broke up.
Then let me speak to Vida.
Well, Vita's gone, too. I think some of them went over to the Adamses for a dip in the pool. Now, if you want...
No, it's not too important. Thanks, Ida. There was a gun in the office safe. It had belonged to Bert. And I hadn't wanted it around the house. I had a hunch where Monty would be, Inspector. A beach house. He was alone when I got there. And I killed him.
You're lying, Mrs. Barragan. We know you weren't alone in the house with him. We have proof of that now and of various other things.
Yes, sir?
You can bring her in, Frank. We've had a slant on you all night, Mrs. Berrigan. You were the key. I had to put the pressure on you. Well, the key turned.
Vida.
The sergeant will tell you where they found her.
We picked the girl up at the airport. Grabbed her off a plane headed for Arizona. She didn't like it very much.
I don't understand.
Your mother just told me everything. Why did you kill him?
You told him. You promised not to tell. You promised you'd help me get away.
Vida, don't say any more.
It doesn't matter now. That's all we needed to hear. Miss Pierce, you were already at the beach house with Berrigan when your mother arrived there, isn't that right?
Let her alone. I didn't know Vida was there. I expected Monty to be alone. There was a record on the phonograph. They didn't hear me coming.
Hello, Mildred. Well, we weren't expecting you.
I'm glad she's here, Monty. I've got something to tell you, Mother. I love Monty. He's going to divorce you and marry me.
No, Vida. He isn't.
There's nothing you can do about it.
I can do this much about it.
Mildred, use your head. Shooting me won't solve anything.
It would solve a lot of things. Oh, but I can't do it. I just can't do it.
Mildred, wait a minute.
Let her go, Monty.
I think she...
I put the gun down and walked out of the room.
Just where did you get the
I could hear their voices as I went toward the car.
Just like that.
Joke. You think I'm going to marry you? You're crazy.
But you love me. You told me you loved me.
After a few drinks, I say a lot of things.
Listen to me, Monty.
I didn't hear the rest.
You rotten...
I was starting my motor
Get out
and
of
the noise of... But then I heard the shots. I rushed back to the house. Vida!
He said horrible things. He told me to get out. He laughed at me. The gun was there and I didn't mean to. You've got...
I can't get you out of this, Vida.
What are you going to do? Who are you phoning?
Give me the police.
No, Mother, no. Think what'll happen if they find me. Think what'll happen.
I don't care anymore, Vida.
Yes, you do. You do care. It's your fault as much as mine.
Hello, police headquarters, Sergeant Lyons.
You've got to help me. Help me, Mother, just this once.
Police headquarters.
I'll change. I promise I will. I'll be different.
Hello, this is police headquarters.
Help me. Help me.
So you tried to help her.
I drove aimlessly for 10 or 15 minutes. Then, on the road, I passed Wally's Cafe. Suddenly, I had a wild idea. I parked the car and went in.
A wild idea to frame Wally Fay.
No, not that exactly. I knew you'd see through a frame-up. But it might take hours. By that time, Vida would be on a plane and I could tell you the truth.
Not this time, Mrs. Berrigan. This time your daughter pays for her own mistakes. Okay, Frank, take her downstairs.
Mother.
I'm sorry, Vida. I did the best I could.
Don't worry about me. I'm really not worth it.
Oh, Frank, see that Fay and Bert Pierce are released. Well, we could use some fresh air in here. It looks like a nice morning out there. You can go now. We'll call you when we want you. You know, Mrs. Berrigan, there are times when I regret being a policeman.
Well, they're booking the girl, Inspector. You told Frank to release the others?
Yeah. Come here, McNally. Take a look out the window.
Pierce and Mrs. Berrigan. Together.
Yeah. Maybe that's where they belong. Together.
Our stars will return for their curtain calls in a moment. Libby, when you expect extra company for dinner, what's the first thing you check?
Do I have enough spoons?
I guess most women do. And Lever Brothers Company has a thrifty solution. An amazing value in original Rogers silver plate teaspoons just in time for summer entertaining.
I've seen them. They're beautiful. And only 50 cents for 3.
These teaspoons are extra heavy silver plate made by the world's largest silversmiths. The same quality and design we offered before the war.
I love the pattern. It's a graceful wheat design called Allure.
Later, you can get all sorts of matching pieces, even butter spreaders and oyster forks. An order blank for these extra pieces comes packed with your spoons.
Why, you can build a service for 6 for as little as $10.25 with Lux Flakes box tops.
Why not start yours today by ordering 3 original Rogers silver plate teaspoons? Just send 50 cents, the top from a box of Lux Flakes, and your name and address to Box 31, Wallingford, Connecticut.
This offer is good only in continental United States, Hawaii, and Alaska, and is subject to all local and state regulations.
I'll repeat the offer. For 3 original Rogers teaspoons, just send 50 cents and a Lux Flakes box top to Lux, Box 31, Wallingford, Connecticut. Here's Mr. Keeley with our stars.
Fine drama requires fine acting, and tonight's stars certainly gave us that. Here they are, returning to the footlights, Rosalind Russell and Zachary Scott. I suppose you both will be off for summer vacations before long. What are your plans, Rosalind?
Well, I'm going to do some painting.
Pictures or houses, Ros?
Pictures. It's a new hobby.
Oh, what school of painting appeals to you, Rosalind? Are you an impressionist?
Well, more of a hit-and-missionist. I paint by instinct.
You mean you never had any lessons?
Oh, just one lesson. You see, my first portrait was of my son, and when my husband saw it, he suggested some lessons. But after the first class, the teacher said I'd better not come back. He was afraid teaching would destroy my wild, free style.
Well, you get enough compliments on your acting, so it probably doesn't matter. By the way, Zach, I saw you with a very beautiful young lady at the premiere of your new Warner Brothers picture, Flamingo Road.
Thank you, Bill. I think she's kind of beautiful, too. That was my daughter, Waverly.
Oh, your severest critic, no doubt.
Well, she just won't believe me as a villain. She knows who's boss at home. Incidentally, Bill, I always make a hit when I come home after a Lux Radio Theater date.
Oh, your family liked your performances here?
No, it's the Lux Flakes I bring home.
I know what you mean. I always keep them in my home, too. Oh, Bill, what was the attraction you mentioned for next week?
It's a prize film comedy, Rosalind. The RKO success, The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer. And we'll have 2 original stars of the picture, Cary Grant and Shirley Temple. This picture delighted millions with its fresh, original comedy. Entertainment that demands the special talents of Cary Grant and Shirley Temple, so we have them both next Monday.
Well, I know you'll have a great show, Bill. Good night. Good night, Ross.
Good night.
And we'll see you soon. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Cary Grant and Shirley Temple in The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Rosalind Russell will soon be seen in the Columbia picture Tell It to the Judge. Heard in tonight's cast were Leif Erikson as Wally, Donald Woods as Bert, and Rhoda Williams as Vida. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer, starring Cary Grant and Shirley Temple. The generous new bath-size Lux toilet soap is making a hit with screen stars, with lovely women everywhere. Try this fine new product of Lever Brothers Company. You'll be delighted with the big satin smooth cake. You'll enjoy its abundant creamy lather, the delicate flower-like fragrance it leaves on your skin. The new bath-size Lux toilet soap is available everywhere. Be sure to listen next Monday night to the Lux Radio Theater presentation of The Bachelor and the Bobby Soxer, starring Cary Grant and Shirley Temple. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theater. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theater presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton. And here to introduce the play is your producer, Victor Mackerson.
Thank you, Peter. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Michael Clayton Hutton's Stranger in the House is a thriller with a difference.
the story of Miles and Ruth, a married couple whose past is shrouded in mystery. A mystery which deepens when a stranger enters their lives to plague them with memories which were best left buried in the past. Our stars tonight are Anthony James and Sheila Holiday as Miles and Ruth. Raina is played by Tony Jay, and as Diana, you will hear Diane Wilson. In just a few moments, the curtain will be going up on tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
Glamorous Hollywood film star Debbie Reynolds has this to say about new Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is the loveliest way I know to help keep my skin beautifully soft all over. And I'm sure you'll love its perfume as much as I do.
New shape, new perfume, new creamy lather. Now, more than ever, Lux is the beauty soap of the stars. They know that luxurious new Lux really is the perfect beauty care. It's so creamy and gentle, wonderful for the complexion. So take a tip from Hollywood's famous stars and discover for yourself the luxury of new Lux, a beauty treatment every time you bath.
And now we present Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House.
I can't move this cork in the sherry bottle.
Yeah, let me help you.
Miles, please. Let my hand go.
Oh, very well, Diana. That's the way you want it.
It is. I know Ruth's only your wife, but she's my oldest friend, and I'm a guest in her house.
I'm sorry. Forgive me?
Oh, Miles.
If you're angry, I shan't enjoy my New Year's Eve. You'd hate me not to enjoy it, now wouldn't you?
All right, you're forgiven, but...
I know. Don't let it happen again.
Don't.
Well, let's have a drink. We'll all have one, actually.
Well, everything seems to be in order in the kitchen. Is that it, Ruth? Is that sherry?
Yes, I poured you one.
It's stormy outside, isn't it? Still, one must expect a bit of weather when one has a house that's built on a cliff top, mustn't one? And I do think this is the most heavenly house. Are you glad to be back in England? Yes, we are, aren't we, Miles?
6 years is a long time.
I can't think why you stayed away so long. You go off for a year and stay 6.
That's the way it goes, abroad.
We just sort of drifted, didn't we, darling? Every month or so we kept saying we must come back. And as there wasn't any real reason for coming back, we didn't, that's all. Nice work, you can get it. Oh, darling. My preference shares just go on working and working, and I might as well spend what money I've got. That's for fun. I worked it out the other day, and it's going to cost me nearly $60,000 to die. Well, as the truth, it costs me 19 and 6 in a pound to live, so what's one to do?
Will you stop chattering? 19 to the dozen. And drink is drink.
Oh, I know. I nearly forgot.
What?
We must let it in.
Let what in?
The new year, of course.
Will it come in by itself?
There's a ceremony. We really must do it. Oh, but I forget what it is.
Oh, that's a help.
I'll go and look it up for you. Where? Well, in fact, it's here, of course. That's where it's for.
What's the matter, Ruth?
Nothing at all, darling.
What are you smiling about?
It's just looking at you.
Oh. Are you pleased with what you see?
Very pleased. I was thinking about something that Diana said just now. Nice work if you can get it.
What about it?
It suddenly reminded me how spoiled I am. Too much money and not very much sense.
You've got to be jolly clever to have too much money these days. I should leave the sense to other people.
I can't help it, you know. I feel like saying to people, I can't help being rather a silly woman. I can't help not having very much brain, and the money was left to me.
That sherry's gone to your head.
And then there's you.
What about me?
Oh, people ought not to be in love after 6 years of marriage. Sometimes I think it's all too good to last.
Ruth, I have something to tell you.
Something nice?
No, not very.
Oh?
Diana.
What about her?
In the words of our cheaper novelists, I made a pass at her.
When? in love with his wife.
Yes,
What a silly thing to do.
I know. Is that all you're going to say?
I'm not going to throw a stone, if that's what you mean.
You really are an extraordinary woman. I do believe that if I went off for a thoroughly bad weekend, the first thing you'd say when I came in would be, have you had your breakfast?
If you had been off for one, nothing I could say could make any difference, could it?
Did I hear you say just now that you were a stupid woman?
I suppose there must be degrees of stupidity, that's all.
Who's that? You know, I've been thinking about practicing again.
You mean medicine?
Yes. Would you mind?
And you've forgotten, don't you? 6 years is a long time. It'd be too awful if you went and gave everyone the wrong bottle.
I don't think I'd do that.
Wait, I was the nicest patient you ever had. And what's more, I always paid my bills at once.
Yes, only because you could then send for me on the slightest pretext.
You'll be telling me I chased you, Nick.
But you did. You were the scandal of Westover. I'm sorry, darling.
That's all right.
It slipped out. The name.
It's all right, dear. Don't go on about it.
I hurt you now, haven't I?
Miles.
Yes?
I love you very much.
Still?
Yes, still. And you?
Still, darling.
It's been worth it, hasn't it?
Oh, yes, Ruth. It's been worth it.
There's some terribly interesting things in this encyclopedia.
Are there, Diana?
Did you find the rules for... Oh, I didn't have to. I suddenly remembered. A dark man has to go outside and carry a piece of coal in.
What, in all that rain?
It stopped raining. And you're dark. And a man.
You're mad, the pair of you.
You ring the bell, and then we let you in, and you wish us a happy new year, and march through the house and go out.
Well, then what do I do? Spend the night in the coal shed?
Then you come in, and we give you an enormous drink. Now, you better go out and find a nice piece of coal.
But it isn't midnight yet.
I know, but we must have a rehearsal.
Oh, dear. Which door do I go to?
The back. It's a sort of symbol. You know, the year that's at the back of us. No, you're wrong, dear. It's the front.
You wouldn't like me to run round the house chanting carols, would you?
Well, try the back. And if that isn't right, we'll know, and then you can try the front. Now go along and find the coal.
I have a feeling that all this is going to end in terrible disaster.
Oh, dear, I am out of practice. No. It's pretty. What is it? I like it. Etude by Chopin. Nice. Ruth? Yes?
I'm so glad everything turned out so well for you both.
Thank you.
There's something else.
I know, Diana. Miles told me. You didn't think he would?
No, I didn't. He goes up in my estimation for that.
We tell each other everything. That's Miles now.
Well, don't get up. I'll go.
There's no one here. Oh, then he's at the back. Well, I'll see him. Go on playing. What are you doing, Miles, darling? Diana's gone round the back to let you in. Don't be tiresome, dear. Do shut that door. There's a terrible draught. Miles,
Good evening, ma'am. The door wasn't properly closed.
Can I help you?
Well, ma'am, you could ask me in for a moment. I mean, out of this rain. Which it is.
I'm afraid I can't ask you in because...
Oh, good. Fighting it is, ma'am.
I know all that, but...
And it's New Year's Eve.
Very well, but only for a minute.
Nice. Very nice, ma'am.
What is?
This room. Great taste, if I may say so, ma'am. Oh, dear. Oh, sorry about that, ma'am.
That's a very nasty cough you have.
That's me heart, ma'am.
Sounded more liquid than that. Tell me, what can I do for you?
Well, I seem to have got myself lost, ma'am. I saw your light.
If it wasn't for your heart, I'd offer you a drink.
One won't hurt, ma'am. If you have such a thing, brandy would be very nice.
More one?
Oh, ma'am.
Hi. There you are.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, and for heaven's sake, stop calling me that.
Calling you what, ma'am?
Ma'am. Now, why were you walking around out in the rain?
I had to, miss. Get this.
What is this? I can't see what's inside that paper.
A plant, miss. Grows up on the edge of the cliff. I'm a sort of authority on cliff plants, if you know what I mean.
Well, it's nothing to do with me, but isn't it rather silly in your condition to go climbing around cliffs in the rain?
Oh, ma'am, sorry, I mean Mrs.
Curzon. Mrs. Curzon. You know this fool of a husband of it. I fear this gentleman seems to be lost.
Evening, sir. Good evening. Evening, miss.
Good evening.
I'm sorry to burst in on you like this, sir. I want to get to Latham.
Well, that's a good 10 or 12 miles.
As much as that, sir. Oh, well, I must be off or I'll never make it tonight. You don't know what time the buses go, do you?
No, I'm afraid I don't. You see, we've only been here a very short time. A week, actually, so we haven't found out any of those sort of things.
I hate to say it, but I think you'll find the last one is gone.
Oh. Oh, dear me. Oh, well, never mind. Done more walking than most in my time. Thanks for the drink, ma'am. Oh, sorry, Mrs. Curzon.
Not at all. Good night, Mr.
Rayner. Charlie Rayner. Raynor.
Good night, Mr. Rayner.
Oh, before I go, what time is...
Whoa. Is there something the matter, Mr. Rayner?
That clock on the mantelpiece.
A very beautiful clock.
Yes, miss. Very beautiful.
You study clocks as well as cliff plants, Mr. Rayner?
Oh, sometimes, you know, Mrs. Curzon. Not all the time, of course. But now and then one catches me fancy.
And my clock catches your fancy?
Yes, Mrs. Curzon.
Why?
Because it's only the second like it I've seen.
Now, there you're wrong, because there isn't another like it. I found it in a tiny village in Italy about 10 years ago. Quite unique.
Is that so now? Unique? Well, I could have sworn I'd seen one like it somewhere.
Well, I'm afraid you haven't.
Let me think, sir. Those little cherubs the clock's mounted on. Isn't one of the arrows missing? One of the arrows that little boy has got in his...
As a matter of fact, it is, yes. It was missing and I got it in the first place.
And one of the little boys turns round on his base.
Yes, but...
And underneath him there's a little drawer for a key.
Yes, there is. That's quite correct, but...
Still, there it is. And talking about clocks won't get me to Latham, will it now?
No, it won't. Will it, Mr. Rayner?
I hope I haven't upset you, Mrs. Curzon.
Upset me? No. What makes you think that?
You've gone quite pale. Quite sudden. Well, thank you again, and good night.
Mr. Rayner, you'll probably think I'm very silly, but could you remember just where you saw this clock? Or one like it?
Mr. Rayner will never get to Latham, dear, if you don't let him go now.
I won't keep him a minute, darling, but I would like to know.
You know, ma'am, I can't for the life of me remember where it was.
Do please think carefully, very carefully. It's very important.
No good. Afraid I can't remember. I'm very sorry I can't help you. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Really, Ruth, you do go on.
Sorry, Miles, but I was curious and... Oh, dear.
What is it now?
He's left it behind.
What's behind?
His plant. You'll be so upset, Miles, dear.
No. Much as I love you, no. I'm prepared to carry coals to Newcastle for you in the pouring rain on New Year's Eve. But I am not chasing down the road after an old drunk with a bit of seaweed.
Oh, look, it's nearly 12. Oh, Miles, hurry up.
For what?
Well, get that piece of coal from the kitchen table and go outside again.
Oh.
I'm not going to have my New Year ruined by some dreadful old man of the night. Well, go on, Miles. You just stand there. Look at the clock.
Oh, I've had enough of that confounded clock for one day, thank you. All right, I'm good.
Oh, now then, Ruth. Don't stand there as though you were in a trance. I'm all right. Of course you are. I'll go and take Miles outside. The clock. No. Can you know? Oh.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Back again, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, you see, I forgot...
I know your plant. Here it is.
Curzon, I've suddenly remembered where I saw it.
The clock?
Yes.
Have you, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, it was a small village. Nowhere you'd know. A little village down in Devon called...
Westover.
That's right. Pretty little.
Yes, a pretty little place.
I fancy you know that.
My husband and I used to live in Westover a long time ago.
When you were first married to Mr. Curzon?
No. I lived there with my first husband.
So this is your second attempt, so to speak?
Yes, this is my second attempt, as you call it.
Unpleasant thing, divorce, Mrs. Curzon.
There was no need for a divorce, Mr. Rayner. Perhaps you'd like something to eat before you go.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Mrs. Curzon.
If you'd like to go into the kitchen, I'll get you something.
Mrs. Curzon, why have you offered me food?
Because I thought you'd be hungry.
Is that the only reason?
Of course. What other reason could there be?
That's funny.
Why?
Because I knew you would ask me. I'll go into the kitchen, Mrs. Curzon.
Well, I think Miles on to the front. Ah, here he comes now.
Miles?
Yes?
Miles,
What's the matter, darling?
Mr. Rayner has come back. He's in the kitchen.
Well, then I'll give him something to eat and send him packing.
Darling, what's the matter with you? You're dreadful.
He remembered where he saw the clock before.
Didn't you? Well, what is it?
Westover. Miles, he said Westover was a pretty place.
Oh,
darling, don't you see?
Please, darling, pull yourself together. Happy New Year.
A Happy New Year, Miles. The paper? No, Diana, I haven't. Perhaps Mr. Rayner has it. By the way, where is he? 10 minutes ago, he was eating his fourth kipper. I expect he's gone weed hunting again. I hope he falls over the cliff. Diana. I mean it. Of course, I think he's gone stark raving mad. Do you realize that man has now been in this house for 4 whole days? He's going this morning. Who said so? Miles. He's going to tell him before lunch. Why you had to ask him to stay at all, I can't imagine. Diana, it was a terrible night, and it was New Year's Eve. Oh, he looked so miserable and wretched. It all sounds most peculiar to me. What does? All that nonsense about his having to get to Mason. He hasn't mentioned the place since. It's perfectly clear he's a very well-organized tramp who gets a very nice living like this. Then how do you explain the clock? There's nothing to explain. He obviously had a good look at it while you were getting him his drink. Then how did you know about Westover? He didn't. You admitted that yourself. You said you supplied the name for him. Maybe you're right. Anyway, he's going today. It hasn't really been much trouble. Well, apart from the fact that he eats like a horse, has waited on hand and foot, coughs and spits all over the house, and drunk 2 whole bottles of brandy and hides the morning paper. Apart from that, I should say he was the perfect guest for a long weekend. Having said my piece, would you like some tea? Yes. Yes, thank you, Diana. I just want to see what there is for lunch. I'm taking it upstairs. Come up when you're ready. Thanks, Diana.
Rose, look what I've been digging out.
What on earth is all that?
Odds and ends from the surgery. I packed them away in this box before we left.
What are they?
Oh, let me see now. This one's zinc ointment.
That awful-looking thing, what's that?
A scalpel. I did my first operation with that and kept it as a souvenir.
And that blue jar?
That's morphia.
I thought morphia was a liquid.
It can be either. What are we having for lunch?
Sardines, I'm afraid.
Then I'll tell you what you can do. Give the morphia to Rayner for lunch. It should be delicious with sardines.
Oh, put it away and don't make too much mess. I'm going to have some tea with Diana.
All right. Oh, you're back.
Oh, dear, oh, dear. That little will be the death of me.
You shouldn't walk up it then, should you?
Oh, must have a breath of fresh air after breakfast. That's better. Nice armchair in front of a warm fire.
Must you cough like that, Mr. Rayner?
Can't help coughing now, can I?
A little brandy might help.
Those doctor's orders.
They could be, yes.
That reminds me. I must ask the good lady for another blanket. Quite chilly I was last night.
You won't be needing another blanket.
Oh?
No.
Now, what does that mean, I wonder?
It means that you're leaving this house today.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Oh, this needs a bit of thinking about, this does. You can't just turn a man out into the street.
There's a perfectly satisfactory bus service that will take you to Latham.
I don't think I've got my fare.
It'll give me the greatest pleasure in the world to present you with your fare.
Oh, well, this has come as a shock. Yes, indeed, it has given me quite a turn. I think I shall have to have just a small brandy.
If you so much as touch that decanter, Mr. Rayner, I shall knock it out of your hand.
Now, that would be a silly thing to do, wouldn't it? Hitting a sick man. And if you did that, the sick old man would have to turn a bit nasty now, wouldn't he?
Mr. Rayner, if you are not out of this house within 1 hour, I shall call the police and have you thrown out.
What will you tell them, Mr. Curzon?
The truth?
People who shout about the police never tell them the truth. Not the old truth, anyway. Well, it's up to you.
What's up to me?
Which of us sends for them, Mr. Curzon? Either I stay here and you send for them, or out I go and see them.
And tell them what, may I ask?
Nice material in those curtains. Heavy. Well, we like heavy material. Nice wood on the piano. Good polish. Mind you, needs tuning a bit from what I've heard. Nice fireplace. Big. I like big grates. Can't be bothered with the modern ones. Comfortable bed in there, beautiful view, see under my window. Good brandy. Brandy's so good for me heart. Nice house. Nice glass. Nice atmosphere. In fact, Mr. Curzon, a very nice house and a very nice life. Now, which of us is going to the police? Who are you? Charles Rayner, who wouldn't hurt a fly. Unless a fly worries him, Mr. Curzon.
And what would you tell the police if you sent for them?
About a necklace your wife was wearing at dinner last night. A necklace with a large sapphire in the center.
What about it?
Just that she shouldn't have that necklace, that's all.
Why not? Why shouldn't a woman have a necklace that's her own?
Because that necklace was supposed to have been stolen, wasn't it?
Stolen by whom?
The man who murdered your wife's first husband.
Murder?
But you wouldn't know about that. How could you? Your wife's husband was called Brooke, Mr. Curzon. David Brooke. He had a lot of letters after his name to prove he was an architect, but he didn't need the letters or the money he made because he was a very wealthy gentleman.
You're not telling me anything I don't know, Mr. Rayner.
Well, one fine night, some man comes along, sees a light in the house, knows Mr. Brooke is alone, working on some papers, knows there's a packet of jewellery in his desk. Mrs. Brooke's jewellery. So, what does that man do, Mr. Curzon? He enters the house, kills Mr. Brooke, and vanishes into the night with the jewellery.
Mr. Rayner, what are you trying to do? For 6 years, my wife and I have tried to escape from that story. Why are you bringing it back into this house?
It was in this house already.
How?
That necklace Mrs. Curzon was wearing last night was part of the stolen jewellery.
The police recovered the jewellery.
Not all of it, Mr. Curzon. They never recovered a necklace with a large sapphire set in it.
How do you know what they recovered and what they didn't recover?
Oh, I know. I know better than most. Because, you see, I was on the case.
You were in the police, Mr. Rayner?
That's right. Attached to the yard. Homicide squad. We were sent down to Westerner.
That's why you remembered the clock?
That's right. And I had to check all the stuff that was stolen when we got it back from the pawnbroker.
And the man had pawned it, had he?
Well, what there was of it.
Wasn't there very much?
Not what there should have been. That's what always worried me, what always seemed suspicious.
Why?
Well, look at the matter this way, Mr. Curzon. A man sets out to rob another man. He finds out where the stuff is kept. And yet he only takes the small stuff. He leaves all the big, valuable stuff in another drawer. And don't forget, Mr. Curzon, He had to kill to get the stuff. Now, does a man commit murder for pennies when the pounds are stuck under his nose?
But you said the necklace was stolen.
By mistake.
If a man goes to steal, he doesn't take valuable pieces of jewelry by mistake, Mr. Rayner.
If he goes to steal.
What do you mean?
Only that this man didn't go to steal. He went to murder.
Then why bother to steal anything?
As a blind.
For murder?
Exactly. And having taken the jewelry, he went to pawn it to get rid of it. And because the jeweler would have remembered to face the pawned a valuable piece like that necklace your wife was wearing last night, he took it out of the collection and pawned only the little useless stuff. And the man was right, you know, Miss Curzon. Because although we questioned him for hours, the pawnbroker couldn't remember what the man looked like.
Then what do you think the man did with the necklace?
He kept it.
And how did he get back with the other things when they were returned to my wife?
It was never returned to your wife, Mr. Curzon. It was returned to your wife's doctor. Your wife collapsed at the time with shock. When the jewelry was recovered, it was returned to her doctor.
Indeed. And then he gave it back to my wife. Is that it?
More or less. But in giving it back to her, he also returned the sapphire necklace, which he had kept.
I see. And could you tell me why anyone should want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Why do men ever murder other men, Mr. Curzon? There's always one thing or other, money or women. In this case, it was both. Money mostly, but he couldn't get the money without the woman, so he murdered and then married.
And so you say the doctor murdered Mr. Brooks?
That's right.
And what happened to the doctor then?
He married Mrs. Brooke, Mr. Curzon.
And did Mrs. Brooke know all this?
Oh, no. No. She was in love with the doctor. She was having, for want of a better word, an affair with him, Mr. Curzon.
Surely the return of the necklace with the recovered jewelry could have been very dangerous. What if the woman had mentioned it to the police?
Oh, she was too ill. She didn't even go to the inquest. The next we knew, she'd been taken abroad for her health.
There was a verdict at the inquest?
Robbery with violence. And murder against person or persons unknown, Mr. Curzon.
Tell me something, Mr. Rayner. What was your own theory? Or the theory of the police?
Oh, all of us. But we couldn't prove it.
I gather you left the police, Mr. Rayner?
Yes, I did.
Why?
Well, seeing as we're all being honest, I borrowed some money belonging to the Detectives Benevolent Fund.
You were sacked for theft, in other words?
Crudely, yes.
Isn't it rather odd that the police, sharing your views in this case, have done nothing further about it?
Well, there was nothing they could do, unless...
Unless what?
Unless they found the necklace.
Tell me, Mr. Rayner, are they going to be told where that necklace is now?
Well, now, sir, that rather depends.
How much?
How much what?
Money.
None, Mr. Curzon.
You don't want money?
Good gracious, no, sir.
What in the name of heaven do you want?
A home, sir. A nice home with fires and a garden, with a piano and a bedroom that overlooks the sea. Good food, drink. Nice, friendly couple to look after me.
You mean you want to settle here?
In this house. That's right.
My wife would never leave it.
I don't want you to leave, Mr. Curzon. Now, what would be the sense of that? No, you must stay. I mean, who would see them with food and drink if you left? Who would clean my room and who would I talk to? What would I do in a great big house like this all on my own? Oh, no. You'll stay. And we'll be one big, happy family. Don't you think so, Mr. Curzon?
Don't come near me.
Ruth, we must be calm.
I am calm and quiet. That's what frightens me. I ought to pick up that phone, ask the police, and tell them what you've told me. I ought to ring them and say, I married your murderer, come and take him away. I've never known what people meant when they said they were so frightened that their hearts stood quite still. I know now.
You're frightened of me?
No, not of you. That's the odd thing. Of him.
What are we going to do?
We must get out of this house. We must go somewhere where he can't find us, where he can never touch us.
We can't run away.
Then what do? Spend the rest of our lives with that foul creature sitting between us, eating with us, intruding into every part of our life. Is that what we've got to do?
I don't know. I thought until my brain won't think anymore.
Why did you do it?
Because I wanted you so much. Because I've made you happy. I began to believe that in some way I've made up for what I've done.
I've read about it so often, and I never believed it.
Read what?
That a man kills and then a woman helps him, hides him. And I could never think why they did it. Now, I'm standing here, watching you, noticing all the things I've always noticed. Your hair, your eyes, the way your shoulders curve. I'm standing here, still loving you. Loving you and being afraid for you.
But afraid, Ruth, we shall never get away from him. Never. Do you hear me? Never.
We shall get away from him. If we don't, then each day we shall get a little more apart. A little more of us will die every day. Hate will grow inside us, and finally we shall both die inside, and he'll go on sitting and sitting, and we shall just move about doing what he wants us to do. Miles, does anyone know he's here?
Only Diana.
Where is she?
She went down to the village.
Anyone else besides Diana?
I don't know. Why?
No one else knows. It won't be so hard.
No, Ruth.
No, what, Miles?
You kept the jar of morphia.
Yes, you can see I have.
Put it down. That isn't the way.
Please don't shout.
Give me that jar at once.
Miles, what has happened has happened. Nothing we can say or think can alter that now. You've made me very happy. Happier than I've ever been. In a strange sort of way, your crime has become my crime. Miles, Rayner said he'd be back for tea. I want to see him alone. Please go upstairs.
On one condition, that you don't do anything silly.
I shall only talk to him.
You promise?
I promise. Now, please, go upstairs. So there you are. I told you not to stay out too long in this wind.
Is that the tea?
Yes, I've just brought the tray in.
Oh, give it to me. I'll take it over by the fire.
No, it's... Oh, now look what you've made me do. I've dropped my handbag.
Oh, dear me. Everything out of it all over the floor. But don't you worry. We'll have it all back in a jiffy.
No, please don't. I can manage. You start your tea. I get clumsier as I get older. Silly place to leave a handbag on the arm of a chair.
I could never understand why you women carry so much junk about with you. Everything here but the kitchen stove. You'd have that in here, too, if there was room.
Yes.
Now, take this jar here. Why, in heaven's name, do you carry that around with you?
That? Oh, that. It's only hand cream. I forgot to leave it upstairs.
Hand cream.
Thank you, Mr. Rayner. Well, I think that's all. Now, sit down here and have your tea.
This is what I call cozy. A nice cup of tea by the fire.
Mr. Rayner, you've been at it again.
Been at what?
The brandy.
Now, look, didn't I promise you?
You promised me twice a day, but the bottle gets lower and lower.
Well...
And I don't like the way you're coughing.
Charlie Rayner. Charlie Rayner will outlive the lot of you. Don't you worry your head about me.
If anything did happen to you, who would I get in touch with?
No one. I haven't got a relative in the world.
I see. That's rather sad. No one at all in the world.
Man's better off without relatives.
In that case, you'll have to let me look after you, won't you? That's why I want you to go straight to bed.
But look, Mrs.
It's
Curzon...
high time someone took a firm hand with you. I'm going to have your chest looked at in the morning.
Who are you going to get a look at it?
The doctor from the village. Now, go along.
Look at you, bullying me.
You need it.
Listen, if I go upstairs, can I have a bread?
No. Not till I'm told by the doctor that you may.
Now, look, just one won't kill me, will it?
Kill you?
Just one.
Well, we'll see. Perhaps. If you go along upstairs, and I'll get the doctor to come and see you in the morning.
You know something?
What?
I think I like being bullied.
Go along. Up to your room.
All right. And you won't forget what you said, will you, about bringing me...
No, I won't forget. Hello? This is Mrs. Curzon from Cliff Top. Could I please speak to Dr. Seaton? Diana, have you seen Rayner?
Rayner? Isn't he in bed? He's been there for a week or more.
He's not there now. His overcoat's missing. I expect he's slipped out. To the pub. Oh, I imagine so.
Ruth, what's going on in this house?
Nothing as far as I know.
Oh, very well. I've already stayed here far too long. I'll go back to town in the morning.
Oh, no, Diana, please don't.
Oh, Ruth, I'm not a fool. Something sinister's happening here. If I stay, I want to know what it is.
Why do you say that?
Because I think I know why that man is in this house. I believe it's because of a vague, terrible idea I've had in the back of my mind for years.
What sort of terrible idea?
Murder.
Do you have to remind me of that?
Aren't you being reminded of it every day?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Very well, if you're determined to be stubborn. But, oh, do please do one thing for me.
What?
Whatever has happened, whatever is happening, and what is much more important, whatever may happen, don't do anything without thinking, without telling me. Do you understand that, Ruth? Don't do a thing without telling me.
Still not back, Ruth?
No.
You look exhausted.
Oh, I am.
How is Rayner? What did Seaton say today?
About the same, nothing dangerous. Just an alarmingly high blood pressure to a drink.
Ruth?
Yes?
It will have to be tonight.
Must it be tonight?
Neither of us can stand any more of this.
But must it be tonight? Couldn't we just wait a little and...
No, couldn't be more suitable. An old man with a bad heart, under doctor's orders, plays truant. He gets out of a warm bed on a bitterly cold night. He slips down to the local pub and drinks too much.
He may not be at the pub.
Oh, he will be. He'll be seen drinking heavily.
He hasn't any money.
I gave him some money. Rather, I played cards with him and saw that he won. He won £6 from me this afternoon. £6 worth of drink could kill even a healthy man.
You think of everything, don't you, Miles?
I try to, darling. The minstrel boy is wending his way home. When he comes in, humour him and get him to bed.
Supposing it's difficult.
He'll do it for you.
And then?
Take his milk up to him. Stay with him while he drinks it, and then leave him. But remember, stay with him while he drinks it. What have you done
I
with
did
it?
as you told me. I emptied it out of the jar and into the sugar bowl on the tray with the milk.
Give him the milk first of all, without the sugar.
Without sugar?
He'll notice at once. It hasn't any in it. Take the milk back from him, apologize, and then put in the sugar.
How much?
Quantity, I told you.
And then?
Watch him drink it, and then leave him.
do, Miles?
Nothing. Good morning. What time is Seaton coming in the morning?
9.
Good. Then we will not wake Raynard in the morning. Or rather, you will not take his breakfast up to him. You'll have it ready at 9. And you'll take Seaton up with you when you go. You will discover Mr. Raynard together.
Are you sure he won't be able to trace it?
Yes, he could if he looked. He won't. He's been treating Raynard for hard. And after this excursion into the village, he won't be so very surprised.
You've got it all worked out, haven't you, Miles?
It's your idea.
Of course it was. Miles?
Yes?
There won't be any pain, will there? I couldn't bear that.
Not at all. I promise you that. You just doze and doze and just look back.
Good evening to you.
You'd better come in before you fall down.
Charlie Rayner fall down? Don't talk such rubbish.
Of course you won't fall down, Mr. Rayner. But you'd better come in and get warm.
Ah, there she is. That's my girl. The only living soul who's ever spoilt me. And I like it.
I ought to be very angry with you. You've probably given yourself pneumonia.
Never a day's illness in my life.
Look at him. Something with upstairs to bed. Now go along. I'll bring your milk up to you.
I hate milk. Germs in it.
No, Diana, Mr. Raynor. Never difficult, are you?
Can be sometimes.
Go along upstairs. Diana will help you. Yes, of course I will. Come along, Mr. Raynor.
Bullying me. That's what you're all doing, bullying me.
I'll be up presently. Give me your hand.
You're pretty.
Thank you, sir. Mine's upstairs.
Can I have my book? My murder book.
Of course you may have it when you get upstairs.
I could write a book. You know that.
Well, suppose you write it upstairs.
A wonderful book. All about people.
Well, that makes a nice change. Mind you don't trip on the rug.
Live people, dead people. Only one of them's got to die.
Ah.
Because he killed him.
I can see it's going to be one of these books with a difference. Who killed who?
I told you. Doctor killed the architect.
Oh, that's fine. The doctor killed... Yes. You told me, didn't you?
Of course I did. Then he pinches the wife. Easy, see?
I'm beginning to. And the wife, does she know about the murder?
Of course not. Spoil the book.
Yes, I suppose it would.
Well, I know about it. And I'm going to write it.
Up you come, Mr. Raynor. We're doing wonderfully.
No.
You must tell me more about this book.
Not till I've had a drink of brandy.
You'll get your drink of brandy, I promise you.
Oh.
Because I want you to tell me the whole story. Oh.
Morning, Diana.
Morning, Miles. You're late getting up, aren't you? It's after 10.
It's just like 10 logs. I've only just woken.
But you know about...
Yes. Do tell me.
She and Dr. Seaton went into the
I
room.
know.
Ruth and I, we were both upset. I just went out for a breath of air.
Oh, what did you do?
Walked along the cliff and thought.
Like what?
People and things. Things people do to each other. Then I thought about books.
Fiction?
Mostly about a man I knew who was going to write a book. A book about murder.
Did he finish the book, your friend?
No, he got stuck in the end. You see, he was writing from life, and he had to wait for the end to happen.
What was this book about, Diana?
About a girl who goes down to stay for a few days with some people in the country. And before she knows where she is, she's outstayed her welcome. And is surrounded by murder.
If that happened, wouldn't she go to the police?
She was very tempted to. But she was very fond of one of the people concerned and wasn't at all sure how involved this person was.
If I were you, I'd suggest to your friend that he tries comedy. That would be more his line, I think.
You're very certain of yourself, aren't you, Miles?
I know what I want.
And it doesn't matter how you get it.
The end, not the means, that matters.
I agree with you. What time did Stephen say he'd be back?
I think Chris said about 10:30.
About half an hour. And they'll take him. I don't... They'll take Ray.
Yes, they'll take him away.
Is there no one to notify? A friend or relative?
No one, apparently.
What a lonely way to die.
Death is rather lonely, you know.
Yes, Ruth. Ruth, are you all right? All right. Oh, I would like some tea. I don't make it.
Ruth, did Dr. Seaton say anything about the death certificate?
He said he'd bring it with him.
I'm trying not to look so worried.
It's that locked door.
It has to be locked. Police over there. I see, it gave me rather a shock when I tried it.
Didn't you wake me? You were sleeping so soundly, Miles. When Dr. Chesterton arrived, I explained to him that you and Diana were still sleeping, and we went into the room together.
Yeah.
You were right. He looked very peaceful. He was in exactly the same position as I left him in last night. Made me feel a little better.
One day you'll learn to believe me, Ruth.
Yes, I shall, shan't I, Miles? What are you doing?
Looking for a letter. I thought it was here on the desk.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, am I sure?
You sure you're looking for a letter?
Of course. I just said so, haven't I?
Miles, do you feel anything about what we've done?
I feel relief.
No horror. No disgust.
What? What's the matter with you?
I'm not sure. You know, but I'm still frightened. I thought that when it was over, I shouldn't be, that we could go back to where we were, but now I know we shall never go back, Miles, never.
Why not?
Because the thing we've done to keep us together always be between us. In time, we shall hate each other for what we've done. And I think I shall always be a little frightened of you as well.
Of me? Why?
Because you kill so easily.
But that particular life meant nothing to anybody in the world.
It meant enough for us to end it. So please, touch me.
Go upstairs and rest. I'll deal with Stephen when he arrives.
I think I'm seeing you for the first time, Miles. Seeing you and not liking what I see. I'm thinking of David, just as I'm thinking of Raina.
You lost your senses?
No, I found them. I found them for the first time in 6 years.
You're talking and behaving as though you had nothing to do with this business, Ruth. As though the whole thing has come as a complete shock to you. Have you forgotten why Raina had to die?
Was it to keep me, Miles? Did you love me so much that you could kill twice?
I didn't kill Raina.
What did you say then, Miles?
I said I didn't kill Raina.
I see. I killed him, didn't I?
You gave him the milk. Diana saw you go and get it for him. She saw you take it up to him. I didn't go into his room at all.
Miles, when you said a few minutes ago that you were looking for a letter, are you sure you weren't looking for this?
Give that to me immediately, Ruth.
Passport with brand new visas for France.
Give it to me.
No.
Drop it in the fire, would you? Get out of my way.
No, Miles. Too many people have had to get out of your way. You were leaving England, weren't you?
Nonsense.
Is it nonsense that in your wallet there was a steamer ticket for the 15th of next month? A steamer ticket issued last Saturday, the day you had to go up to London to see about your work?
You're quite certain there were not 2 tickets?
Quite certain. I've never prayed so hard in my life. Prayed that there was another ticket there somewhere, but there wasn't.
When did you find it?
Last night. So the whole thing's been a lie, hasn't it? A gigantic lie that's lasted 6 years.
You've been happy for 6 years.
Because I had to be. You had to make me happy, didn't you? That was all part of your plan, wasn't it?
And exactly what do you intend to do now that you know the truth?
There is nothing I can do. Nothing at all.
You've had a very good 6 years, Ruth. It is more than most people have. More than I've had.
It's been so dreadful for you then.
Dreadful? Have you ever had to make love to someone you didn't love? Have you ever had to force yourself against everything in your own nature, merely to please someone else? Do you know what it means for 6 years to drive yourself to be pleasant, to be passionate, to be kind, even very often to be civil, when everything inside you is bursting to get away, gnawing away inside you to let you out of it? You think those 6 years have been easy for me?
I'm sorry I was always so dull.
You weren't dull. It would have been easier if you had been.
You have never loved me for one single moment, have you, Miles?
Never.
And now there is nothing I can do, is there?
I can't afford to make mistakes. Not even over a simple thing like who gives who a glass of milk and who puts the sugar in it.
Do you feel nothing for me at all?
Oh, the pity. Because you're weak, and I despise grit.
I don't want your pity, Miles. It's been bad enough to hear you throw back into my face every minute of those 6 years. In any case, I don't need your pity.
Are you so sure of that?
As sure as I am that you won't be using that steamer ticket.
And what's going to stop you?
I am.
Indeed.
Suppose that sounds rather silly. Stupid, boring, loving Ruth. Ruth who nauseated you with love, embarrassed you with affection. This same Ruth is going to stop you.
How, may I ask, is this to be done?
How, Miles? Very easily. By not loving you. By producing the one thing that can stop you. Look over to the stairs, Miles.
What?
Reno! Reno. With the glass of milk still in his hand. Ruth, what does this mean? So you're in this too, Diana?
I, as you say, am in it too.
What about Seaton?
Dr. Seaton knows a whole revolting story. He's already been to the police.
He'll be here in no time. A very efficient body, the police.
Oh, well, if you think you've got the better of me,
If you
you'll...
take the trouble to look outside, Miles, you'll see a man at the gate. You have only to shout and he'll be here.
Which reminds me, I must go and have a word with him.
Hadn't you better put that glass down first?
The glass. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. It's a good job I don't like milk, isn't it, Mr. Curtin? Full of germs, it is, full of them. If you people want me, just give a shout. I'm just ready for a breath of fresh air. Shutting me up in that bedroom all the time? It isn't natural.
Ruth, I want to speak to you alone.
I'm not leaving this room.
Diana, go into the kitchen, will you?
No, I won't leave you alone with him.
Please, Ruth, take very little time.
He won't touch me, Diana. He finds touching me repellent. Don't you, Miles?
I'll stay on the other side of the door.
If he tries to, he won't. Well, Miles, what is it?
Ruth, you can't do this.
You're wrong. I am doing it.
Has Seaton really spoken to the police?
Yes, and so have I.
The locked door.
That was the only way we could stop you from getting in, from finding out what had really happened.
I can't believe it.
Diana and Reno showed me the truth about you. Then I found the passport and the tickets, and I knew they were right.
You really give me up to that?
You gave me up.
But you love me.
Did I? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter what I do. You'll always love me.
You're wrong. I'll always love you. But it does matter what you do.
But tell you honestly. Tell me that you feel nothing for me now.
Only pity. They're coming, Miles.
Look, last night.
What about it?
Last night. Did you put the sugar in the milk?
Yes, I obeyed your instructions very carefully.
Thank you for that. I never really liked milk either, till this moment.
Miles, what was that piece we used to play? Supper! That's you! I should have been all arrangements for spring. That's not the thing but not now.
So why not make Lux your beauty care?
In tonight's Lux Radio Theater presentation, Stranger in the House, you heard Anthony James as Miles and Sheila Holliday as Ruth. Diana was played by Diane Wilson, and Raina was portrayed by Tony Jay.
Stranger in the House by Michael Clayton Hutton was produced for Lux Radio Theater by Victor Matheson and directed by David Manley. Next week, Lux Radio Theater takes great pleasure in presenting The Long Frontier, a radio play specially written for Settlers' Day by Alistair Scobie. Listen next Sunday night at 8:30
to a saga of drama and adventure dedicated to the pioneers who helped to build our country in The Long Frontier, presented by Lux Radio Theater. Until then, this is Peter Tobin bidding you all good night.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Starring Dan Daly and Deborah Paget in Deadline, USA. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's play, Deadline, USA, we will tell you the dynamic story of a managing editor whose newspaper was his whole life, even to the neglect of his lovely young wife. And as our stars of this exciting drama from the studios of 20th Century Fox, we have Dan Daly in the type of role which first brought him motion picture fame, and one of the most talented young actresses in Hollywood, Deborah Paget. Now, Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's early afternoon, a typical afternoon in the busy editorial offices of a daily newspaper. This newspaper is called The Day. Ed Hutchison, managing editor.
Here it is, Ed. The new tax program is coming in now on all the wire services.
Where did this come from?
Moffat in Washington. The story will be on page 1 of every newspaper in the country.
That's right, including the Day, after it's rewritten.
Rewritten?
Moffat knows better than this. All this talk about OPS, NAM, ECA. What's all that mean to our readers? What does billions mean to the average man or woman? That's an impossible figure. Break it down so they know what we're talking about.
Okay, sure.
What's it going to mean to the housewife for groceries? How much more for a car? Television set, $50, $100. Get a new leaf for the second edition.
Right.
Tell Holcomb I want pictures and casualties in the UP flood story. Leads, pay, second section. Now, what's the city desk gun on that girl he fished out of the river?
Well, have you got a minute, Ed?
What about her? Is it murder?
It looks like it.
Looks like it. Who is she?
We don't know yet. Got some pictures of her, though, from the morgue, and that fur coat she was wearing
Stay with
was
us,
me.
Mortimer. Play it down. No pictures.
Oh, good.
I said no
Good-looking
pictures.
girl.
No pictures. Let the standard run the pictures.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hutchison, but they've called again from upstairs. They want you at that meeting.
I'll be up in a minute.
Meeting?
Mrs. Garrison, the two charming daughters, and the lawyer. Why isn't the paper making more money? What else could they want me for? Now, where's Burroughs?
Coming, Ed.
The Rienzi story's fine. Tie it off. You can leave tonight to handle that strike upstate.
Well, I'd just as soon stay with the Rienzi story.
You're wasting your time, baby.
Or not if we can prove he's guilty.
It's not our job to prove he's guilty. We're not detectives.
Oh, give me a week.
Forget it. Don't you read what you write? The State Crime Commission couldn't prove a thing.
All right, I know they couldn't. Rienzi made a monkey out of him.
We've had a nice circus, that's all. Television's had a field day. All the papers raised their circulation. Rienzi's lawyers got richer.
All I want is a week, Ed. 3 days, huh? Please, I think I gotta leave.
All right, Burroughs. But stay out of trouble. Rienzi's plenty tough, and don't you forget it.
Okay.
Bentley!
Yes, sir?
Hold the calls. I'll be upstairs at the meeting.
We know you're busy, Mr. Atchison. We won't detain you for long. As you can see, this is a most informal little meeting, just you and the ladies.
You mean you're leaving, Mr. Crane?
Well, no, not exactly. As the family lawyer...
Let's tell him and get it over with.
Tell me? Why?
Well, as we all know, Mr. Garrison drew up a will just prior to his death 11 years ago. In it, he designated as his heirs his 2 daughters and his wife. Inasmuch as Catherine attained her majority last week and became entitled to a full vote, it has been decided to sell the newspaper.
Sell? Sell the Day?
The decision was unanimous.
Any objections?
Would it make any difference?
None.
Then I have no objections.
The reason it was decided to...
Must we go into details? I have a headache.
My staff is going to feel the same way.
Oh, Ed, take that hurt look off your face as if you couldn't see it coming. Now, what do we want with a newspaper? What do Kitty and I know about publishing?
You like money? The Day gives you all a pretty fair income, doesn't it?
We never even come down here except twice a year for meetings.
You're invited every day.
Mrs. Courtney's husband feels the money could be invested more wisely elsewhere, Mr. Atchison.
John Garrison founded this newspaper, not Mrs. Courtney's husband.
We're taking care of you.
You're to get 1% of the sale price, slightly more than $50,000.
Thank you.
You'll notify all personnel. They'll receive 3 weeks' pay. Now, meantime...
Wait a minute. Who's buying the Day? Well, who's buying it? Are you ashamed to tell me?
Lawrence White, the buyer.
White? They're being sold to the Standard?
Mr. White's paper is very successful. He'll undoubtedly make this one more profitable, too.
It won't be this paper anymore. It'll be lost in the Standard.
As far as we're concerned, he's made a very satisfactory offer.
He's eliminating his competition, that's all. Mrs. Garrison, you've got to stop him. Your husband had created a new kind of journalism. You helped him. Why, you even...
Ed, please.
It's there on the wall. Page 1 of the first paper you ever printed. Quote, "This paper will fight for progress and reform. We'll never be satisfied merely with printing the news. We'll never be afraid to attack wrong, whether by predatory wealth or predatory poverty."
Thanks, Ed, but we know all about that.
You're not selling the day, you're killing it.
I still don't know why we have to go to court to sell it.
Perhaps because your father never intended it to be sold.
Oh, Mother, please. We've been over this 100 times.
The hearing to approve the sale will take place in Surrogate's Court the day after tomorrow. You'll be there, of course?
I never go to funerals. Excuse me, we still got a paper to get out.
I like that man. I always have.
I'm afraid he's too excitable, Mrs. Garrison. Might be advisable to replace him until the sale is consummated.
Mr. Crane.
Yes?
Shut up, please.
And I know it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. They're selling out. The paper's closing. You've got 3 weeks' pay coming to you. You can quit now, today, and start looking for other jobs, or you can wait for the decision of the court on Thursday. It's up to you. Well, I guess that's all.
We'll get the paper on the street. Some of them will quit, but we'll get it out.
They've got a right to quit. They all ought to quit.
Yeah, maybe. So they're selling out to the Standard, huh?
Don't knock it. The Standard's got twice our circulation and 3 times our advertising. It's wild and it's yellow. It's not exactly a newspaper, but it keeps people working. You were with the old New York World, weren't you?
Under Pulitzer, Cobb, and Barrett.
What did you do when it folded?
Let's see now. I think I got myself a drink. Yep, I'm sure of it.
Then what did you do?
Came over here, went to work for old man Garrison. He was a great newspaper man.
Yeah, but no good as a father. 2 daughters who hate the paper the same as they hated the old man. They couldn't get at him while he was alive, so now they're kicking him when he's dead.
Everybody in this racket gets kicked sooner or later, dead or alive.
People just don't want a newspaper anymore. It's not enough just to give them the news. They want comics and puzzles. They want horoscopes and tips on the horse races, how to interpret their dreams. If they accidentally stumble on the first page, maybe they'll read what's going on. Maybe they'll even care. But I doubt it.
20 minutes to press time, Ed.
Like you said, we'll get the paper out.
There'll be a nice, lively wake tonight in O'Brien's bar. Ever been to one?
Not for a dead newspaper.
Why don't you stop by? Before you know it, lad, you won't be feeling a thing. Not a thing.
Thanks, Porter. Yeah, I'd better stop by. Oh, the paper's dead, Nora. We buried it tonight in O'Brien's saloon. The day is done. A fine alcoholic funeral. And then I decided to come here and see you.
Ed, why don't you go home, please?
I had to see you. You're my wife.
Oh, no, I'm not. Not for some time.
I have decided to rededicate my life to you.
Yes, dear.
Yes, dear. And that's why I'm going to give you the best years of my life.
Here, drink this.
White beer.
Homogenized from cows.
I love you. Let's get married again. Tonight. It's the milk that could bring on my second childhood.
It already has, coming here this hour. Why, Ed, it's...
Nora, I'm free. Fired. Can't. No more paper. Nothing to keep us apart anymore. The paper has been sold.
So you've said several times.
Did I? Divorce is a very evil thing, Laura. Down from my Olympian heights, I come humbly...
Yes, dear.
We're going a second honeymoon.
We never had a first.
No, I'm leveling, baby. Europe, South America, everywhere. Don't worry about expenses. I'm loaded.
So I noticed.
I mean money. More than we ever had in our lives. I was paid off by the Garrison family for being a good boy.
Ed, listen, you shouldn't have come here. It won't
What's
work
this
out.
stuff?
It's just some office work I brought home.
How's the advertising business, Nora? You know you were right to quit the paper. Now you got something you can depend on, something legitimate. I went to a wake tonight. I saw the light, sister. Hallelujah.
Ed, please.
Why should I fight? For what? Publishers don't care about the paper. The paper doesn't care about me. And I don't care about anybody except you. Hey, haven't I met him somewhere before?
The photograph? Well, there's another picture of him in the hall.
Oh, yeah, fight, huh? What with? I'm an employee, not a stockholder. What are you doing? Hey, where'd you go?
I'm fixing the sofa in the living room. I'm getting a blanket, a sheet, and a pillow. Now come in and lie down.
Lie down. Yeah, lie down and quit. I don't have to think about anybody but us.
Yes, dear. Now take your shoes off.
Laura, when you went to Reno, what was that you charged me with?
Incompatibility. Here, put your head on the pillow.
Incompatibility. That was a lie.
Ed, will they know where to reach you?
Doesn't matter. Hey, that guy's picture on the table. Who is he? I don't like him.
Sorry, I do. I like him very much.
I don't like him. I'll think of a reason later.
Now go to sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up.
Good night, Nora, dear.
Good night, Ed.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Burroughs, when did this happen? What time is it now? 6 what? 6:20. What hospital? Oh, okay, no, I'll go myself.
Ed?
Oh, good morning, darling.
I thought no one knew you were here.
Well, where else would I go when I'm in trouble? Slept in my clothes, huh?
Ed, now look, it's time we had a talk.
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. That call was urgent.
Dinner tonight?
Well, why not every night?
Alberto's place okay, 8 o'clock?
8 o'clock, fine. Kiss me goodbye.
I was hoping you'd ask me to. I thought you were in a hurry.
Hmm? Oh, yeah. Did I have a pleasant time last night?
Yes, dear.
I did? Well, what do you know?
Hi, Ed. Well, you warned me, didn't you?
Rienzi do this, Burroughs?
Who else?
The doctor says I can only stay a minute. Now, what can you tell me?
They started banging me around when they got me in the car.
How many were there?
3, maybe 4.
Well, what was it, 3 or 4?
I don't know.
What did they use, kid?
Fists. One of them hit me in the face with something harder. Club, I guess.
What did they say?
Nothing. Not after they got me in the car.
Before?
Yeah. Outside the Hall of Records, I went there to check on Rienzi. Man I talked to must have tipped him off.
What makes you think so?
Left his office for a few minutes. He probably phoned Rienzi.
But you're not sure?
No.
That I wouldn't stand up in court?
Well, how else were they waiting for me when I came out?
Who was waiting?
Rienzi's men.
Could you identify him?
One, maybe. Used to be a boxer.
You know his name?
Whitey, I'm not sure, Whitey, something.
If I brought him in, could you identify him?
Yeah. He asked me if I was bars, if I worked for the day.
What make of car was it?
I don't know.
Well, sedan, blue, black, what?
Well, what are you trying to do? Protect Rienzi?
I want facts that won't bounce. Facts that'll stand up against Rienzi's lawyers and libel suits. Facts that'll tear Rienzi's syndicate wide open. There just can't be any mistakes.
What are you worried about, Ed? Paper will be out of business, won't it?
Anytime we print the facts. Now, mind the doctor, Burroughs. You're a good reporter. Who knows? Maybe I'm going to need you. You heard me, Porter. Put every man you can spare on the Rienzi story. Picture layout, the works. Where does he get his money? His tie-ups, dates, facts, more facts.
The tough thing is to prove them, man.
Prove them later. Save anything that saved this newspaper. This is it. Miss Barndollar.
Yes, sir.
You heard it? You ever hear of Rienzi?
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, go through the research department of yours and give me a...
I've got it right here, Mr. Hutchison. Rienzi Thomas, 51, born Palermo, Sicily, emigrated here 1914, attended public school 47, has 2 children by legal wife Gertrude.
We're not proposing him for the Chamber of Commerce. We want to convict him of every known crime in the books, all of which he's committed. I want everything.
Yes, sir.
Where's Mac?
Mac!
Get your camera. I want pictures of Rienzi, his wife, home, cars, everything.
Now, what if he smashes my camera? He's done it before,
Then get pictures of him doing it.
You sent for me, Ed?
Yes, I want a cartoon on Rienzi. I want it hard, tough, below the belt. A vulture sucking the life out of a city. You got it?
Oh, you can draw anything you want, but a vulture only preys on the dead or dying.
Praise, huh? Okay, here's your captain. Let us pray. P-R-E-Y.
Hey, Ed, look about those pictures you want. Now, why should I stick my neck out?
I want them for the first edition.
I get in a jam with Rienzi. Tomorrow the paper falls. Where's that leave me?
You're fired.
Now, wait a minute.
Pay him off, Porter. Get him out of here.
Look, why all the excitement? Everybody knows we're washed up.
That's your mistake.
But I've worked here for 3 years.
That's my mistake. Get your voucher. All right, Bentley, get your stenotype and come into my office.
Yes, sir. Oh, Dr. Emmanuel's on the phone.
I'll be right there. Draw $500 out of my bank and send it over to Burroughs' wife.
Dr. Emmanuel's on, too.
Hello? No. I'm fine, Doc. I need a favor. Personal friend of mine needs some help. He's at City Hospital. Name is Burroughs. George Burroughs. What? Well, which is more important, Doctor, delivering a lecture in Chicago or saving a man's eyesight? That's right. He may lose his eye. So cancel the lecture. Delay it. We weren't too busy to raise funds for your clinic. Well, certainly I'm putting on a personal basis. What's a friend for if not for a favor? Thank you. A real humanitarian.
I'm ready with the stenotype.
Huh? Oh, page 1 editorial. 10-point type, double column. Byline set off in boldface will be John Garrison.
John Garrison?
You heard me. Quote, I am dead. I've been dead 11 years. By tomorrow, this newspaper may also be dead. But as long as it lives, the day will continue to report the facts and the meaning of those facts without fear and without distortion. Wait a minute. Cut out and without distortion. Somebody might not know what you mean.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, what are the facts? Thomas Rienzi, who likes to be thought of as a hard-working and industrious building contractor.
In just a moment, we will continue with Act 2 of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. It's a few hours later. In Alberto's restaurant, Ed Hutchison and the pretty girl who was once his wife have just sat down for dinner.
I read the paper while I was waiting for you, Ed. That's the best-looking front page in town.
As usual.
That editorial under the name of Garrison, yours?
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
As usual. And how are we? Are we as usual?
Stop it. Any repercussions from Rienzi?
Not yet, but there will be.
How's your reporter, Burroughs?
Well, he'll get better. He may not have an eye, but he'll get better.
Well, maybe now the Garrisonaires won't sell the paper after all. I mean, to sell it now in the middle of a fight like this, well, it would be like endorsing Rienzi.
That's a wonderful dress you're wearing. How do I look?
Better than you did last night. How do you feel?
Amorous?
Excuse me, Miss Doctor, some telephones.
Tell him I'm feeding.
But they said it was important.
Urgent, dear, as usual. You'd better answer it.
I'll be right back. Alberto.
Yes, sir?
Bring her some champagne. Oh, and keep calling her Mrs. Hutchison.
Yes.
Hello, Ed?
Yeah?
This is Willibrand. I'm at the city morgue. About the girl with the fur coat, the one they pulled out of the river.
Well?
Well, her mother showed up here to identify her. A Mrs. Schmidt. That's the girl's name, Bessie Schmidt. But she also used the name of Sally Gardner.
Why bother me? Write your story.
I have. Porter said I should check with you. It's a cinch Mrs. Schmidt knows a lot more than she's telling. We thought that maybe if you
Tell Porter I'm busy.
Okay, fine.
It wasn't urgent after all. I can see it in your face.
What else can you see in my face?
Plenty, so I'd better tell it to you fast and straight. I'm getting married.
Don't make jokes, Nora.
You don't even know him, Ed. He's my boss at the advertising agency.
First me and now another boss. Getting to be a habit with you, isn't it?
I'd like you to meet him, Ed.
Compare notes, you mean? Thanks. I know enough people already.
His name's Louis Schaefer.
I don't want to know anything about him.
I told him all about you.
Everything? Look, I'm not one of your modern husbands. Stiff upper lip and all that stuff. But I'm ready to discuss anything this sensibly.
There isn't anything to discuss. I don't need your consent, Ed. We're divorced for 2 years.
I don't recognize the divorce.
You agreed to it.
Well, I was wrong. You're my wife. Not only because somebody said a few words over us, but because of what we meant to each other. You can't change that with a piece of paper, legal or otherwise.
Another call, Miss Dodgers.
Go away. You want me to quit the paper? Sure, the day's as good as finished, but I'll quit the whole business. I'll get a job doing something else.
I don't want you to quit, Ed. It's your whole life, and for you it's right, but, well, I've got a right to a life, too, and you can't give it to me.
Can he? Mr. Louis Schaefer?
Yes, I think you can.
Can you be the same with him as you were with me? Is it that easy? Do you love him?
Ed, please.
No. No, you don't love him. Not the same way.
Maybe love isn't enough to make a marriage work. All I know is that
I'm sorry, Miss Dodgers. It's Mr. Porter. He says if you won't come to the phone, then to come back to the office, sir.
You'd better talk to him.
Yeah.
Willebrand story at Sally Gardner.
But I told her...
The story's been pulled by our advertising department. It seems that Sally was once a very good friend of Mr. Andrew Wharton.
Wharton's department store?
Right.
Switch me to advertising. Give me Fenway.
I'm in Fenway's office now. Here, talk to him.
This is Fenway, Mr. Hutchison. I'm sorry, but it just seemed to me that this was libelous material. I was trying to protect us.
Us or you? Or Mr. Wharton? And for how much?
Mr. Wharton denies...
I don't care what he denies. The girl was murdered.
But as a matter of policy, Mr. Hutchison...
Policy? Since when has the advertising department dictated our news policy?
I didn't do this just on my own.
I believe that. You went to Wharton.
I talked to Kitty Garrison. It was on her authority.
Kitty Garrison hasn't got the authority. Not until I'm off the paper. Or have you arranged for that, too?
No, sir.
You're slipping, Fenway.
Mr. Wharton is here in the office. If you care to
I'll talk
to
to Porter. Put him back on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Run the story.
Wharton wants you to hear his side of it, Ed.
But I told... All right. All right, I'll be there in 15 minutes.
About Mrs. Atchison, sir.
Well?
She's gone, sir. She said to tell you that she won't be back.
Thanks. Okay, Mr. Wharton, now what's your side of all this?
I'm asking you, please, not to publish that story.
Why? Isn't it true?
It can't do you much good. It'll ruin me. I've been doing business with this newspaper for years.
And we need your business, Mr. Wharton, but not on these terms.
All right, I made a mistake with Sally, and I've paid for it in blackmail ever since.
That's a matter for the police.
You're interested in facts, aren't you? Well, one day Sally phoned me. She was letting me off the hook. Said there was another man.
There always is.
In this case, the other man was Thomas Rienzi.
Rienzi?
Sally said she loved him. She'd never bother me again. She said she was set for life.
What did she mean?
I don't know. She didn't say. Surely you don't think I killed Sally. I haven't even seen her in 2 years. Mr. Hutchison, I'm about to be married. My fiancée here's
Okay, we'll hold the story.
Thank you.
But if your yarn about Rienzi doesn't gel...
It will.
It better, for both our sakes.
Good night, Mr. Hutchison. Thank you again.
Well?
What have we got on Sally Gardner? We'll need proof that Rienzi...
Since when are we going in for gossip?
Since now.
Okay.
Tell Bondollar to go through the files. I want anything she can find. Anything at all. Send Thompson in from the sports desk. I want to see him.
This is real interesting, Ed. Sally and Rienzi, huh?
That's right, Thompson.
Hey, from this a fella could catch a hole in the head.
Yeah, he could. That bother you?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, Brand told me that Sally's got a brother. A fellow named Herman Schmidt. Small-time stuff. He had some kind of a job as a political boxing judge or something.
That's right. Her brother, huh?
Yeah, get hold of Schmidt, Thompson. Sweat him. We're short on facts and we're awful short on time. Now find Schmidt.
Bondollar's waiting to see you. I'll send her in.
Thanks.
You're next, sweetheart.
Read what you got, Miss Bondollar. Make it fast.
Sally Gardner and her brother were born here. Mother came from Germany. Father dead. No known criminal record for Sally. No recorded marriages.
Yes?
Mr. Louis Schaefer to see you.
Send him in when Bondollar leaves. You come in too, Bentley. That's all for now, Miss Bondollar.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Schaefer, come on in.
Well, thank you. Happy to meet you, Mr. Hutchison.
Coffee, Mr. Schaefer? Sandwich?
No, thanks. I know you're busy.
How's my wife?
That's what I came to see you about.
Nora asked you to come here?
No, of course not. I thought that we could... Well, look, you're making her very unhappy. Why don't you let her alone, Mr. Hutchison? Her responsibility to you is over.
Then what are you doing here?
I'm only trying to do what's best for Nora.
That's not only ridiculous, but insulting. You're not that much of a prize.
Ed, here's a... Oh, excuse me.
Well, what is it?
Sally bought some government bonds 5 months ago.
Sally or Rienzi?
They're in her name. $40,000 worth. It took some doing, but we've got a checkup working in every bank. Clary dug up some pictures of it, too. Bring them in, Clary.
Well, maybe we're getting somewhere. Here, take a look, Ed. Sally is a high school girl. Sally is a model. Sally is a showgirl. Sally when she worked at Wharton.
Sally in the city morgue. Thanks, Cleary.
Now, if we can plug up this hole between Wharton's department store and the river...
And fill it full of Rienzi. Goodbye, Mr. Schaefer. I can't wish you luck, but you know how it is.
There's something that you ought to know.
Webster's calling you on 32, Mr. Hutchison.
Put him on.
Nora and I are getting married tomorrow night.
Yeah, Bill?
I thought it best not to delay any longer. You know how it is. Good night, Mr.
Can you hear me? I'm backstage at the burlesque house.
Go ahead.
Rienzi's your boy, all right. Sally was a showgirl here 3 years ago in a musical produced by Al Murray. The show was backed by Rienzi.
Who says so?
Murray, I'm with him now.
I'll switch for rewrite. Bentley, put Webster on rewrite.
Yes, sir.
All right, Porter, we'll use the Willebrand story, but kill all reference about Wharton. Throw in a picture of Sally, just a face, no art studies.
Right.
Tell Bondollar I want a complete check on Louis Schaefer. He runs the United Advertising Agency. Anything from Thompson yet?
Nothing.
Switch him over as soon as he calls in. Bentley!
Yes, sir?
Send something to Boris at the hospital. Get him some books, flowers, a bottle of whiskey. I don't know. Find out what he likes.
Yes, sir.
And bring me some hot coffee.
Mr. Smith? I know you're in there, Mr. Smith. I just saw the light go out from under the door, so you might as well open...
Don't move, mister. Sit down at the table. Put your hands on the table.
Hey, what's with the gun, Herman? I'm only here to help you. My name's Thompson, sports reporter for the day.
Sports, huh? What'd you write today?
Well, a constant reader. That's fine.
I got the paper right here, so what'd you write?
The question of televising next season's baseball games was discussed at a heated session of the Hot Stove League yesterday afternoon.
Okay. What do you want?
Do you mind putting that thing away?
How'd you find me?
I know a lot of people in the fight game. They owe me favors. I collected a few.
All right. Get to it.
Why did Rienzi kill your sister?
Did he?
Then who are you afraid of, Herman? Why this hideout? One room in a crummy tenement.
Get out.
Well, first, I'd better mention that I've phoned your address to the paper. They know where I am. By next edition, Rienzi will know where you are, too.
Maybe so, maybe not.
We're your only chance, Herman. Let me take you back to the office. You'll be safe there. If you don't, Rienzi's going to find you. You'll wind up in the morgue next to Sally.
You think you know something, huh?
I know that as long as Rienzi is free, you're a dead pigeon. But take your time. He won't get his copy of the day with your address until morning. I'll wait while you think it over.
Ed, it's past midnight. No word yet from Thompson?
Nothing.
You know what day this is? It's Thursday.
9 o'clock in the Surrogate's Court.
You're going to be there?
All this for what? The obituary of a newspaper. Yeah, I'll be there.
This court has been petitioned to approve the sale of the publication enterprises known as The Day. I have carefully read the last will and testament of the deceased, John Garrison, and I find nothing therein to prevent such a sale.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mrs. Garrison?
Your Honor, I object to the sale of this newspaper to Mr. White.
No, but how can you object? Absolutely.
But this request for sale was signed by you, Mrs. Garrison.
I've changed my mind.
Your Honor, we are completely unprepared for this most embarrassing change of heart. I assure you I had no idea.
What about Mrs. Garrison's two daughters?
They want to sell, Your Honor, and they constitute a majority.
My husband would not have wished this paper to be sold to Mr. White.
But you knew all along that Mr. White was the purchaser.
I did not know that the Day was going to be rubbed out of existence, which it will be if this contract is approved. I have priority of purchase, Mr. Crane. I'll buy the Day myself. I'll raise Mr. White's offer.
But you don't seem to realize...
I don't see why you should object to my daughters receiving more money, Mr. Crane. That's what they're selling for, isn't it?
You can't do this, Mother.
I can, I want to, and I'm going to.
What good will it do? You're making us sound like fools.
You'll be happy to know that stupidity is not hereditary. You acquired it all by yourselves.
What changed your mind about selling?
Have you seen today's paper? And yesterday's? Loyalty. Loyalty's changed my mind.
You haven't got the money to buy the paper.
I'll get it.
You're crazy.
No. Just ashamed. Ashamed of you and ashamed of myself. Now, if you'll keep quiet, I think the judge wants to say something.
I shall require time to consider Mrs. Garrison's request. You'll all be notified when this court will reconvene. It now stands adjourned.
Mr. Hutchison?
Well?
My name's Hanson. I'm an attorney. Didn't I see you just now at the Garrison hearing?
It was a real nice hearing. You're representing Mr. White?
No, I work for Mr. Rienzi. He's waiting to see you in his car.
Why?
It's personal business. The car's right here, Mr. Hutchison.
Mr. Atchison, can I give you a lift someplace?
Why?
I'm the sociable type.
They're expecting me at the office.
We'd be glad to take you. Okay, Frank?
I wondered when and how you'd get around to this.
Yeah?
Yeah, I expected something a little more poetic. There's no poetry in an armored car.
I think I like you, Atchison. A man with imagination. They tell me you're a good newspaper man.
You're not bad at your trade either.
But they say you're a hothead.
Who's they?
Friends. I got friends everywhere. I like for you to be my friend.
Thanks. You're not my type.
You ever meet me before? Do business with me? Maybe you got the wrong impression, huh? Now, here's a newspaper, The Day. My family reads the paper. It's not nice what you print. I got a nice family, Mr. Hutchison. Sometime I'd like for you to meet them.
There's no point in that unless they're the ones that almost killed Burroughs.
Burroughs?
Never beat up a reporter, they say. It's like killing a cop, they say. Never drop girls in the river, they say. Not even with fur coats, they say.
What have I got to do with reporters? Or girls? I'm in the contracting business.
Capone was in the insurance business.
You got a sense of humor, friend.
Then why don't you laugh?
Very funny.
Tomorrow's paper will be even funnier. There. That's a Rienzi I like to see. This where you start shooting, friend?
What are you supposed to be, a little tin god? You gonna save the world? A hero or something? Know about what you print in the paper. My lawyer says I could sue you for this.
Well?
What you're doing's been tried before. Nobody could ever make it stick.
Then you got nothing to worry about. Oh, that's the office. Just down the block.
They're on the right, Frank. The gentleman's office. Cops, tax collectors, politicians, they all got an angle. What's yours? Come on, name it. What do you want?
I want to see you in prison. Thanks for the lift.
Well, I just met the man. Sometimes these things take time. Only maybe Hey, wait a minute.
Yeah?
They're going to the newspaper building, those two guys.
Schmidt. That's Schmidt. We've been looking all over for him.
Who's with him?
I don't know. I never saw him before.
Sally's brother walking into a newspaper office, huh? Drive around the block. I gotta make a phone call fast.
We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Deadline USA, starring Dan Daly as Ed Hutchison and Deborah Paget as Nora. The door of Ed Hutchison's office is closed. With Potter, the city editor, he's entertaining a guest, Herman Schmidt, brother of the murdered girl.
All right, Schmidt, from the beginning.
How much?
I told you before. $1,000 after you testify against Rienzi. Yes or no?
Where do you want me to start?
Sally and Rienzi.
Well, they liked each other.
A few weeks ago, Sally bought $40,000 worth of government bonds. Rienzi pay for them?
Yeah, I guess so.
You're a liar.
Sally used part of the $200,000 that Rienzi gave her to hold for him.
What $200,000? Why would a guy part with that kind of scratch?
The city bank says your sister rented a safety deposit box. She gave it up a month ago, on the same day that she moved out of her apartment. Why?
Okay, it's true. He gave her the money to hold for him. When he wanted it back, she got scared he'd make a break. She said as long as she kept the cash, he'd stick. It didn't work out that way.
Hey, Ed, Mrs. Garrison wants to see you. She's waiting upstairs.
Dollar! When did you find out Sally was dead?
Oh, I read about it in the paper.
She was dead 3 days before the paper got it.
Your mother says you left the house last Saturday and didn't come back.
My mother?
We've got some good reporters, Smith. They get around.
Sally was killed that same Saturday night.
Well, so what? I leave the house lots of times. Well, for weeks sometimes.
To hide out? You were afraid of Rienzi. Why?
Maybe you knew he was going there, huh? To Sally's place?
I didn't even know where she lived.
The Leroy Hotel. She registered under the name of Bessie Schmidt and never left the room. She had only 2 visitors, Herman. Your mother and you. You were there Saturday night.
Well, I don't remember. But, maybe I was. Yeah, she phoned me.
The desk clerk says you phoned her from the lobby at 1:20 a.m. Now, either tell the truth or we turn you loose. No money, no protection. Rienzi will kill you.
Okay, Rienzi wanted his money. They couldn't find out where Sally was living.
So you showed them?
Why? What did Rienzi promise you?
He got me my job. I owed him money. I couldn't pay. He said the favor would square us.
All you had to do was put the finger on your own sister.
Well, I didn't know what they were going to do. I swear I didn't know.
Who's they? Rienzi and who else?
No, not Rienzi. He sent men, 3 men. I got scared. I ran out. That's all I know, honest. The next day I hear Rienzi's looking for me. He was afraid I was going to talk. I found a room, and I've been there ever since.
Type up a statement, Porter. Have him sign it. Get the names of those 3 men. I'll go upstairs and see Mrs. Garrison.
About Louis Schaefer, that information you requested.
Walk with me to the elevator.
Yes, sir. Louis Schaefer, age 42, only child of John and Harriet Schaefer of the Chemical Fortune.
Ever married?
No, sir.
Any arrests?
None on the record, sir.
Alcoholic, swindler? Maybe he's a fiend. You know, he looked like one. You check his Army record, maybe he's a spy.
He got the Silver Star and the Purple Heart.
Oh, that's a rotten report, Miss Bondollar. Thanks anyway.
You've been keeping me waiting.
I know.
2 things, Ed. First, Rienzi started his libel suit. We were served with papers half an hour ago.
Second?
Judge McKay is going to hand down his decision tonight at 9.
Tonight? How come so soon?
Because of the libel suit. Oh, one thing more. That 1% you were promised. Alice and Kitty changed their minds.
What took them so long?
I've been to the bank, Ed. They're willing to loan me the money if we cut expenses 4%. Think you can do it?
I'll do better than that. Yes, go ahead, Porter. He what? What are you talking about? Yes, I'll be right down.
No, what?
A man was just shot to death in the press room. A man named Herman Schmidt.
We were working on his written statement when they walked in. 3 men in police uniforms. They said they had a warrant for Schmidt.
And you let them take him?
They looked and acted like policemen. I tried to stop them.
Go ahead. What happened?
Schmidt made a break. He ran down to the press room. He almost got away, but then they started shooting. The plates are there now.
You better get down there.
What about Schmidt's confession? Do we run it anyway?
Without a signed statement, we're dead, Porter. We're as cold as Herman Schmidt. I'll get Mrs. Garrison, take her home.
Hello? Yeah. For you, Mr. Rienzi. It's Whitey. Now give it here. Yeah. But I told you I didn't want anything like it. This is stupid. Stupid! Well, get on here now, all 3 of you. And find Sully's old lady. Bring in Mrs. Schmidt. I want to talk to her.
Sit down, Ed. I'll get you a drink.
You know, Mrs. Garrison, no paper ever did a better, faster, more thorough job. All we needed was that one bit of evidence, and we had it. We had it as long as Schmidt was alive. I figured if we could get an indictment against Rienzi, they'd let the day stay in business.
We're licked, Ed. But we showed them how a real newspaper can function.
You're quite a girl. They must have made them different in your day.
Yeah.
More durable.
More pliable. Girls these days have stuff, but they're brittle. They break more easily.
Plenty of stuff, but no heart.
Meaning Nora?
Meaning Nora.
There will now be a respectable silence while we feel sorry for ourselves.
Well, she had no right to walk out on me. She's my wife.
You wouldn't have a wife if a newspaper had beautiful legs.
Sure. But you never walked out on John Garrison.
Who said so?
You must have had a pretty good reason.
The best. A bride always likes to think she's indispensable. But I woke up one morning and he was gone. Back to the paper to do the Lusitania story. I walked out.
Yeah, but you came back.
2 days later. He didn't even know I'd been gone.
He loved you.
Exceedingly. Between editions. Oh, but don't blame Nora. Unless she wants to come back, it won't work. If she stays away...
I can look for a newspaper with nice legs.
Well, court convenes in exactly 1/2 hour. You going to be there?
Maybe. Will you marry me, Mrs. Garrison?
Go away, Ed. You're much too old.
Sorry, Mr. Rienzi. Nothing yet on Mrs. Schmidt. They're still looking for her.
They'll find her. An old lady like that, where can she go?
She's got to be silenced, you understand? Buy her off. Send her back to Europe.
Now, you're getting panicky, Hanson. She's my business. I'll handle Mrs. Schmidt.
There'll be another investigation. I hope you realize that.
Maybe a trial even, sure. But I'm not worried, see? We've been through this sort of thing before. We're still in business. The story's printed in the newspaper, so what? Tomorrow it's old news. They take the paper and wrap garbage in it. In a week, the people forget.
But if they keep on printing
They
stories,
won't.
If they keep us in the news until the trial, if they heat up the public...
You take care of your end. I'll handle the papers.
Hutchison won't handle easily.
He's got nothing. What's he got with Schmidt out of the way?
That won't stop him.
And he won't stop us. Tomorrow he won't even have a paper. The court will take it away from him. And if they don't, we'll take him away from the paper. Maybe they all need an example.
You're crazy.
Am I? Now, we'll wait and see.
And so the court has arrived at a decision. I can see no reason why the day should not be sold to Mr. White. I will, however, listen to any further evidence or argument. Mrs. Garrison?
There's nothing to say, Judge McKay.
May I say something, Your Honor?
If Your Honor, please.
Well, Mr. Crane?
Since Mr. Hutchison is not one of the heirs, and since I'm sure he's not here in the interests of Mr. White, whom does he presume then to represent?
I represent the paper.
Which is not yours in the first place.
That's true. But the day is a lot more than a building and furniture and presses. It's people. 1,500 men and women whose skill and experience make a great newspaper possible. We don't own one share of stock, but we, along with the 300,000 people who read this paper, have a vital interest in whether it lives or dies.
I suggest this is most irregular, Your
So is
Honor.
the murder of a newspaper. So is some unfinished business called Rienzi. If you read the day, you'd know what I mean.
I don't care to discuss Rienzi.
This newspaper does.
I don't question your good intentions, Mr. Hutchison, but they hardly concern us here tonight.
They concern the public tonight, and tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow.
The Day isn't the only good newspaper in town, Mr. Hutchison.
Right now, it's the only newspaper willing to expose Rienzi.
Mr. Hutchison, there are certain rules of procedure. We are concerned now only with the legal aspects of the sale. What happens after Mr. White takes possession is outside the jurisdiction of this court.
But whose jurisdiction is it, sir?
Just a moment. Since when is it immoral for someone to legally purchase a newspaper?
I don't care if Mr. White buys out another paper or 20 papers. But I do care when he buys a newspaper to put it out of business. Because without competition, freedom of the press can't exist. I'm talking about the right of the public to a marketplace of ideas, of news and opinions. Not those of one man or of one leader or even one government. Well, I guess that's all I have to say.
The existing contract is valid, made in good faith. As of tomorrow, the Lawrence White Publications will assume control of the Day. Court's adjourned.
Ed, thanks for trying.
If you'll excuse me, Mrs. Garrison, I better phone the office.
Go ahead, Ed. This is Porter. What's the story?
Lead off for the morning edition. The Day, after 47 years of daily publication, was sold last night.
But we've still got a paper until tomorrow. Get back here, Ed.
Why?
Williband's got Mrs. Schmidt here. She wants the boss. She won't talk to anyone else. I think we've got something, Ed. Something big.
Ed, this is Mrs. Schmidt. She wandered in on her own, looking for you. Here he is, Mrs. Schmidt.
You are boss?
Yes?
I am mother of Bessie.
About your son, too. I'm very sorry.
I do not come about that. I have here shoebox. In it are papers of money. Here, you look.
I'll say there's money.
Now, my Bessie, she comes to me and she says, "Here, Mama, you keep this. Something happens to me, you do not have to worry."
This little book, Bessie's diary?
Yeah, she writes down what happens to her and this Mr. Rienzi. She writes it down there.
Porter, you better call the police. And we're getting out the final edition as usual. Mrs. Schmidt, why didn't you go to the police?
Police? I do not know police. I know newspaper, this newspaper. For 31 years I know this paper. I come to America. I wish to be good citizen. How to do this? From newspaper, it show me how to read, how to write. And when Bessie dies, you do not say bad things of her like other newspapers. Now you want to find who hurt my Bessie. that's good. I help. I think what to do. I go on subway. I ride all day. Then I'm here.
By doing this, you may be in danger, like your son.
You are not afraid? I am not afraid.
Thanks.
Hello, Porter.
Why, Mrs. Hutchison. Or is it Mrs. Schaefer?
No, of course not. Where's Ed?
In the press room.
Has he lost the paper?
Yes.
What's he going to do?
Get out the last edition. And it ought to be quite a paper. We've got proof on Rienzi. Sally's mother. She came to Ed with everything.
And then what?
He'll look for another job, I guess, like the rest of us.
Is it all right if I go down to the press room?
Well, I guess you still know where it is. Sure, go ahead.
Telephone.
Yes?
Thomas Rienzi, Mr. Hutchison. He wants to talk to you. I told him you were in the press.
Put him on. Hello.
Atchison?
Hello, baby. How do you feel?
How do I feel? Mrs. Schmidt came in to see you.
That's right. There's some loose cash in my office that belongs to you. $160,000. Oh, and there's something else, too. A diary. Sally's diary.
So what? Who's going to believe what a dame like that writes to herself?
I don't know. Ask your lawyer. There's something else that might interest you. We're accusing you of Sally's murder.
Look, before you hang up, friend, here's some advice to you. Don't you press your luck. You lay off on me. Don't press that story.
What's that, an order?
If not tonight, then tomorrow. Maybe next week, maybe next year. But sooner or later, you catch it. My lawyer's right here with me. He's yelling at me not to talk like this. But I say it anyway. You print that story and you're a dead man.
You forget something, Rienzi. It's not just me anymore. You'd have to stop every paper in the country now, and you're not big enough for that job. People like you've tried it before. With bullets, prison, censorship. But as long as even one paper prints the truth, you're finished.
I don't want double talk. Just an answer. Yes or no?
What time is it?
10:30.
That's when we go to press. 10:30. You want your answer? Listen.
Yes or no?
It's too late now, Rienzi. You hear that? That's the press. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
You walked out on me at Alberto's.
I'd like to go back for dessert. You got time?
All the time in the world. Let's go. In a moment, our stars will return. Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are for a well-deserved curtain call. Dan Daly and Deborah Paget. Well, Dan, how does it feel to have your dancing shoes off for a change?
Very comfortable, Irving. You know, I loaned them to Deborah to go to Norfolk, Virginia.
The opening of 20th Century Fox's new picture, Titanic, starring Clifton Webb and Barbara Stanwyck.
Yes, Irving. A group of us flew there to entertain at the premiere, which was dedicated to the Navy Relief Fund. I wish you could have been there, Dan.
Well, I've already done my share for Navy relief.
When was that?
When I joined the Army. Boy, was the Navy relief.
Oh, I bet. Oh, I'm sure both the Army and Navy would fight together.
No. You're the type they fight to get, Deborah. You remind them of the girl next door.
I would?
Well, if you wouldn't, I would. Because it's my latest picture for 20th Century Fox, co-starring with June Haver. It's called The Girl Next Door.
I think you'll both agree that next week's show is just wonderful, because we're going to tell the heartwarming story of one of the most glamorous couples in show business. It's Paramount Pictures' screen hit, Somebody Loves Me. And recreating her original role as the entrancing Blossom Seeley, we'll have Betty Hutton, co-starring with Gene Barry as Benny Field.
What a great story that is, Irving. Good night.
Good night, and we'll be seeing you.
Theater is produced by Mr. Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is under the direction of Rudy Schrager. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. Radio Theater is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra in The Miracle of the Bells. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. It's not often that you can see the film version of a book on the screen that's still on the bestseller list throughout the country. And it's not often that we can broadcast the screenplay of a story that's still being read in thousands, if not millions, of homes. But such is our good fortune tonight with Lasky McEwen's current film production of Russell Janney's book, The Miracle of the Bells. And we bring it to you now with three great stars, Fred McMurray, Valley, and Frank Sinatra, playing their original screen roles. Many of the scenes in The Miracle of the Bells were filmed on actual location in a typical Pennsylvania mining village. And from such a place, close to the setting of tonight's play, as a matter of fact, comes a letter from a good friend of this theater. She writes, "In a town where soot and smoke are almost unavoidable, it's always a problem taking care of your complexion. But with Lux Soap, I've never had trouble keeping my skin looking fresh and lovely. We appreciate Lux Soap as much as we enjoy your Monday evening broadcasts, and that's saying a great deal. Well, as one way of saying thanks to this kind listener, we raise our curtain on Act One of RKO's current hit release, The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. A few moments ago, an eastbound train paused momentarily in a small Pennsylvania town. One passenger got off, while from the baggage car, a coffin was quickly unloaded and placed in an awaiting hearse.
You Mr. Dunnigan?
Yes.
I'm the undertaker, Mr. Dunnigan. Nick Orloff. Might as well ride with me back to Coal Town.
Thank you.
You the husband of the deceased?
No, I'm just a friend.
Quite surprised when I got your telegram. Never had a client from Hollywood before. The name of the deceased, Mr. Dunnigan, Olga Treskovna.
That was her professional name. She was an actress.
But she come from Coal Town, huh? What was her real name?
Olga Trocky.
Trocky? Stan Trocky's kid?
That's right.
3 years ago, I gave Stan Trocky a first-class $100 funeral. You think she paid me? Not a penny, not 1 cent.
What are you stopping here for?
I ain't burying any more deadbeats until they pay up.
You mean now?
Right now.
All right, Mr. Orloff. But it was a $90 funeral, not $100. She paid you 10, she told me. Here, give me $20 change.
Oh, no. What about the extras? Flowers and 6 pallbearers at $2 apiece. I'm a respectable businessman. I never cheated nobody. When I say $100, it's $100.
My mistake, Mr. Orloff, not noticing your fine qualities. Now get us to Coal Town.
It's all right, Olga. You'll be home soon. Why anyone should want to come back to this flea-bitten end of the world, I don't know. But that's what you wanted. And it's all I can do for you, kid. Ride with you and tell you that I love you. That's what's driving me crazy. That I waited till now to tell you. I love you, Olga. I guess I loved you the first time I saw your face. I'll never forget how I happened to meet you. I'd heard Tommy Elmore was rehearsing a new review. And as long as I was in the neighborhood...
No, wait a minute. Hold it. What are you dames trying to do to me? You, what's your name?
Olga Treskovna.
Well, look, Olga, I'm sorry, but I haven't time for beginners. Come back when you've learned something.
Mr. Elmore, please.
No, I'm sorry, but this show's got to go on in 4 days.
Let me try again. Please, give me another chance.
Go on, Tommy. Give the kid a break.
Huh? Who's that? Bill Dunnigan.
How are you, Tommy? Just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Hey, can you get out of here? I'll buy you a drink.
Girls, meet the world's greatest press agent. Bill, meet the world's worst chorus.
Hiya, girls.
Okay, ladies, take half an hour. If you've been watching them, Bill, you know I could use a drink.
Hey, Tommy, do me a favor, huh?
Yeah, shoot, pal.
Let the piano player work with that kid. He'll have her dancing like Pavlov in no time.
You know her?
No, I just like her face. And she looks like she needs the job. Come on, Tommy, give her a break.
Okay. Freddie, see what you can do with Olga. I'll be back in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Now, never mind the thanks. Just learn that routine.
Oh, I will.
That's where it began, Olga. And this is where it ends. In Orloff's funeral parlor. You're back in Coal Town, baby.
Now, if you'll just sit down, Mr. Dunnigan. Well, sir, we can give her a fine funeral for $150. Of course, pallbearers will be extra.
Get them.
$2 apiece. Now, about the church. First thing for me to do is fix it up with Father Spinsky. So just make yourself comfortable, Mr. Dunnigan. Be back soon as I see you.
What a sap I was, baby. Walking out of that theater with Tommy Elmore and not seeing you again for a whole year. And then only by accident. That tank town in Iowa, Christmas Eve. And me wondering how to kill time till my train left. I walked down Main Street, and there was your picture in the lobby with the rest of the cast. The show was over, but I took a chance you'd still be in your dressing room.
Mr. Dunnigan.
You've got a good memory.
Oh, come in. Oh, I've wanted so to see you. This is the most exciting thing that could have happened. I wanted to see you to thank you. I've never forgotten how kind you were.
Then you finally learned that dance routine, huh?
I became so good in the chorus that now I'm a great dramatic actress.
Oh?
It's not a good play, and I don't have a good part, but I love it, and I'm so grateful to you. But what are you doing in Iowa?
I'm advance man for a road show. Well, I see you're ready to leave. You got a date, huh? I just wanted to drop in and say hello.
Oh, I don't have any date, Mr. Dunnigan.
You're not going anywhere?
Just to the hotel. I suppose you're with friends. I won't keep you, Mr. Dunnigan.
The name is Bill, and you are going somewhere with me. Are you hungry?
Yes.
Wonderful. There must be some restaurant in town that's still open. Come on, let's find it. Walking with you in the snow, I felt as though I were drunk and didn't know what it was. I didn't know that I'd feel the same every time I was with you. We finally found a Chinese restaurant. It was deserted. But old Ming Gao seemed to think we were very special customers.
You shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Minga. But how delicious everything was.
After all, it is Christmas. And you say you are strangers here.
Who met purely by accident.
No. No accident. I believe these things are all written.
And we just follow the script, huh?
Yes, we follow. Maybe you will tell me something, young lady. Your name.
Olga Trocky, alias Olga Treskovna.
Trocky, huh? Olga, when did you first decide to be an actress?
When I was a little girl, I think. In a place called Coal Town, Little Poland.
Oh, near Wilkes-Barre.
Yes. Coal Town killed my mother. My father, too. My father was very sweet and kind. He played the accordion and sang. And he used to say to me when he had a hangover, which was most of the time, "Go away someplace, Olga, and sing and dance and act and be happy."
So you followed his advice?
Except I'm nobody. But I'll be ready when my chance comes. I think maybe in Hollywood.
Hey, not so fast, baby. What you need is a couple of years in stock. You've got a lot to learn.
I haven't time for all that, Bill. I want to get there quickly. And when I am a big star and The interviewers ask me, how did this great success come to you, Olga Treskovna? I'll tell them it came from Bill Dunnigan, who once said, give the kid a break. Well, I think we'd better go, Bill. It's late.
Yeah. Let's have the check, Ming.
No check.
Oh, no check. Come on. We ate the whole restaurant.
Please, let this humble meal be my gift to the two guests from far away.
Well, thanks, Ming. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. This is for you, Mingao. It's nothing, just a little religious medal. St. Michael, the Archangel. Will you take it, please?
I am very grateful.
St. Michael, huh? What's his specialty?
Fighting for God. He is a very gallant saint, Bill.
I will carry it and hope for your great success, Miss.
Good night, Minga.
Well, it stopped snowing.
Yes. And look up there. Bill, look. Look up there.
Are the stars?
Yes. Do you see over there where that V-shaped cluster is? Now, just to the right of it.
Oh, yeah.
See that bright one?
Yeah?
It's mine. My star.
Yours, huh?
My father told me that star appeared for the first time the night I was born.
Well, could be.
It's there every night to remind me of where I'm going. Oh, I'm being very silly. I won't see you again for a long time, maybe. Will you accept a Christmas present from a strange lady? My star up there. I'll give you half. Yes, Bill. Half is for you.
Why didn't I say something to you then? But no, not a word. Not even where can I write you, where'll you be? No. Old Clammouth just walking along with his heart jumping and never a word. And now I'm in Nick Orloff's funeral parlor, and you in a box in the corner of the room. But it can't end like this, baby. It can't end with Dunnigan the dummy just staring at a box.
You see? That didn't take long, did it? Me and Father Spinsky got everything worked out fine. And I got hold of a singer, too. Now, let's see. I figure a blanket of roses for the coffin, and maybe a nice wreath as a sort of personal tribute from you. Oh, yeah, and the sexton of the church. Almost forgot that.
Oh, that's bad. You wouldn't want to forget any charges.
Huh? And a donation for Father Spinsky's church. Let's figure on a total of $350.
$350? Well, that's a lot more than
That ain't much for a service at St. Leo's.
At St. Leo's?
Yes, sir. Biggest church in town.
But that's the wrong church. I wanted St. Michael's. I just took for granted.
That old broken-down barn? Oh, no. You don't want your friend buried from St. Michael's.
Look, Mr. Orloff, where is St. Michael's?
Go on. Take a look at it. I ain't worried. Down the street to your left, across from the hotel. Just remember, Father Paul ain't got anything to offer. You'll be back.
So that's why I'm here, Father Paul. She wanted to be buried from your church. Now, how much do you charge? I better tell you first, she wanted a few extras.
I'm very proud that this girl wanted to be buried from St. Michael's, Mr. Dunnigan. Please put your money away.
I'm sorry, Father. I came in here like a sorehead. It's just that, well, it's a pleasure to run into a human being again. You ever hear of poverty, Father?
Oh, yes. Poverty is an old friend of St. Michael's.
Well, I'm down to my last $300. I just thought I'd better warn you. And I've got a favor to ask. Could we have her brought here? I hate the thought of Olga being left in Orloff's place.
Of course, she belongs here. Let me phone Orloff, and then you must tell me about Olga. I can see you must have loved her very much. Oh, Nick Orloff's a stupid and greedy man. But she'll be here.
Thank you, Father.
Now, about Olga.
Well, I'd met her only twice before I took a job in Hollywood as personal drum beater for the great Marcus Harris.
Marcus Harris?
Marcus Harris is one of the greatest motion picture producers in America. And at the moment, he was given birth to a $3 million epic called Joan of Arc. The star of the picture was a girl named Anna Klovna. But Miss Klovna proved quite a problem. She was trouble from the minute she walked into the studio. Then one morning in Harris's office...
I refuse to perform. I will not put my foot on that set again. I'm leaving, Mr. Harris.
Miss Klovna, please.
That imbecile. He's a director. He's an idiot. He wants me to be here before I'm awake. He says I must rehearse. I have played Joan in Europe. Shaw's Joan, Schiller's Joan. What have I to learn from him? From any of you?
Oh, come on, Anna. Don't act like this. You're a great artist.
Well, then I want to be treated like a great artist.
Let's go to your dressing room. Let's see if we can't talk this over, huh?
So, now you give the order, too. What do you know about art? A pushcart peddler is what you were, and what you still are. No ignorant peasant can give orders to Anna Klovna.
Now, wait a minute. We don't talk like that in America.
No. All you talk in America is money, money, money. Oh, but I am finished. I quit.
You can quit. I'm sorry you don't like me, Miss Klovna. That's all right. I'm sorry you don't like America, but that isn't all right. It's too bad you couldn't see something nice in such a wonderful place.
Wonderful. For fools, maybe. For money grabbers. For peddlers. I am an artist.
She'll calm down, Marcus. She'll be back.
I don't want her back. I like this country. I won't work with anyone who doesn't like it.
Well, you can get somebody else to play the part, then.
There's no one else available who can play Joan of Arc. It's too bad. Klovna has a great talent. Well, let's walk over to the set and give him the bad news. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're forced to give up the picture. I'm sorry this has happened. Maybe we'll have better luck next time.
That's it, boys. Wrap it up.
Mr. Donegan. Bill. Bill.
Holy Ike, am I dreaming?
Hello, Bill.
Olga, don't tell me you're in pictures.
I was. I just lost my job. I was standing for Anna Klovna. You're working here, too?
Yeah. Look, let's get out of here where we can talk. A stand-in, huh?
Not much of a job for a foolish young lady who dreamed of being a star.
You know, it makes me happy just to look at you. Say, where can I meet you tonight?
Let me cook dinner for you. I've got a sort of apartment, and I've been dying to have a guest.
No guest?
No.
I'm glad. What's the address?
1461 Curzon Avenue. It's over a garage.
1461. Will it be all right if I get there about 7 o'clock?
7 is fine. Oh, Bill, how good to see you again. More coffee, Bill?
Oh, no, thanks. Just tell me the rest of it, baby.
Oh, there isn't any rest of it. I kept making the rounds of the studios, and sometimes they said come back, and sometimes they said don't come back. But whatever they said, it always ended the same way. No job for a new young movie star. Bill, you're not listening.
Yeah, I'm listening, baby. I'm listening to a lot of things. Olga, can you act?
But you know I can act.
How do I know?
Because I told you.
Oh, that's right, so you did.
And I'm much better now. I spend all my spare time reading plays, learning parts, and...
Yeah, you're better looking than she is, too.
Who?
Anna Klovna. You're younger, you're prettier.
Bill, what are you talking
Take
about?
it easy, baby. I'm incubating.
Bill, you don't mean Joan of Arc.
Never mind what I mean. Olga, do you know any scenes from the script?
Oh, Bill, I know the whole script.
Look, I don't want the whole script. I want one scene, one big scene.
No?
Yes, now. We've got to work fast. It's one of those things.
Yes, Bill?
Okay, you're on. The camera's rolling. Action.
It's a scene where Joan comes into the courtroom. They brought her up from the dungeon. She sees all the great English aristocrats, all the great doctors of theology. They're here to make her confess that she has lied and blasphemed. Then the bishop asks her if she considers herself in a state of grace. And she replies, if I am not, I hope God will put me there. And if I am, I hope he'll keep me there. They want the truth, they tell her. And they ask, when did Satan first command you to slay the English? And Joan answers, the voices of my saints commanded me to fight for France. So I went into battle, and I led the battles. And what were the English doing on the soil of France? Why didn't they keep their blood at home where French swords could not spill it? No, whatever you do to me, I will not say what is not the truth. And the truth is, I'm a peasant girl. And I love my mother and father and my brothers. And I would have stayed at home. But God spoke to me through his angel Michael. And he told me to go out into the world and help my people. I went, and I fought. And if I should escape from here, I will continue to fight for them. And if I do not escape and you will burn me for what I've done, I will kneel in the fire and give God my thanks for his kindness to me and my people.
Okay, baby. Where's the phone?
Was it all right?
Yeah, it was all right. Hello. Mr. Harris, please. This is Bill Dunnigan calling. Yeah, will you please?
Bill, I don't know if you're...
Hello, Marcus. This is Bill Dunnigan. Marcus, hang on to your hat. What? All right. Hang on to your pajamas, then. Look, Marcus, you don't have to shelve the picture. I found another Anna Klovna plus. She's young. She's beautiful. Can she act? Can Heifetz fiddle? Can Joe Louis fight? Can Bob Feller pitch? I'm telling you, Marcus, she's great. You've got to give her a screen test first thing in the morning. Just give me your okay, and I'll set everything up. Yeah. Sure, I've got her tied up. I give you my solemn word of honor. Yeah. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bill.
Relax, baby.
I'm going to explode.
You're going to bed.
It's like the time you came into the theater. I couldn't see you at first. Just a voice that said, give the kid a break. I don't know why I deserve anybody like you.
Yeah, I've got to get hold of Dolan and talk him into directing the test. We don't want a shot by some stooge. I'll go and see him now, and you're going to get some sleep.
How can I ever repay you, Bill?
By knocking him dead, baby. Tomorrow's the big day.
Not as big as now. Oh, Bill, thanks.
Good night, Olga.
Good night.
Now, don't worry about anything. I'll see you on the barricades at dawn, baby.
In a moment, we'll continue with Act 2 of The Miracle of the Bells. Meanwhile, greetings to Libby Collins, our Hollywood reporter.
Fresh from the green grass of Wyoming, Mr. Keeley.
You mean, of course, the picture of that name, Libby.
Mm-hmm. 20th Century Fox's New Western. And wasn't I surprised to see little Peggy Cummins in the role of a hard-riding outdoor girl. She's so dainty and feminine.
Green grass of Wyoming is certainly full of action. Those harness races had me on the edge of my chair.
Especially the one with Charles Coburn at the reins.
You can always count on Charles to give a rare performance. And I think the studio has a find in young Bob Arthur.
Oh, he's most appealing as Peggy Cummins' sweetheart.
I understand Peggy made a great hit when the company was on location.
Mm-hmm. She was entertained by the governor and interviewed by all the papers. She's very lovely with her blonde hair and fresh, fair skin. How about that, John Kennedy?
Yeah, she's one of Hollywood's prettiest. No wonder everyone fell in love with her. Besides, Libby, Lux girls always make a hit.
Yes, Peggy Cummins is an ardent Lux girl. She told me that during the war days in England, she used to cherish every sliver of Lux soap. Those Lux soap facials are wonderful for the skin, she said. I didn't want to neglect my complexion care a single day.
Screen stars just can't take chances with complexion beauty.
And neither should any woman. Lux facials are so easy and quick, and they really work.
Tests by skin specialists prove it. In actually 3 out of 4 cases, skin became lovelier in a short time.
Lux soap agrees with delicate skin. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. Fastidious women love the Lux soap perfume, too. It's such a delicate fragrance.
Another reason why fragrant white Lux toilet soap is Hollywood's own beauty soap. Back now to Mr. William Keeley.
2 of The Miracle of the Bells, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valet as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. In the shabby old rectory of St. Michael's Church, the mild little priest, Father Paul, listens attentively as Bill Dunnigan, press agent, continues the story of Olga Traskovna.
Well, Father, the screen test was great. Olga was wonderful. And when we started shooting, she was even better. Everyone was raving about her. No gags either, real raves. I tell you, Father, you've never seen a dream come true like this one.
It sounds wonderful. Well, that should be Mr. Orloff.
Come in. Where do you want the box?
Would you carry it into the church, please?
I got it uncrated for you.
Yes, you may keep the lumber, Mr. Orloff.
That don't pay me. There's an extra charge. $5.
Here. $5. Now beat it.
You're going to hear from Father Spinsky. Yes, sir.
I'm always happy to hear from Father Spinsky. Mr. Dunnigan, it's time for evening devotions. Would you care to come with me?
In church? Oh, I don't know, Father.
Oh, please come and see her there.
Well, for a minute.
And you haven't finished telling me about her?
Tomorrow, maybe.
Good. And if you'd like, I'll show you the cemetery. This way, Mr. Dunnigan. You know, some people object to our cemetery being way up here in the hills, Mr. Dunnigan. But at least this is one place where the coal dust doesn't blow and where the flowers are always clean. I asked a friend if she had ever heard of Olga Cheskovna, the movie actress. She said she hadn't. I told her she was very famous.
No, Father. They wouldn't let her become famous.
But why not? What happened?
Well, after 2 weeks of shooting, Marcus Harris tripled her salary. That's how good she was. But she never changed. It's quite a thing, you know, Father, to jump from nowhere into stardom. And all the time she was getting thinner and more tired. I figured she was just working too hard. Until one day in her dressing room...
Oh, what a day. I've never worked so hard in all my life. Dolan's a regular slave driver, but I love him for it. Oh, I feel as light as air.
Clara, does she have a fever?
She's awfully hot, Mr. Dunnigan.
Oh, you would be too under those lights all day. Let's have a wonderful party, Bill, when the picture's over.
Yeah, we'll do that, baby.
Poor, serious Bill. He doesn't know how gay life can be. How wonderful.
Mr. Dunnigan, that bottle, please, her medicine. Here, dear. Take this. Here.
What medicine is that?
Just something Dr. Jennings gave me.
Dr. Jennings?
I've been using my voice so much lately. All those long speeches. But just think, Bill. Only 3 more days and the picture will be finished.
Yeah. Well, I've got to go and see Harris. Be careful, baby. You look so tired, you frighten me. She doesn't know I've come here, Dr. Jennings. Tell me, how sick is she?
She's very sick. She's developed tuberculosis.
Tuberculosis? I see.
She needs what we call surgical rest. Should have had it long ago.
Well, if we could send her to a sanatorium now...
I've tried desperately to persuade her, but she's determined to finish this picture even if it kills her.
Yeah, I know. But she will get well.
There's always a chance, Mr. Dunnigan.
No more than that, huh? Thanks for telling me, Doctor.
And in spite of her illness, Mr. Dunnigan, she finished the picture?
Yes, Father Paul, she finished it. I was in her dressing room just before they shot the final scene. I did my best to persuade her to postpone it.
But it's just one more shot, Bill. Then it's finished. But the whole picture.
You're not well, Olga. I've talked to Marcus. He said we can shoot it tomorrow or the next day or next week.
Please, Bill. This is so important to me. Please.
We're ready, Mr. Skobna.
Coming. Come along, Bill. I want you to be there.
Sure, baby. Sure. Yes, this was the last shot, Father Paul. With Olga as Joan chained to the stake, the fire leaping up around her, and the mob hooting and jeering until Joan spoke her last words.
Oh, you who are here, I pardon you for what you do. I'm young and I do not know much of life. But I know that this little place in which I stand is not the world. There are places I've never seen where men and women are full of sweetness and hope. I speak to them out of the pain that comes. Dream on. Dream on of God and goodness. Believe in truth and justice, for the world is yours. I will not die. I will not die. When the fire burns me, my soul will remain to sing the glory of God. I will remain as a light for those in the dark. By Jesus, mercy.
The following day, Olga was dead. A few hours later in Harris's office.
So I've decided not to release the picture, gentlemen. Sometime, maybe we can remake it when we can find the proper person to play the part again.
Marcus, you can't do that.
I'm not going to release a picture with a dead girl in it, and that's final.
But Olga died to make it. She gave up her life to act in it. Where's your heart, Marcus? Do it for her.
I'm sorry, Bill, I can't. If Olga had been a girl whom the public had known and loved, I might be willing to take a chance. But this way, no. We gambled and lost. That's all, gentlemen. Bill, I'm sorry. She was a fine girl.
I'm going to take her home, Marcus. Back to Pennsylvania. That's what she wanted. I won't be coming back.
You'll be back. It's tough, but it'll pass. Everything does.
I don't think so. It can't end like this. Not for her. But that's the way it did end, Father Paul. The picture shelved, Olga's talent and beauty stuck away in a vault, buried like we're going to bury her. Those bells, Father. Church bells?
Yes, they ring every day at noon all over the world. De Angelis.
I guess I never listened. Bells. I knew there was something I'd forgotten. Olga wanted your bells rung at her funeral. I almost forgot her last request.
I'll tell the sexton.
Father, how many churches are there in Coal Town?
Why, we have 5 churches.
Do they all have bells?
Well, yes, fine bells. Mr. Dunnigan, you're not thinking
I'm thinking of a lot of things. 5 churches. Okay, I want all the bells to start ringing at 8 o'clock tonight and keep on ringing for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights.
But why?
A brain cell moved, finally. I've been letting Olga down. I've been sitting around moaning like a beggar on a rainy day.
Mr. Dunnigan, it's going to cost money, a lot of money.
Oh, that'll be taken care of, Father.
But you told me that you
Look, Father, you've heard of St. Michael, haven't you? He was a scrapper, wasn't he?
Oh, indeed he was. He was the first warrior of heaven.
Well, then what are we worried about? He's on our side, isn't he? Come on, Father, let's get back to town.
You want this telegram to go to Hollywood, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see if I can read it.
Look, just get it off, will you, please?
Mister, if I can't read it, I can't send it. Marcus Harris, Excelsior Studios, have terrific stunt to save Joan of Arc. Wire $10,000 immediately, Miners Bank and Trust Company. That's just a block down the
Yes,
street.
I know where it is. Just go on.
Oh, you know. Must have it by noon. It will pay back $10 million gross for picture. Dunnigan in great form.
That's Dunnigan.
Oh, Dunnigan. Dunnigan in great form. Dunnigan is still world's greatest press agent. Regards, Dunnigan. Who's Dunnigan?
I am.
You don't say.
Here's $5. Now keep the change.
Oh, thanks.
And phone me at this number in Coal Town as soon as the answer comes through.
$10,000. I'll sure like to see that return message.
Yes, and so will I. But just the 2 of us, do you understand? That's why I didn't phone it in from Coal Town. There you...
Say, what's that? Them bells. Church bells. Sounds like they're coming from Coal Town.
Yeah, right on the dot, 8 o'clock.
Huh?
Sound beautiful, don't they?
Sounds like all the churches in Coal Town. Something must have happened.
That's right, partner. Something must have happened. Boys, I'm sorry I was so long getting back to the hotel, but I've been over in Nanticoke.
I'm Todd Jones, Associated Press.
Oh, yeah.
Tanner, Nanticoke Journal.
And I'm Briggs, Wilkes-Barre's son. Now, would you mind telling us what this is all about? These bells?
Yeah, this whole town is standing on its ear, and nobody seems to know why they're ringing.
Well, I'm a little surprised, gentlemen. I didn't think anyone outside of Coal Town would be interested.
This Olga Treskovna, who is she?
She's an actress. A great actress, gentlemen. She died 10 days ago in Hollywood.
A Hollywood star, huh? What pictures?
Well, as a matter of fact, she just finished Joan of Arc.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought I recognized you. You're Bill Dunnigan, aren't you?
That's right.
Bill Dunnigan, super-duper press agent. Bells, huh? This isn't a news story. It's a publicity stunt.
Now, wait a minute.
Did Marcus Harris ever hear of paid advertising?
Okay, boys. I'll admit I was trying to pull a fast one, but not for the reasons you're thinking. Hey, Al, how about a bottle of scotch and some glasses?
Sure, right away, Mr. Dunnigan.
Everything I've told you is true, as far as it went. How about listening to the whole story? At least until the bottle runs out.
The AP doesn't print publicity stories, Dunnigan.
What I want to know is who's paying for 3 days and nights of bell ringing?
I am, with the aid of 4 bad checks which I have sinfully given the trusting clergy of Coal Town, including Father Spinsky of St. Leo's. I've wired Marcus Harris for $10,000. If he sends it, fine. If he doesn't, our next session will be in the Coal Town jail.
Well, why wouldn't he send it? A gag like this?
Because when Olga died, Harris decided not to release the picture. I'm doing all this on my own. I figured that ringing the bells would be news, that with any luck it'd cause so much talk that Harris would have to release the picture.
And what's your interest in the picture, Dunnigan?
Mine? I knew Olga. I don't want to see her talent buried. She died for it. You want to hear why she felt it was worth dying for?
Go ahead. I can't get a train for an hour.
Well, the day she finished the picture, Olga collapsed. The next morning at daybreak, the hospital sent for me.
Hello, Bill.
Hello, baby.
Bill. Bill, will you promise me something?
Sure, anything.
I want to be buried in Coal Town from St. Michael's Church.
Olga, please don't talk like that.
And I want them to ring the bell for me. They didn't ring it for my father. Don't forget, St. Michael's. Bill, the picture, is it really good?
It's wonderful. You're great in it, Olga.
I hope it's true. Because I didn't play Joan alone. A lot of people played her. People you've never seen or heard. My father and all the other poor, sad people of Coal Town.
You'd better not talk, baby.
But I want you to know and remember why I did it. Why I kept on till this happened. It's because all those poor people, the people I came from, have hopes and dreams that never get a chance. They just work and die, and all the nice things inside of them never come out. And Bill, I came out of them. When they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. Oh, Bill, I'm so happy. I did my job.
Olga.
Chicago Times by Associated Press. Dead movie star honored by unique ceremony in Pennsylvania town.
Wilkes-Barre's son. Bells ring tribute to Pennsylvania movie star.
Bells.
Dying wish of Hollywood star fulfilled.
Do you like them, Olga? They're ringing your name, baby. Throughout the town, throughout the state, throughout the nation. Hello?
This is the desk clerk, Mr. Dunnigan. Father Spinsky is here in the lobby, sir.
Father Spinsky, eh? Has the telegraph office called me yet?
No, sir, not yet.
Not yet. Okay, tell him I'll be right down.
And I don't think you realize, Mr. Dunnigan, what a stir all this has created.
Oh, I think I have an idea, Father Spinsky.
Why, they tell me the entire nation has heard about the bells, the newspapers, radio. Anyway, as far as Coal Town is concerned, it seems everyone wants to attend services for Miss Truskovna.
That's fine, Father.
And it's obvious St. Michael's Church couldn't possibly accommodate them all.
Bill.
Oh, good morning, Father Paul.
Bill, the most unusual thing has happened. I mean, just a little while ago, over 100 people. They came to view the coffin, and they stayed for Mass. All of them in my church.
Exactly, Father Paul. I was just telling Mr. Dunnigan, your little church will be greatly overtaxed. Why, the sightseers are flooding the town already. Mr. Dunnigan, I'm sure you'll agree it would be far wiser to move Olga Truskovna to St. Leo's Church and let us conduct the service.
Perhaps it would be better, Bill.
No, Father Paul. Olga's going to be buried from St. Michael's.
I had hoped not to be forced into this position, Mr. Dunnigan. I came here to be of service, however. At Mr. Orloff's suggestion, I wired your bank regarding the check you gave me for ringing the bells of St. Leo's. They tell me the check is worthless.
Well, if you'll just give me a little time, it'll be covered, Father.
I shall phone your bank at noon. If the money is not in your account, our bells will stop ringing.
and I shall inform my fellow pastors of your swindle. Good day, Mr. Dunnigan.
Till noon, he said. 3 hours.
You know, Bill, St. Leo's is a very fine church, and Father Spinsky is really a very good man.
You mean run out in St. Michael's? No, Father. Father, how much is the fare to Nanticoke?
Why, it's 10 cents.
Well, a dollar ought to cover it then, huh?
But I don't understand, Bill.
Look, Father, don't make it too difficult, will you? I'm putting the bite on you for $1.
Oh, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Oh, will that be enough?
Well, not quite. I need about 4,000 more, but I may be able to pick it up in Nanticoke. I'll see you later.
She's coming in now, Mr. Dunnigan. Yep. It's from Hollywood, all
what
right.
does it say? What does it say?
Have sent $5,000 as requested. Cut you down, didn't he?
I expected it. What else does it say?
Money is settlement in full for your unexpired contract. Never mind about saving picture. My decision still stands. Signed, Harris.
Oh, thanks. Oh, if there should be any other wires, you can phone me at the Coal Town Hotel.
Yes, sir. Going there now, are you?
Yeah, right from the bank. I've got a little session coming up with some newspaper reporters.
Yeah, that's okay. So Harris came through with the money, huh?
Yeah, but he's still not sold on releasing the picture. I need something big, boys. I've got to get him boiling over. If we could only get some new angle to hand your papers.
Well, the bells are still ringing.
Yeah, but that's no longer news breaks. We've got to cook up some fresh headlines.
Boys, you can all calm down. The party's over.
What's the matter, Tanner?
I've just seen Watson.
Who's Watson?
President of the coal mines, that's all. Biggest man in town and the maddest. The miners aren't working. They're all steamed up over the bells.
Well, Watson can't stop the bells, can he?
No, I think he can, Bill.
Well, there must be somebody more important than Watson.
Well, the governor, maybe. And there's always the president.
The governor, that's it. Any of you boys know him?
Well, I don't know the governor, Dunnigan, but I know his secretary. It's my wife's cousin.
Grab a phone, then. Put a call in for him. If the governor should issue a proclamation, even Watson would have to shut up.
I thought you'd like to see the newspapers, Mr. Harris. Take a look at this. Headlines, too.
Pennsylvania governor issues proclamation. All denominations to observe Starr's funeral.
Now, here's the Globe. Nationwide mourning accorded Olga. And you know what the Journal says?
Never mind. I've never seen a campaign like this in all my born days. Too bad it's all for nothing.
For nothing?
I just this minute hung up the phone. Genevieve James is available. She wants to do Joan of Arc.
Well, that is news, isn't it?
You know, Dolan, I was almost hoping we could go ahead as Dunnigan wanted. But naturally, this changes everything. We'll remake the picture with Genevieve James. I'll get a telegram off to Dunnigan right away.
And what's that telegram, Bill? From Hollywood, isn't it?
Yeah, it's from Hollywood.
Marcus Harris?
No, it's another studio. They want to hire me. They think I'm pretty good.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to get some sleep. Coming up?
No, I think I'll go for a walk. Good night, boys. And thanks for a swell fight.
Good night. Anytime.
Well, baby, the bells are still ringing. And your star up there is still shining. But I didn't do so good, baby. They're going to remake the picture. So you can quit shining. It's no dice. I've let you down. Way down.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a moment, we'll bring you Act 3 of The Miracle of the Bells. Our guest tonight, Paramount starlet Jean Ruth, is just 20 years old and already an accomplished actress and dancer. I understand, Jean, you've spent almost as many years in the theater as you have birthdays.
Yes, Mr. Keeley. Both of my parents have been in show business nearly all their lives, so I was literally raised in the theater.
And now you're well on your way to a movie career. Does the picture business come up to your expectations?
It's even more fascinating than I'd hoped for. Take last Wednesday night's premiere of The Emperor Waltz. It was such fun seeing all those famous stars. And the picture. I got a special thrill out of that because I saw so much of the actual filming.
And besides, Bing Crosby has one of his most romantic roles in The Emperor Waltz.
Wasn't he terrific? I loved those scenes where he sang to Joan Fontaine.
Well, evidently Joan loved them, too, because every time Bing sang to her, she literally wilted into his arms.
I saw you, Mr. Kennedy, at the premiere. You were applauding like mad.
Oh, I had a wonderful time, all right. Remember that scene where Bing and Joan are in the canoe?
Oh, that was beautiful. And in Technicolor, Joan looked simply dazzling.
That brilliant sunlight was a test for any star's complexion. Try this fine white soap. You'll enjoy its rich, creamy lather, its delicate flower-like perfume. Here's your producer, Mr. Keeley.
Our curtain rises on the third act of The Miracle of the Bell, starring Fred McMurray as Bill Dunnigan, Valley as Olga, and Frank Sinatra as Father Paul. Marcus Harris, the producer, has decided to remake Joan of Arc, and Bill Dunnigan's frantic efforts to bring Olga before the world have failed. But in Coal Town, the bells still ring out, and in the humble little church of St. Michael, the funeral service is about to begin. Never before has the church been so crowded, and outside, great throngs struggle to get in. Then, suddenly, within the church, a strange sound is heard. A rumble, almost like a distant earthquake. Transfixed, the people stare before them, for the holy statues around the altar are moving. The statue of St. Michael, the statue of Mary are turning, until now they face the coffin of Olga Treskovna.
They're moving. The statues, look at them, they're moving.
The statues are turning. They're turning toward her.
They're looking at her coffin. It's a miracle. A miracle. They're looking at her coffin. They're looking at her.
Well, excuse me. Excuse me, please. You're the sexton, aren't you? Where is he? Where's Father Paul?
He went down there, Mr. Dunnigan, down to the basement.
Father Paul. Father Paul.
I'm here, Bill.
Father Paul, I saw it. I was in the back of the church when it happened. I saw the statues turn.
Yes, I know, Bill. That's why I came down here.
Look, Father Paul, I started this thing. I started the bells ringing as a gag to get them to release Olga's picture. But I didn't do that upstairs, so help me, I had nothing to do with it.
I know, Bill, I know.
The statues turned by themselves. They turned and looked at Olga.
Look, Bill, look at this post. You see, the ground is broken around this post.
What?
The ground, Bill, it's broken, and all the way across to the base of the other post. The statues are directly above these posts, and the posts support the statues, Bill.
Are you trying to knock out the miracle?
There wasn't any miracle. You see, there are a lot of old mine shafts under here, and the earth isn't too solid. The movement of the two posts made the statues turn, Bill.
That's it, huh?
Yes. I rushed down here because I was worried about the flooring of the church. All those people up there, why, our floor isn't used to such crowds.
What are you going to do, Father Paul?
Why, I'm going to tell them the truth.
You know the truth?
Yes, Bill.
Father, wait.
I must tell them, Bill. It's my duty.
It's your duty to take the light out of their faces, is it, Father? I saw them when it happened. I saw those poor, bitter faces shining as if someone had turned a light on inside them. And I heard them praying and giving thanks. And now you're going up and tell them it was nothing but a couple of basement pillars and a piece of broken ground.
Bill, you don't seem to understand.
Look, Father, I'm not thinking of putting over a movie now. Whoever turned those statues wasn't trying to sell a picture for Marcus Harris. I tell you, Father, God was trying to say, life's all right. It's not as bad as it seems. And I'm up here watching and trying to help. And even if he didn't say it, Father, can't you see it's in their hearts now? It'll go out all over the world. And if God doesn't speak like that out of heaven, he'll be speaking out of people's hearts. And what's the difference where he speaks from? Your job isn't to hide his word, is it?
No, Bill, it isn't to hide his word.
The saints came to Joan of Arc because she wanted to help someone. The people of France. Olga wanted to help someone just as much. The people of Coal Town. Give her the chance, Father Paul.
Come with me, Bill. We'll go up now. My dear friends, something strange and wonderful has happened. The faces of the Blessed Virgin and St. Michael have turned to look on one who lies among us in a coffin. I will not speak of what has made the statues turn. Others will tell you the answer to that later. I speak to you of no other miracle than the miracle of the Olgatrakis of the world, of those who live and dream only to bring heaven into our lives, even if it is no more than a smile of fellowship or a moment of beauty. Olga died for this, for the beauty and the tired and lonely hearts of her people. Let us pray for her. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, et Joiber altare Dei.
On you, Mr. Harris, but something tremendous has happened. There's a mob of newspaper reporters out there, and they want you to...
What's happened? What are you talking about?
The miracle, Mr. Harris.
What miracle?
In Coal Town. A miracle has happened to Olga Treskovna.
I won't hear such bunk. It's sacrilegious. And if Dunnigan thinks
It isn't Dunnigan. Two huge statues at the altar turned to look at Olga in her coffin.
What do you mean it isn't Dunnigan? Do you think for one moment the Almighty is interested in selling my movies? And you believe it?
The whole country believes it, Mr. Harris.
This time Dunnigan's gone a little too far. When a press agent starts fooling the people about religion, I'm through with him.
But the statues turned, Marcus. Hundreds of people saw them turn.
Then he paid somebody to have them turn.
Don't you believe in miracles, Marcus? You just made a picture about one. Joan of Arc.
Yes, I believe in miracles. I was brought up to believe in God and in miracles. But I won't stand for press agent miracles. Reporters, huh? Fine. I'll tell them Bill Dunnigan's the biggest faker in America.
I've turned on your radio, Mr. Harris. Can you listen in for just a moment? They're talking about it on the radio.
Turn it up, Eddie. All right, Marcus. Listen.
Here will be that of the distinguished correspondent Lawrence Hunter here in Coal Town to report on this amazing happening.
The whole country is asking, did a miracle happen in Coal Town? But here, nobody asked that question. Every man, woman, and child believes that the grace of God has touched them. To them, a miracle has happened. Something so wondrous that it has torn the bitterness and the doubts from the hearts of the people and brought them back to God. Whether this is a miracle or not is up to the church authorities to decide. But I do know this. When Olga Treskovna was brought home, a wonderful thing happened. And everyone here is convinced that somehow divine providence is blessing Coal Town and the people in it.
What a day this has been, Bill. What a wonderful day. Look at those telegrams on my desk. How am I ever going to answer them all? And tomorrow there'll be more.
You don't answer them, Father Paul. You get a secretary. She answers them.
Oh, no. They were written to me. Look, we are being given a new organ by Mr. Watson. Others are giving us a new roof, stained glass windows. And look, Bill, all this money for the poor. And the world has come to St. Michael's to pray. I must thank you, Bill.
Thank me? Isn't that a little funny coming from you?
You mean you still believe in the miracle?
I've been standing in the church most of the day, Father. I haven't tried to plant one line of newspaper copy. Do you remember when I told you how I couldn't tell Olga what I felt? Well, this is the second time in my life that I've been dumb. I can't tell the world about it. That's why I know it's real. Because I'm no good at selling anything that's real. Well, I guess I'm through here.
Through? Oh, no, Bill.
No, Bill, you're just beginning.
Marcus.
Bill, I'm happy to see you.
Hello, Marcus. Hello, Dolan. Father, this is Mr. Harris and Mr. Dolan, straight from Hollywood.
By special plane.
I'm very glad to know you.
Father, Bill, I'm a man who knows when he's licked. You win. You, Bill, and Father Paul, St. Michael, Olga, and a couple of statues. I've decided to release the picture as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Marcus.
We're going to put Olga Treskovna in pictures in every city in the country. And I'll tell you what she's going to do. Olga's going to build a hospital for Coal Town, the best that money can buy. A clinic for her people, for the study of this disease from which she died, so that someday there will be no such disease, and people won't be dying from it, because Olga Treskovna died for them, worked and died for them.
This is a great thing you're doing, Mr. Harris. It's beyond anything any of us has dreamed.
Maybe. I don't know how all this started, but in my religion, when something happens that makes the world a little better than it was before, we know that God has had something to do with it. And we don't ask questions.
In my religion, too, Mr. Harris.
And Bill, when they hear me, they'll know it's their own heart speaking. And when they see my name shining in all the theaters, it'll be something of their shining. I'm so happy, Bill. I did my job.
I can't imagine a better Memorial Day tribute to our audience than The Miracle of the Bells. And our thanks go now to the stars who made tonight's play such an unforgettable event. Fred McMurray, Valet, and Frank Sinatra. Fred, you just got back in time from the Chicago premiere of the picture.
That's right, Bill. Frank and I both were there.
And I understand it was a sellout.
Yes, Mr. Keeley, which was mighty gratifying since the proceeds went to the National Cancer Drive.
And where were you, Valet, during all this?
Working at the studio? But I wish I could have been there.
Well, at least we had you for the radio premiere. And it's a great pleasure having you back so soon again on Lux.
Well, it's a pleasure for me, Mr. Keeley. I love radio.
And I'd say radio loves you, and so do I.
Tell us, Alida, you've been in this country such a short time. How did you learn to speak English so well?
Oh, I have a good voice coach. And I go to movies a lot.
Go to movies, huh? I wish I could have studied English that way.
Say, if you don't watch out, Alida, you're going to have a lot of English students playing hooky.
Well, I'm sure, Valet, many actresses could learn a lot by seeing your excellent performance in the role of Mrs. Paradine in David O. Selznick's production, The Paradine Case.
Yeah, that was really a thrilling picture you made with Gregory Peck, Alida.
Yes, and I like those typical Alfred Hitchcock touches. You all ought to be proud of it, you all.
And I'm not surprised, Valet, at the success of your American pictures after your many, many screen hits in Italy. But tell me, do the screen stars of Italy depend on Lux soap as they do in this country?
Well, every actress knows how important a good soap is to her complexion, Mr. Keeley.
Mr. Keeley, what's Lux presenting next week?
Next Monday night, we bring our audience a spine-thrilling story of the West with Columbia Pictures' current hit, Relentless. And our stars are Robert Young in his original exciting screen role and the lovely Claire Trevor for romantic interest.
A mighty exciting picture, Bill.
Yes, and as its title implies, an action-packed story of the chase in which an innocent man relentlessly pursues the murderer of whose crime he's accused.
That ought to keep the audience in plenty of suspense, Bill. We'll be listening. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Thanks for brightening our holiday. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Claire Trevor in Relentless. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Today, thousands of alert young women who are high school or college graduates are choosing the career of nursing. The student nurse receives invaluable education that can qualify her for a score of useful, profitable jobs. If you can qualify for the career of student nurse, go to your nearest hospital tomorrow for full information. Fred McMurray will soon be seen in the Nasser production, Innocent Affair. Frank Sinatra appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Irving Berlin's Technicolor musical, Easter Parade, starring Judy Garland and Fred Astaire. Heard in our cast tonight were William Johnstone as Marcus Harris, Herbert Butterfield as Orloff, and Veronica Pataki as Klogna. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Relentless with Robert Young and Claire Trevor. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Night Run by Lester Powell. The Night Run is a tense, taut drama of a well-to-do alcoholic who knows that he dare not drink because in his cups he has a terrible urge to commit murder. Yet this middle-aged man gets involved with a young girl, and soon they are celebrating their train journey with champagne. With every drink he takes, Angela's danger becomes more acute. Stringfellow's emotional battle to save himself and to protect the girl develops into a climax that is as true to life as it is frightening. Listen in a few moments to The Night Run, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. And now Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Night Run.
Gone yet?
No, miss, she'll be in about 9 minutes.
Oh, good. I'd like a single ticket, please.
First or second?
First, I think. Here. Is that right?
Another shilling, please.
Oh, sorry. Do you think I'll be able to get a sleeper?
Oh, very doubtful. They all get filled up at Plymouth, mostly reservations.
But sometimes there are cancellations, aren't there?
Well, sometimes, yes, but we wouldn't know about them here in Newton Abbot. What you'd best do is go along and see the sleeping car attendant when you get on the train.
Are you the sleeping car attendant?
Yes, miss, I am.
Are they all taken?
Yes, miss.
Oh. Could you tell me whether a Mr. Stringfellow has one? He got on at Plymouth.
Yes, miss. Mr. Stringfellow's with us.
Could you tell him I'm here?
Oh, he's asleep, miss. He left orders not to be disturbed till we get him out.
Oh, but it's very important.
I'm sorry, miss. If a person leaves orders...
Oh, please.
Not...
Here. Oh, please.
Oh, well, all right. What name shall I tell him?
Angela Holmes.
You wait right here, miss. I'll tell him if he's awake. Yes, what is it? There's a young lady asking for you, Mr. Stringfellow. Young lady? Name of Angela Holmes. Oh. Where is she? In the corridor.
Well, I'll be... No, you better ask her to come in, yeah. Ask her to come in.
Sorry I have to disturb you, sir.
Oh, that's all right. And Victor, stick around.
What is it?
Well, no, but calling distance.
Oh, I understand, sir. I'll be around.
No. What have I done now? Hello, Angela.
May I come in?
Oh, of course. I'm terribly sorry. There isn't much room. I'll have to stay in bed if you don't mind.
That's all right.
Well, sit over there. It's not very comfortable.
This is fine.
All right then, Mr. Stringfellow.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Victor. I'll call you if we need anything.
Oh, I'll be on there, sir. Don't worry. Would
you like a cigarette?
Yes, please, I would. Thanks. I've been dying for one. I ran out about 2 hours ago, and I couldn't buy any. I didn't have the right coins for the machine.
I didn't see you at Plymouth.
I got on at Newton Abbot.
Oh, did you?
Newton Abbot's closer to where I live than Plymouth.
Oh, I see.
Isn't this stupid? I mean, isn't it terribly stupid?
Is it?
Well, yes, it is. All day long, ever since I decided to come away with you, I've been rehearsing what I'd say to you. Now I'm here, I can't think of a single word.
You decided to come away with me?
Nobody knows I run away from home. Not yet. The heavy sleepers in our family sneaked out the back door. And I got a lift on a milk lorry into Newton Abbot. I'm terrified I'd lost the train. My watch was wrong.
Your watch was wrong.
Couldn't you get out of that bed? I feel as though I'm sick visiting. As though I ought to be handing you grapes.
Angela, you've just handed me about the biggest shock I've ever had in my whole life.
Yes, I thought you'd be surprised.
Angela, look, I'd better get dressed.
Why?
Please, if you'll just...
All right. Sing out when I can come back. I'll be just outside.
Come in now. Angela, what's happening? What's going on? I mean, what are you doing here?
I told you. I'm coming to London with you.
And you left home?
Yes.
This means that you visualize it as something permanent?
Well, nothing's very permanent, is it?
You're an amazing girl, Angela. You really are.
No, I'm awfully ordinary.
Ordinary? You meet a man at a party, and the next night you jump a train to be with him. Ordinary. A 19-year-old girl.
Well, perhaps not ordinary. Natural, though. It was to me. After what happened last night. You haven't said you're pleased to see me.
Do I have to say it?
Women like these things, you know. It's not enough for them to know. They have to be told.
I'm delighted to see you, Angela.
Good. Kiss me, please. Not much of a bridal suite, is it?
We'll get Victor to liven it up. Victor! Hey, Victor!
Yes, sir?
Come here a minute, will you? What's it going to be, Angela?
I don't mind. Anything you like.
Okay, Victor. Whiskey.
I'd have to charge you a bit over the odds, Mr. Stringfellow. You understand, don't you? What with it being a private service and all.
Oh, anything you say. And bring some soda water as well, if you have any.
Right.
I don't think he approves.
No, you can overcome anything with money.
Tell me something.
Uh-huh.
Why did you run away from me?
He said I did that.
Barney said you'd arranged to stay another week with him. And you changed your mind and took off right after meeting me.
Oh. You've been talking to Barney about me, have you?
Well, I rang him up this morning, didn't he tell you?
No.
The soul of discretion.
Did you tell him that you were going to run away with me?
No, I didn't decide till after I'd spoken to him.
Come in.
Where's Leopard on the bed?
Please, yes.
You've got a bottle opener there for the soda.
Shall I settle up with you now?
Oh, no, it'll do later, Steve. Anything else you want to?
No, thanks. No, everything's fine. How's that?
Lots of soda, please. I can't bear the taste of whiskey.
There. How's that?
A little more soda, please.
All right.
Fine. You're still not drinking?
No.
What happens when you drink?
Well, I get emotionally disturbed, for one thing.
I'd rather like to see you like that.
You wouldn't like me when I'm drunk.
I would. I'm sure I would.
Well, we won't risk it.
You become homicidal, raging with a lust to kill?
What made you decide to come with me?
The things you told me last night, they affected me more deeply than you knew.
Oh, I knew they affected you. That's why I said them. I wanted you to be, involved. Trouble is, I didn't see beyond that.
You didn't see that you were turning my head?
Must be an easy thing to do. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean that. Silly cheap crack.
Actually, I'm rather hard-boiled. This is the first time it's happened.
But why? I don't delude myself. I'm not a young girl's dream of love. I'm pretty dreary, especially when I'm not drinking. I have no drive. I'm timid, unsure of myself. I don't shine. And I can't get through to people. I can't communicate with them.
You communicated last night.
That's the effect you had on me. You lit me up.
Were you bolted for cover?
Yes.
Why? Don't you want to be lit up, as you put it?
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Here? I'm here.
Angela, I've been in psychoanalysis for 3 years.
Yes, I know.
But you know nothing about me. You don't know what you'd be taking on. You can't know.
Oh, yes, I do. You told me enough last night. The dark and dreadful things that have happened to you. You made it all clear. And I couldn't bear the idea of your being on your own, without anyone to take care of you. You're so defenseless.
I overcolored what I told you last night. In a bid for your sympathy. I often do that when I meet a woman who attracts me.
You mean you made those things up?
Yes, that's right. I made them up.
You didn't. Barney confirmed them.
I think I will have a drink.
Oh, don't you think...
No, it's all right. I can take a couple without it affecting me.
All right. Just two, then. Here you are.
Thanks. Did I tell you I was an alcoholic when I was only 17?
You did? You were expelled from school for it.
I was in my first home before I was 20, getting dried out.
Yes, you told me about that, too.
What are you, Angela? Frustrated Florence Nightingale?
No, I'm not.
What are you, then?
I'm in love. By the look. Come on. It isn't going to be as ghastly as all that. It's going to be fun, too, you know.
For 19, you're pretty smart. Dead sharp. May I have the second drink now?
You feel all right?
I feel wonderful.
You don't feel an attack coming?
I feel marvelous, absolutely marvelous.
All right.
Thanks. Oh. What are you pressing the bell for?
Victor.
Oh, what do we want with Victor?
Oh, I know my own weakness. That's why you think I'm sharp. A fool is someone who doesn't know his own weakness. And if I have custody of this bottle, you'll wheedle another drink out of me, and then another, and another, and another.
You riding, sir?
Victor, would you be very kind and put this bottle in the kitchen for us, or wherever you keep things?
Oh, I thought you wanted the whole bottle.
We've changed our minds, but we'll pay for it just the same.
Of course we'll pay.
Right.
Keep it safe, and don't give it back to us till we get to Paddington. He thinks we're crazy.
He may be right.
Yes. She may well be.
Oh, this is wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful.
May I lie down, please? I feel a bit tired.
Of course, of course. Hey, let me smooth out the pillow for you. Put the bed straight. There. Would you like the lighthouse?
No, thanks. I'd like to lie here and look at you. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
What exactly are you up to? What's going on? What's the catch?
I don't know what you mean.
Do you think I'm a fool or something?
No, of course
Angela, I've been on the receiving end of this one so often I'm an expert. I can spot it coming a mile off.
I don't know what you're talking about. I really don't. You're frightening me.
You talked to Barney this morning, didn't you? You had a long conversational chat about me, didn't you? So, of course, he told you that I'm the Stringfellow of Stringfellow Radio and Television. You know I'm worth $2.5 million, don't you?
Saying I'm after your money, are you?
Happens all the time. That's the story of my life. Behind me, there stretches a host of departed friends whose pockets I've filled on hard luck stories. There was almost a wife whose eyes went misty with sterling signs when she spoke to me of love. And a breach of promise action which set up a record. I have a pedigree as a sucker, Angela. They don't come any better.
But I told you, I'm in love with you.
Well, so were they. The higher the take, the more ardent the affection.
You don't really mean this. You can't.
Tell me, what does your father do for a living?
He's a boat builder.
Does he make a lot of money?
No, not very much. Enough to live on.
And you? Have you a large private income by any chance?
No, I haven't. I work at a kennels. I told you last night.
What's the technique here, then? How does it work? Will your father be waiting at Paddington?
No. He knows nothing about it.
Oh, then I'll get hit with a heavy writ in a couple of days' time, eh? Is that the pitch? Sued for luring an underage girl out of the custody of her parents. Is that the angle? Tell me. I'd like to know. Oh, yes, I've seen that one, too. Bitter tears streaming down the face of innocence when I uncover the rotten truth.
Oh, go away. Please go away.
Oh, I'm going. Don't worry about that. I'm taking evasive action. You know, I sensed something like this was being cooked up. I sensed it last night when you walked into Barney's house and turned those eyes on me. That's why I cut my stay short in Devon, if you want to know. Is Barney in on this, too? Does he get a cut?
Oh, please go away.
Why not? Barney's the only one of my so-called friends who hasn't had his hands inside my wallet so far. Why should he be any different? Where's this place?
Exeter, sir.
How long do we stop?
20 minutes.
Good.
You getting off, Mr. Stringfellow?
Yeah, only to make a phone call.
Hello?
Paul, I must talk to you.
Where are you?
Exeter. I'm on my way back to London on the night train.
How did the weekend go?
Well, that's why I'm ringing you up. Are you in bed? Did I wake you up?
Yes, never mind. What's the trouble?
I met a girl at a party last night. In the house where I was staying. She was attractive, warm, friendly personality and so on. Nice looking. I talked rather a lot. I opened up.
Were you drinking?
No. I haven't touched a drop for a month. I've been taking those anti-booze tablets you gave me. No, I felt it a bit. She got on the train at Newton Abbot. Said she left home to look after me.
Good. So long as you don't drink, you're not likely to... How old is she?
19, she says.
Oh, well, this is a mess.
I know. I'm nearly out of my mind.
Is she still on the train?
Yes, she's in my sleeper. I'm speaking from the station platform.
Well, now, look. This is what you must do. Turn the sleeper over to her. Now, you go to another part of the train and stay there. Don't go near her till you get to Paddington. You got that?
Yes, Paul.
Now, then, in the morning, you bring her round here. We'll sit down, all three of us, and try to thrash it out. But keep away from her.
Yes.
That's the paramount thing. Now, don't go near her till the train stops. You're in no fit state to cope with emotional excitement. Now, you understand that, don't you?
Yes, Paul. Yes, I'll do what you say.
Oh, good. You promise me you haven't been drinking tonight?
No. No, I promise I haven't touched a drop for a whole month.
Can you get any on the train?
No. There isn't a restaurant car.
Good. Now, as long as you don't drink, there's no danger. Now, go back to the train. Take a sleeping pill, and don't move till you're in London.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
I'll meet the train at Paddington. It doesn't matter how early it is, and we can bring the girl back to the house for breakfast.
You're terribly good to me, Paul. I don't know what I'd do without you.
I'm not only your psychiatrist, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Now, just do what I say, and we'll work something out.
I don't want... I don't want to attempt another murder.
You won't. Good night.
That bottle.
The young lady said you wouldn't be wanting it till we get to Paddington.
I need a drop to set me up. I told you I haven't been well. I need a booster. Well, go on. What are you waiting for? Get it.
Mr. Stringfellow, I've been on this job a long time. I've met a lot of people and served them a lot of drinks. I know about people and their drinking habits. How they drink. Why they drink.
Just get the bottle, will you?
The vast majority of people drink to be sociable, to make themselves feel good. But a few drink because they got to, because they're ill. And you're one of them, Mr. Stringfellow. I recognized that the moment I saw you with your hand round that bottle.
I'll pay you whatever you want.
You can have the bottle back when we get to Paddington. When you're no longer my responsibility.
Look, it's my bottle.
No, it is not. You haven't paid for it yet.
But I want to pay for it.
Well, I don't want to sell it to you. And I'm not. That's all there is to it.
Who do you think you are? Some important idiot?
Charming manners, some of these gentlemen have.
Hello?
Not asleep yet?
No.
It's going to be all right, Angela. Don't be frightened. Are you frightened?
Yes, I am. Little.
Well, I've just talked to Paul. I phoned him from the platform next.
What did he say?
That I was to go to another part of the train and not come near you till we get to Paddington.
Is that what you're going to do?
It's for the best. You'll be all right by yourself, won't you?
I suppose so.
Victor will look after you. I gave him a large tip at Plymouth.
Did you mean those horrible things you said?
I don't know. But once I don't mean yes. It's a part of what ails me. You see, I have this deep-seated fear that people only want me for my money.
It's common among rich people, isn't it?
Yes, but I have it in an exaggerated form. I've everything in an exaggerated form, Angel.
But when you're nice, when you're not worked up, you're kind and you're gentle.
When something unexpected happens, this fear takes over. I get horribly suspicious. I start looking for signs. I see things under beds that aren't there. It's called paranoia.
But I don't want your money. Really, I don't. I love you. I only want to be with you and take care of you. Nothing else. Honestly, there isn't. Please believe me.
I want to believe you. More than anything, I need someone like you. I know that. It's my only hope of salvation. Someone I can trust and be happy with.
Be patient with me then. Give me the chance to learn. I've got a lot to learn, I know that. Please give me a chance.
All right. Try to sleep now. Do you feel sleepy?
I'd feel much better if you could stay with me. I'd be able to sleep then.
No, I can't do that. Paul's right. I'll see you when we get to Paddington. I'll come along and fetch you.
You won't run away from me again, will you?
No, I won't do that.
Promise.
I promise.
Oh, kiss me goodnight.
No, I can't do that. You try to sleep. I'll see you in the morning.
Taken? No. Help yourself. Going to London?
Yes.
Long journey?
Yes.
Especially at night.
Everything's longer at night.
Not so bad if you have a sleeper, though.
No.
And you have to book well in advance on this run. I was unlucky.
I've got a sleeper.
Oh, couldn't sleep then?
No.
Some people can't, you know. Even if they stuff themselves full of sleeping pills. I can, though. Sleep anywhere. Sign of an easy conscience, I suppose.
Look, do you want to talk?
Well, I don't know. Don't you?
I'm easy either way.
Well, I'm interested in people. My worst enemy couldn't accuse me of lack of curiosity. People are my business, you might say. My name's George Eames, by the way. I sell machinery to farmers.
How do you do?
What do you do for a living?
I don't. My father left me £2.5 million.
£2.5 million? Well, you won't have many problems, will you?
Actually, Mr. Eames, I've got the worst problem a man can possibly have. And I've got it right here and now.
Oh? What's that, then?
How to stop myself committing a murder.
Well, you know, we all feel we'd like to do someone in at one time or another. We start thinking of ways and means, even working out a plot. But when it comes to...
It isn't like that at all, Mr. Eames. It isn't like that at all. This isn't fantasy, it's fact. I don't want to murder her, but I'm terrified that I'm going to. You said you were interested in people, didn't you? Well, this is people, Mr. Eames. This happens. People murder one another all the time.
Yes, I know that.
Or doesn't it impinge on you? You think selling agricultural machinery shelters you from the harsh facts of life?
Now, look, there's no need to be like that about it, you know.
I'm sorry. I'd like to talk to somebody about it.
All right. Go ahead and talk.
Will you listen? Will you really listen?
Of course I will.
Very few people can, you know.
I can. I do it all the time.
Well, I was expelled from school for trying to murder another boy. That was the start.
How did you do it?
I tried to strangle him. I nearly did it, too.
Why?
Jealousy. He was my best friend. I admired him because he could do all the things I couldn't.
How old were you?
17.
Were there any comebacks? I mean, you were prosecuted, weren't you?
No.
Why not?
My father was a millionaire. Oh, I see. He could fix anything, provided it cost only money. When it came to love or affection, sympathy or understanding, he was bankrupt, flat broke.
You didn't get on with him?
I hated him. And I loved him, too. It was crazy. After he died, I wept for 2 whole days.
What about your mother?
My mother. Well, she ran off with a band leader when I was 5. It was a fashionable thing for rich women to do in those days, and my mother was always very fashionable. She still is, for that matter.
Well, you still see her, then?
Oh, once a year for 2 weeks. She lives in Munich now. She's married to a nuclear scientist. That's the fashion in her set today. Band leader to scientist in 20 years.
So, you were 17 when you tried to kill someone. How old are you now?
27.
Well, then, I don't see that you've got all that much to worry about. Something that happened once 10 years ago.
It's happened since.
Oh.
Twice. Once when I was 21, I tried to strangle a girl in a car. Then 2 years ago, I had to go with my wife.
And your father hushed those up too, did he?
The girl in the car, yes, but he was dead by the time I tried it on my wife. I hushed that up myself. It was included in the divorce settlement.
What you're saying is that all this means that you have homicidal tendencies.
Well, what would you say it means?
Well, it seemed normal enough to me. Been talking quite normally. I've been watching your eyes and your lips while you've been doing it. You can detect somebody who isn't quite 16 ounces to the pound by the eyes and the twist of the lips.
You've studied abnormal psychology.
Oh, I'm fairly good at summing people up. I'll have to in my job. No, I'd say you were basically a mild sort of person, not very sure of yourself. A bit timid.
Yes. I'm all those things. Except when I get emotionally upset. And then I want to destroy, I want to kill.
Have you had anything done about it? Medical treatment, psychological treatment?
Oh, yes, I've had the works. My father had me shut up 3 times in 3 mental homes. Expensive mental homes, I need hardly say. The very best.
I see. Well, now, what's the immediate danger? You said something about it being here and now.
She's in my sleeper. At the back of the train.
And she upset you?
She dynamited me.
How?
The usual way. I met her last night at a party given by a friend I was staying with in Devon. She's 19, pretty, enticing as a peach. When I first clapped eyes on her, my head started to sing. You know how that happens sometimes?
Have you told her about yourself?
Yes. Except the murder attempts, of course. I didn't want to scare her. I let it on a bit too thick, though. By the time the evening was out, I'd fallen for her. I was emotionally disturbed.
Why didn't you run away, then?
I did. But she followed me. She got on the train at Newton Abbott.
Yes, you have got a problem.
It'll be all right if I can hang out till we get to Paddington, if I can keep away from her. I phoned my psychiatrist from Exeter, and he said I was to take her to see him in the morning, and it'll be all right if I don't go near her until we get to London.
Well, all right, then you stay here. That's easy enough, isn't it?
Only if you help me.
How can I help you?
Well, keep me here. No matter what I say or do, don't let me out of this compartment. Even if I have to go to the lavatory, you come with me. Will you do that for me?
Certainly. That's what you want.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling now?
All right. Better since I've talked about it.
Not disturbed?
So long as I don't think about her.
Well, we'll have to keep your mind off her, won't we?
It's not as easy as selling agricultural machinery.
No. Not that I ever found selling agricultural machinery easy. Do you play cards?
No, I'm sorry. That wouldn't do. I wouldn't be able to concentrate.
Pity. What about a quiet read, then? I've got some magazines.
No, I'm not in the mood for that, I'm afraid. I never can read on a train anyway.
I know. A I've got a bottle of scotch in my fridge.
No, thank you very much.
What's the matter? Don't you drink?
Yes, I drink, but my psychiatrist told me not to. He was very insistent.
Well, head shrinkers aren't infallible, are they?
This one is. It has to be.
They work on theory, though, don't they? They're not practical men of affairs. He could be wrong about this, you know. A couple of drinks could be the very thing for you. I find it works wonders when I'm pent up. Not that I'm a heavy drinker, mind you. Everything in moderation, but when I'm tense, you know, worried about the sale, for instance, I find that a couple of whiskies unwinds me, irons out the creases.
Do you think so? Do you really think it would do the trick?
Yes, I do. I'm sure of it. Look here. Whole bottle. It'll send you off to sleep. That's what you need. Something to knock you right out. Then you'll be in London before you know it, and the problem's solved. Believe me, it's a thing to do.
Suppose it doesn't knock me out.
Well, I'll be here. I'll be taking care of you. I won't let you out.
Sometimes I get violent when I'm drunk.
Well, I expect I'll be able to handle that. Used to do a bit of boxing. No, I don't think you'll get out of here, however violent you get.
Well, all right.
Good man.
Still on the train?
Well, yes, miss, so far as I know. He went up front after we left Exford.
Are you sure?
Well, his luggage is still here, isn't it?
Please go and check.
Well, I've got things to do. You're not the only person in the sleeping car, you know, miss.
If you go and look, I'll give you this.
All right. You want me to give him a message?
No. Just see if it's still on the train.
Okay. And then give this bill a rest, eh? Where is Dorothy out? You see? It's working.
Yeah. It's working.
This is the end of the bottle.
End of the bottle.
Down the hatch, then. Sleepy yet?
Yeah.
And you're completely relaxed, aren't you?
Wonderful.
Why don't you put your feet up?
Yes, why don't I, Nurse Ems?
That's it. Emergency Ward 10.
Wake me with a lightly boiled egg.
I'll do that.
And China tea. China tea with a dash of fresh lemon.
Loosen your collar, and off you go to bye-byes.
Oh, 9 minutes late.
Gosh, I'm tired.
Trouble with your sleepers, then?
Oh, nothing more than usual, you know.
Oh, still, you do see a bit of life in your job. Being a guard, especially on the night run, you just sit here and look at the crates and the parcels.
Well, I'm going to grab a bit of kit. That's okay with you, Tom?
Sure.
There's a couple of empty compartments up the back. Keep an eye on these, will you? For your pleasure. Give me a chance to stretch my legs.
What's that?
Train's slowing.
What for?
Reading. Last stop before Paddington.
I was asleep.
Oh, were you? You were snoring loud enough to drown out the London Symphony Orchestra.
What are you doing?
Getting my suitcase off the rack. What do I look like I'm doing?
Well, why? We're not at Paddington yet.
I'm not going to Paddington. I get off at Reading.
Why? Why, for Pete's sake?
Because I live there.
But you said you'd take care of me. You promised. You gave your solemn word.
I got you off to sleep, didn't I? That must be the better part of a bottle of scotch, too.
I'm awake now.
Well, go to sleep again.
Well, I can't. I'm wide awake.
Get your head down, then. Make it effort.
I can't. For Pete's sake, don't go and leave me. You can't do that. You can't.
Relax.
I'll pay you. I'll give you 100 quid.
Don't be
100 quid just to go to Paddington. One more station.
I have to see the important clients in the morning. A lot depends on it.
I'll pay you more. Anything you like. Look. I'll write the check now. You tell me the amount, and I'll.
What's it now?
My checkbook's in my suitcase. My suitcase is in the sleeper with her. I'll tell you what. Come to the sleeper with me.
Well, come on! Take your hands off
I'll
me.
pay you anything you like, more than you can make tomorrow, more than you can make in a whole year if you like. Come on!
Let go!
You can't leave me, you mustn't. You'll have a murder on your...
I warned you. You should learn to control yourself.
I can't. That's my trouble. Look, it doesn't matter about me. I'm expendable. I'd be better off dead anyway, but think of her, the girl. She's 19 and at the beginning of her life. Don't hit me again. Don't hit me.
I'm not going to hit you unless you force me to. It's up to you.
Why won't you understand? You did before. You listened. You were sympathetic. Why won't you understand now? What's happened to you?
The entertainment's over. I've come to the end of my journey. I'm tired and I've had enough.
Entertainment? What are you talking about?
Work it out, mate.
You're not saying I made it all up, are you? Come to the sleeper with me, please. You can ask her. She'll tell you. She knows the truth about me.
That you're going to kill her?
No. Don't confuse me. She'll tell you who I am, about my mental history.
You're not mad, son. You haven't got homicidal tendencies.
I have. I told you. 3 times before I tried to do it.
They don't go round blurting it about.
I asked for your help.
I gave it to you. The better part of a bottle.
Come to the sleeper with me.
Please.
No. It'll only take a few minutes.
We'll be in Reading in a few minutes.
I'll give you money, all you want.
No.
All right, then. I'm going to now.
You do that. Give her my love.
You read about it in the paper.
Oh, get lost.
Victor. I want Victor.
Well, what do you want him for?
Where is he?
Well, he's there.
Well, he can't have got off the train. I need him urgently. He's going to lock me out.
Lock you out?
Where is he? For heaven's sake, tell me where is he? I've got to find him.
He's off duty.
He can't be. He's responsible for these sleepers. He can't go off duty before we get to Paddington.
Oh, you better move along. You're blocking up the corridor.
Where's Victor?
Move along now.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
thank goodness. I've been so frightened.
Listen to me. You've got to get off this train. We'll be in Reading in a few minutes. You've got to get off.
Are you going to?
No, I'm going to.
And so am I. We're going to talk to your psychiatrist in the morning, aren't we?
No.
But you said you were going to.
I've changed my mind.
Psychiatrist?
Yes, I know, but...
And you told me you always took his advice. You said he was the father you felt you never had. You said that if it hadn't been for him...
Stop confusing me!
Not.
I want you to get off this train. You've got to get off it.
I won't. Not without you.
Look, I've been drinking practically a whole bottle of whiskey.
Look.
You can't. When I get drunk, I want to kill people. It's happened 3 times before, Angela.
You murdered 3 people?
No, something happened each time to stop me, but it can't happen here. Not if we're shut up in this little box together. I don't want to. Why won't you understand? Why won't you do what I say and get off the train?
No. I'm not going to leave you.
Do I have to throw you off?
The only way you get rid of me.
Angela, do it for my sake. If you won't do it for your own, I beseech you.
No. You can use force, of course. You can throw me off, but that...
I can't throw you off. If I touch you... Curse you, why don't you understand?
I love you.
Love, is that all you think about? What does love mean if you're going to force me to kill you? They'll lock me up, Angela, probably for the rest of my life. Is that what you want to happen? You and your precious love?
I don't believe you'll kill me.
Do you want to die?
No, of course I... No.
Right. I'll get off myself.
Don't leave me. Please don't leave me. You want to kill me? Kill me. Kill me. It doesn't matter. I belong
to you.
Let me go. No.
I'll hit you.
No.
Why did you make me? Are you all right? Did I hurt you very much?
It doesn't matter.
You'll be all right, Angela. You're young enough. Things will work out for you.
Don't be daft. The train's moving.
I've got to get out of my way.
Are you mad?
Yes, I am. If you don't let me off this train, you'll have murder on your hands.
Mad people never know they're mad.
What do you know about it? Let me get off.
If you get off now, you break your blooming
Well,
neck.
stop the train. Pull the communication cord.
You've had a drop too much to drink, haven't
Yes, but that isn't. You don't let me off this train, I'm going to kill somebody.
Who?
A girl. Now pull the cord.
No, what you need is a nice, quiet dose. Best thing when you've had a drop too much to drink. A nice, quiet dose.
If you won't pull me off, lock me up.
Lock you up? Where?
In your van. You have a van, haven't you?